And hello and welcome to another ARML broadcast. I am Eric K, and I'm joined here today by Harrison. How are you doing, Harrison?
Doing absolutely great. Very, very excited too with the list of games that we got ahead. I think we're starting out with B3, who are either going to do 2 or 4 games, and then heading to an A1 game, right?
Yeah, the A1 game's going to be a little bit later down the line. In that gap, we might actually do something like a log review just to kill some of the time. But for now, we're going to get right started. In this game, we have East player is Rob G, followed by Eric D over to the right. Across the way, we have Dr. Blob, that'll be Alon. And over to the left, we have Quincy.
Yeah, as for players returning too, I think everybody else, I could be wrong. I want to say it's everybody besides Alon is completely new. And Alon very, very close to promotion last season, traded games back and forth for the 16th slot in order to promote. So definitely Alon, as well as everybody else, is going to be looking to make a big dip. And right now, I'm thinking Rob G is going to be the hand to watch. Got the start of an E-Payco, good shape to go around. No Dora, but looking like a fast hand with dealer, especially if a reach can be pushed. I'd imagine everybody else might start backing off with what they got in tow.
Absolutely. Over to the right, we can see that Eric D's hand does have the Aqua High Call, which does speed it up significantly, but at the moment it's kind of left with these two awkward shapes, the Con 5 Soul and the Pen 7 pin, which means that even though it's called and it's open and able to call further, it's still going to be relatively slow to get into Tumpai and then to win past that. So the quote-unquote distance to win for that hand is still pretty lengthy. Meanwhile, the dealer's hand here, Ishan 10,
Ooh,
decides to toss the 2-mon, which,
interesting. I would have thought it was
yeah,
3P there, right?
yeah, it's a little unconventional because normally you want the choice to get the 2-3-mon weight. But I guess with two of the 2-mon out, maybe Rob doesn't think that's feasible.
Yeah, or maybe just wants to have it as a triplet if needed for like a 5-6 type of thing, but then can fold to one later. The problem is that one is very dangerous right now. That's a Yaku or not a Pinfu, but still double Dora, 1 4 mon wit.
I don't know. Rob can chase here if he wants on the Penchun Kanchun 3, so chooses not to, but still pushes the 6 pen, which looks fairly dangerous into this Ricci. However, it does pass.
Mhm.
Probably looking for a weight change, because it's a very cheap hand on a bad weight. Meanwhile, the hand across from us is a Richidora 2 hand, so that's an
Mhm.
easy Mangan on Atsumo or Anura.
Ooh, and now it looks like decision time for Quincy, who looks like they might back off just a little bit.
And here
Ooh,
comes the
wow.
Sumogiri Reach.
On the Dora too, very bold. Ah, wow, just as it comes out for Alon.
Yeah,
Super interesting. Is that 3-6? Right? 3-6
I
S?
think that's actually might just be 3 so.
Oh yeah, no,
I,
yeah, it is just 3 so. Yeah, because the 5S is the only viable pair. Ooh,
and
that's
it's,
a tough one.
yeah, it's very tough because currently there's only one left in the wall, and Alon's weight has, I believe, 3 left.
Yeah, I mean, even besides that, just getting someone to try to push a 3S out right here, it is super dangerous on the board. I can't imagine
Yeah.
anybody even drawing the 3S is gonna get it unless even if it's a Tenpai draw, and then yeah,
Drone.
board comes out. Can we dodge
And
the Ura?
yep, did dodge it, but Alon does pick up that Ricci stick, so a respectable 6,200 point gain overall. Now we're going to go into East 2 now. It's Eric's dealership. Starts with a pair of the tunes and actually really good shapes all around. You could look for a 567 Sanchoku. You could use the Dora Tumon. You can go for a quick Yakuhai if you feel a little bit pressured. So that's going to be the hand to look at, I think. Over on the right, we see some pretty fairly well-developed shapes as well, though not as much potential. That
Yeah,
tune's
they're
going to
gonna
come
need a
out.
little bit of time. Yeah, it looks like with the Sanchoke and then also potentially Dora Incorporation. Like I guess best case scenario is probably Sanchoke with the Dora pair. Might see that devolve with that 8P pickup, but A lot of options to still kind of chase a lot more points for Eric Dean, especially with dealership. You don't need to chase too hard. Just getting a quick 2 to 5K is more than plenty.
And there's Tenpai already on 1 4 mon. Currently, there are 2 left in the wall. Which is surprising at this rate. Normally you have a lot more left this early on in the hand. However, across the way, there's an Anko of them locked up, and Quincy's hand is actually Ishanten as well. Can pick up a perfect Ishanten here, dropping the 3-mon. Chooses to keep the slim shapes, keep the 3-mon, which is able to pick up the Dora 2-mon.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty hard committal. Could also potentially try to wiggle towards like a Tanya Sanshok or kind of get out of there, but definitely with that 1-mon in tow, it's going to be a little bit hard. Wouldn't be surprised if Alon just plays very reserved and back this hand. I doubt we'll see any too forward-facing aggression.
Don't.
Oh, but there
Oh!
goes the 1-mon. And
Throws
that's
it
gonna
out.
deal in. Yeah, 2,900 for Eric. Keep things rolling.
Yeah, Eric was doing a good job about switching up tiles in the hand too, so I guess Alon just thought Eric still wasn't quite ready. Maybe looking for another call before expecting the run there.
Now, Eric's going to start with a much slower hand this time, though there is a lot of potential, and it's actually going to force that potential by dropping the 4 so early. I feel like that might be forcing it a little bit too much, but there's a clear path to Chanta, Itsu, Honitsu, Sanshoku, a bunch of options here, and he's trying to keep them
Yeah.
all open.
I mean, I think the Forso too, when you have the 8S in hand, isn't the worst drop. Like, it still allows a bunch of very high scoring scenarios, like the Honitsu or even some Shanta, or potentially even Junchan with the Sal's wannabe drop nonsense. And then there's the E2 like that too. So I'm not too worried if I'm the dealer about cutting 4S, even though it's an efficient tile. The rest of the hand, or the rest of the shape in my hand, especially after a South call, is more than fine to start.
And Mahjong nowadays is all about getting that Magon, and the East round is when you want to get that early dominance, especially as dealer. So this hand is coming together quite nicely. You can see the Honitsu Itsu, even if there's no Yakuhai to toe yet. Around the table, to the right, looks like Alon has another kind of slow-ish hand. It's technically 2 Shanten, but there's a nasty overlap with the 7-pin. Actually decides to cut that right now and keep opportunities to upgrade into potential Itsu.
Yeah, E2 potentially even move towards Tanya in some crazy reality. If probably like a 4-mon or even 2 4-mons are kept. Definitely still very open. Nobody else really looks like they have too much fast going, although Quincy with that 4P pickup has some decisions to make. Looks like they're keeping Toy open, but still far away, so I'd imagine at the end of the day, we're still going to see a standard hand. Potentially could try to force this on choke, but a bit far. I'd imagine Quincy's going to play back and then probably get pushed out by the end of this hand.
Wonder if we'll see a Chi here? No Chi. Alon has some incentive to open for a Tanya with 2 Dora already. But unfortunately did backfire on that 1-mon cut with this current 2-mon draw. Can still work around it though.
Boom.
And dealer's gonna make the first call here.
Interesting. A pawn call.
See, if we Chi, we get left with a pen 7 pin, so that's not much better either. The awkward thing about this pawn is that you kind of want another 5 pin. There's only 1 left. But there's gonna be Tenpai.
Yeah, but it's on the 7P anyway, and I think if you take the Chi there, trying to get some people to stall out on the south, is going to be better for you in the long run. Although maybe it's that 6th sense because Eric is Mochi Mochi with Quincy on those. So a South Shabo is much worse than normal. Ooh, the 9P immediately tosses. I mean,
really
I think.
Nice. Really nice to draw a 5 pin here, and then you get a chance at Itsu in a much better weight.
Yeah, I was about to say 5 is a nuts draw. Unfortunately tied up in Alon's hand. Alon also coming together really quick. E Shanten with 4 7P leading to a Dora Shabo.
And
Manzu looked kind of weak too, so could potentially see it come out.
I was just about to say that Rob's hand could be in trouble if Alon gets Tenpai and takes the Shabo. But not only has Alon shifted away from the Shabo, but now Rob has actually cemented that Dora pair in his hand and is
Mhm.
currently 2 Shanten.
So Alon has some options to make, but unfortunately that the Haku not thrown on the table yet. Only one actually on in hands right now. Quincy with the other Haku, two still in the wall. It'll be interesting to see if Eric ends up fishing out a pair of that, or if, say, a South Pone comes out. How that'll affect the players.
Well, here's
What-
the weight change.
Just as a 7's drawn, but Quincy doesn't know.
It's still really tough to expect 6-pin or the South to come out this late.
4-7, that would have been Tenpai for Alon. Would have had to reach for Yaku, but still some way out of this hand, and can incorporate Pinzu if drawn into the hand too. Try to
That
cut Eric's
Haku.
dealership
Oh,
short.
there's the 7-pin.
Doesn't
Unfortunate.
she? I would have
So I
thought she
think
won a straw there for Tenpai. Dodges a Pinzu draw, guarantees your Tenpai.
would that have been Tenpai?
I think, or no, it wasn't. It wouldn't guarantee.
It
You're
would be
pretty close though.
close. But the question is whether you're ever going to drop the Haku, and I think this late, probably not. Either
Yeah.
way, dealer's going to end here with a nice 3k. There's 2 hold on the table. And this hand is actually kind of similar to the last one. You can force a Junchan, Sanshoku. The only thing that's going to be awkward to deal with is kind of the Dora. It's a very slow hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine, actually with 2 Homba, you're only up 5k. I was gonna say that Eric's been doing pretty well, but even after, or even with the 2 Homba and the 3k pickup last turn, still a while to go until you're feeling really, really comfortable.
Meanwhile, if you look around the table, Alon's hand looks pretty fast. We have Toyman, that's Quincy, who has also a very,
Yeet.
very fast hand. Is actually Tenpai now and takes the 7-8 Mon Ricci for Ricci Tanya.
Pretty good. No
Gee.
Dora in tow, but not necessarily the
Don't.
worst thing in the world. Wow, and immediately
but there's
gets
the
thrown
run.
in.
Yeah, it looks like Rob was trying to call for a Shanta Torn there, but ends up
Yeah.
dealing in on the, not the Ipatsu, but pretty much right after the Ricci's declared, and Quincy's going to pick that up and go back over 30k with 32,200. Just like that, we are into East 3. It's Alon's dealership. Jor is 1 pin, and Alon does have 1. Is currently 2 Shanten, though the hand is kind of really slow. Also, we have these bad shapes.
Yeah.
A lot of room for improvement.
A lot of clunkiness in all the shapes that aren't completed. It's hands like this where you're always like ruining them as dealer because there's so much there, but you need to slow play it. And one call from somebody could just completely destroy it. And then you have to go open and they have to figure out, well, what's the fastest route where I can go open and get this? Interestingly enough, 9 Mons dropped. Looks like committing to cutting one of those Penchans early. Just decides to cut 8-9.
Speaking of one call kind of ruining things, over to the right we have a really well-developed Chitoi possible Honitsu
Chi.
with Chun. Well, there's your first call. Now Ishan 10. Though, honestly, this is kind of awkward. I think you might take the 7-8-9 Chi instead.
Yeah, definitely. It just feels a little weird because now those 8s are just completely tangled up in your hand. And
Luckily,
also, honestly, I might even try to like pawn there for the 8.
that's
You have a
definitely an
route
option
for
as well.
more points. You have the 9s if you draw a pair, can look a little bit safer. One's cut 2.
Luckily, that most recent draw did open up the option to accept 2 5-mon into Tenpai, so we don't have to worry that much about the upper jointed Manzu. Across the way, we have another Honitsu going, has the option to Chi here, but that 2-3-4 is already completed.
Rob,
So-
I'm gonna be honest. Looking at Rob's hand, it seems like a dreamer hand. I don't know what angle of dreamer it is, but I'm feeling we're gonna try to see 4 or 5 perfect draws on that side of the table. I might even be surprised, or I might not even be surprised if there's no call for like the white or the east.
Boom.
I think the East you'd probably have to take as there's only one left, but definitely could pass on the white if you're feeling super ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
However, this late into the hand, I'd probably feel pressure to draw
Yeah.
to call, especially now that there's two calls over to the right. Though unfortunately, it does end up on that unfortunate Penchon 7 mon, like we were discussing earlier.
Mm-hmm. And very tough decision time for Alon right now with 2 3Ps out, getting the 4-5-6 Itsu, like it looks like they're trying to do, and dropping the 5 mon. A is dangerous to the right, but B also the 3P is just such a bad weight right here.
And now here's the decision
Eats.
point. The problem is, to work around it, you'd have to
Jeez.
drop the Dora, so he just goes for it, and that allows a weight change for the 8 mon Chun, of which there are 3 left in the wall, versus 3 pin.
Yeah, Moshi Moshi with the reds, not looking good.
Oh,
Could upgrade
right
to the
after.
6-9, but it's free 10. Yep, decides his drop.
Here's the 3 pin.
Ooh.
It's Suji to the Ricci too, but dodges for now. Has a bunch of honor safe.
Oh, that is true. I didn't even notice that trap set there. There would have been the upgrade potentially.
Oh,
Boom.
but there comes the 3 pin. They're
Yeah.
making an encore of the. So Ricci eats a Dora 1. Our monk on 12k is gonna put Robin dead last right now.
Yeah, actually really well trapped by Alon. Ended up working really well with that one too. Wonder if Alon was thinking about doing that when dropping the 6P much earlier in the hand, even though 3P is hard. Maybe if I can, get a reach, play this hand slow enough, then I can try to bait someone out with it.
And if your ideal is to never drop the Dora in that scenario, that's completely fine. You commit to keeping that Dora block in your hand even though it's a bad shape because you don't want to toss it later and you need some kind of value in the hand should the Itsu fail.
Mm-hmm.
So actually this hand, it looks like there is a pair of south held by Quincy would be looking to call that, or sorry, to draw that into Tenpai. You don't necessarily want to call it, though you can. However, there are options where you draw something around the pin soon, you end up dropping a block, whether that's the south fishing for a pin or the 5-3 so looking for a more efficient hand that can pawn remains to be seen. Across the way, we have a nice draw of the 4 so, pair of tune there. If Rob does want to speed up, though the hand would be extremely cheap. Doesn't have the Dora, would only have the Yakuhai Dora 1, even though the shapes are fairly decent. Whereas on the left, we have a hand that could be very expensive. You can get a Ricci pin for Itsu Dora 1 with some nice draws. Critical point in that hand is going to be the 3 pin.
Ooh, and decision time, looks like Rob is going to try to start cutting a little bit more of suit, maybe
Boom.
even angle towards a Toy or a Chi-Toy. But the problem is Quincy, now Tenpai on 4S, all tied up in hands. Could see it come out from Alon though.
Alon pauses for a while there, trying to decide whether he wants to call for a quick Tanya to try and hold the dealership. Decides not to. I think that's a fine pass. Across the way, we see more of a committal towards the Chi-Toy.
Yeah, interesting that 3 came out over 4. Ends up working out, but Rob G's flirting with death right now.
Yeah, and
Ooh,
if it continues, I imagine they're both going to come out.
South comes. I mean, could always, no, actually, yeah, 4 is tied up.
And now, dealer Ricci here, 6-9 pin, decides to Dama. Not sure what the intent of this Dama is.
Maybe not too confident on it coming out with it being Dora, but thinking maybe somebody might throw a Dora if I just don't reach.
Oh, he would have got
I
the
would have hit the
sumo though.
E5 sumo.
Oh, well.
That would have been so big.
That's
But
fine.
yeah,
We'll take
you
the
get to
sumo
keep the
anyway.
dealership. Yeah.
All right, another strong
Ooh,
dealership. This hand, though, yeah, this it
bit
leaves
of
a lot
a
to be
5-5
decided.
stinker, yeah.
Yeah,
Gonna
and
have to
we see
slow
that.
play.
Starts with the 9 pin, keeps the isolated honors. You have the overlap with the 6 pin anyway. You're gonna try and force something, maybe a Chi-Toy out of this.
Oh, could angle towards that, but still with only 3, it's gonna be a long journey to get there. And especially with Rob G's hand, Rob G with an extremely quick hand right now. 3 completed shapes with a pair to toe, just looking for one more good round then to put with it, and then I can see a very quick reach. But opts to
Decides.
throw
Oh,
4S.
I guess the thought is that you want a pair of either the Yakuhai for guaranteed Yaku, though, if you keep the Forso, you're guaranteed a good weight, a chance at Ipeiko even, or Pinfu. So
Yeah,
I heavily prefer that.
that's what I was thinking. You play slow enough, take the shape out of the reach, and yeah, like keeping the honors there, it's not only greedy, but it's also just unlikely too. Like anytime you commit to taking honors, like the chances of pairing them up are, I think, like really small. Like what, 10%?
Right. Yeah, there's
Or
something to hold around when your hand
yeah.
doesn't have the potential for value already. And here are
Mm,
the Forso, the other benefit is you can pick up the Dora Tuso, so I think that was just a mistake.
yeah.
But now you
Eats.
get Tenpai on this nice 2-3 pin weight, or you can take the kind of sneaky Chuntanki, decides to go for that. It is going to be a Richinomi though.
The only thing for this though is while the Chun is a little sneaky, there's some safe tiles in the middle, and if I'm across the table from this, especially after seeing that door drop right there and not away, I'm thinking that maybe there's some wackiness going on with it, right?
Don't.
But hold on, dealer gonna push it. Chun comes out, but again, even with reach Ura 1, still only 3,200 plus the Homba.
Rob doesn't manage to go back over 10k though, which is a decent enough start. However, it's going to take a little bit more than that. We'll see what happens during his second dealership. But for now, it's Quincy's dealership. Dora is the 2-mon, can pick that up with the lone 1-mon in
Gee.
hand, has the pair of Haku to speed things up. And now that you've seen a call from the left, you can start to assume that they either have Yakuhai or they're going for something like a
Boom.
Honitsu or an Itsu. And there's the confirmation. You're probably not thinking that it's a Chanta because the 9-pin and the 1-mon are cut right after, so this looks pretty much like either a hand that's just very fast already or a Honitsu shove.
Yeah, and I mean, I could see Alon just kind of trying to scare off Quincy a little bit. Right now, Alon is most worried about Quincy and Eric,
Eats.
just because obviously those are the two people closest in score. So I could see just trying to force out, get the table to either sacrifice value, or be very careful with what they're doing, slow their hand down.
As much as I like Hellweights, I don't really agree with this 9-mon Tanki to be
Yeah,
quick
I
crossed
mean,
away.
especially when like you have the 1S right there too, so you can still wait on a terminal.
And if you're
I
really not confident in that for whatever reason, like say you think the Honitsu has a few, it's early that you still have the time to work around and find another pair weight. So I might have held back there a little bit.
Yeah, very ambitious to say the least.
But we'll see what happens. There is one 9-mon left. It is in Rob's hand, but it does fit in for now. Yeah, now it's become a Sujitao, and it's also technically Sotogawa with the first 8-mon discarded, though with such a fast Riichi that's not super accurate.
Mm-hmm. 3 comes out. Time to
Go.
cut a pair. Whoa!
And there we go.
Oh.
That ends up working out after all. Get a Riichi Chi toy for 3,200. Things to say.
Yeah, not too bad of an outcome there, especially on the Hellweight reach. Helps Eric get a bit more points. Unfortunately, Rob the one paying in. So now this is make or break time for this game for Rob G, I'm thinking. Good shape to start too.
Yeah, not bad at all. You can move towards an Itsu, you can move towards Tanya if you want to cut the 1-mon or a Yakuhai here. A lot of nice options for value and quick repeat. However, over to the left, will we see
Whoa.
potential to get Shosangen? Doesn't look like the tune is in anyone else's hands. There's one discarded though.
Could even make it towards Daisongen. A lot of options. Hand to the right too, also very scary. Got the 6s and 7s paired up, as well as the Dora paired for the 9s. Oh, and the 1 to come too.
Boom.
Hold on. White gets called. Gonna be very interesting to see what happens when a green comes out and it gets snap called, assuming Quincy is not in Tempai by then. How the board is gonna react. What is with all these cheat toys? Alon's almost got a cheat toy built now too.
Some people might call this a Toitsuba. That means a round heavy on pairs. Sometimes when people have hands with a lot of middle tiles that are paired up, it kind of slows down normal hands that rely on those middle tiles and kind of creates a trend of going towards Chi Toy or Toy Toy. And that might be what's happening here. And that could spell trouble for Rob, whose hand
Heavily relying on a lot of those right now.
yeah. The 6-0 in particular is completely gone.
Oh, Dream's dead. Quincy doesn't believe. I was
Now,
thinking we could see maybe a 6-mon out there.
yeah, 6-mon could be an option, even 5-mon if you want to keep the good shapes and wait to draw the tune yourself. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're going for like the
Boom.
Daisangen or Shosangen, I think that you sacrifice the 6, you still have the pair afterwards. And then if you
Sure.
don't get the tune paired up and you can wait on
Boom.
Dora, then you do that. Oh,
and
it
Rob's gonna
immediately
toss the
comes out.
door right in there. I probably would have been greedy and tossed the 8-mon to try and use the door myself, and eventually that's gonna cost him not a
Yeah.
lot, but when you're in Rob's position, you know you can't really avoid those. You can't really afford those deal-ins.
The dealership loss is the biggest pain for Rob there.
Yeah, right now if you're Rob, you're either gonna start playing damage control or you're gonna go for unrealistic large hands. Like here, you look at the starting hand, you cry a little bit because you have one Dora and kind of mediocre value chances. So you could bring this into, if you're really lucky, reach pin through Dora 2, maybe even an Ipeko.
Yeah, a lot of options to play from. But still a little bit further off. I mean, everybody kind of too has, I think, is niche on 10 besides Alon, who obviously is pretty far, but
Yeah,
Alon's got a
Alon
lot of
is
weird, quirky options to choose from.
Alon is so far that he's once again doing that classic tactic where you just hold on to honors, you see if things develop slowly, and in the worst case, you get left with some relatively safe tells at the end.
Yeah. Nice little slow play, starting to drop them, see if anybody else has anything fast, start to spot any potential danger from the board. Not going to see anything yet though, and I think ever, because nobody really looks like they're going to be going for Yaku High for this round.
Looks like we have a Tenpai here. Rob is going to take a Dama 10, decides to drop the Dora going for the Tanyao chance. So honestly, Dora's 1 Han, Tanyao's 1 Han. Because the 6-9-mon isn't guaranteed a Tanyao, I just take the Ricci discarding 4-pin and try and recover some of my points.
Yeah. Or maybe even discard 4-pin and Dama, because it is still pin food. Try to pick up either 3S or 6S for the extra Yaku and points. Also a very valid option in my eyes.
Especially since you're full bar behind, you have the kind of
Boom.
option of doing those weird things. But here's the 6-mon.
Boom.
Yeah, that's gonna be a immediate on, but you need way more points than that though. That 2K is not nearly enough to recuperate what you've lost this game.
Unfortunately, that's only going to bring Rob up to 5,700. However, Rob's current starting hand does show some more potential for value than before. If you can bring this around to some kind of Sananko, and this is like completely unrealistic if you're someone with a score of like 20k or above, but if you're Rob, you got a dream once again, and you see these 3 pairs in the starting hand.
Think gotta make something of it. Gotta use it to the best of my ability. Alon, though, with a very quick Tanya shaping up right now, starting to make some decisions on how they're going to shape the hands, but pretty much any way you slice it, it's looking good.
I think as a lawn, I might have opted to toss the 2-4-so. I can see the idea here of getting the Ranmen and Pinzu. However, as of now, the 7-pin is the only pair the hand can use, so I'd rather go for the 4-5-6 Sanshoku.
Yeah. That is a good point too. I think seeing all the greens, the thought is maybe, oh, I can
Oh,
kind of angle
no.
towards 72 and oh yeah, it pushed in.
But that's okay. Now you have that shape. You can go back towards it, and you actually have a fairly wide Ishan 10. You're looking to draw the 4-pin back, but you can also accept the 4-7 so.
Yeah, the only problem here though is it looks like the end weight is a 5-chon or a 5-mon Conchon that is completely untrapped and unchecked on the board and Dora. So I can't imagine anybody is going to be dropping it.
Across the way, 5-pin draw. Rejects it, still going for more value, maybe forcing a Chi Toy now. Chi Toy Dora 2 would be a good start. And you could take this Chi here as a lawn. Go into Tanya Sancho Dora 1. But not confident in that 5-mon weight, and that's very understandable. You're in the lead, you don't want to be exposing yourself that much. At the same time, though, Eric is not far behind at 38.5, and Eric's hand is Ishan 10 currently.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine if you're Alon here, you're pretty much waiting to upgrade to Ramen on those Monzu. I think opening up to the 4-so and leading it off to be just a quick kind of bad Tanyao has a better chance at getting the 5-mon out of somebody's hand rather than the reach to push everybody back.
But just as we say that, the 5-mon is drawn by Eric and held, doesn't want to release the Shonpai Dora this late into the hand. That might derail Eric's plans a little bit. Over on the right, we have a fast hand as well. Already Ishanten could get a 4-5-6 Anshoku of their own, and that would definitely put Quincy in a good position to overtake first.
Yeah, with one dealership left, still have a little bit of time too, even if this hand doesn't quite make it there.
Each.
Eric draws the 6-mon, takes the Furiten Richi on the 4-7-mon. There are currently 3 left in the wall.
Not too bad odds, and it's going to push everybody else away, especially if you're trying to gun for first. You need to try to get Alon off dealer as much as possible right now.
Yeah, Alon draws the 9-mon, figures it's too dangerous to cut since the only Monzu in the discards is the 7-mon and goes for the Suji 7-pin to delay the option. And now his 2-pin it's really weird because the reach tells a 1-pin after all of that stuff, but pushes it anyway. The dealership is valuable.
Boom.
If one of the 9 comes out, looks like Rob G just going to try to get some points for the hand.
Yeah,
Feed it
pushes
up
the
that
1
barn.
chance. Looking for that K10. The difficult thing for Rob is going to be finding an excuse to push the 5-8-mon because those are just completely live Dora adjacent Suji that could put you even further in the hole than you would be just taking no 10.
It looks like Quincy going to be completely folding out, backing out of this hand. Can't say I blame them, especially with the dealership left. No reason to be taking extra risk. Put yourself down further.
Alon is still kind of struggling for options here, doesn't want to fold entirely, and ends up pushing that 9-mon from before.
Oh, but the 7 just came out as safe. Hold on. Might
And
see
here's
the
Tenpai.
4.
If you drop the 4, so your Tenpai on the 4-7, which has passed, or at least the 7 has.
Just came up once. Both 4s dead on board, so Alon knows not getting that side, but 5, 6, 7 still very much alive. And with a 5S draw, which I believe there's one more left, according to Alon, can also get Sanshoku incorporated
This is a
as
bad
well.
draw, though.
But yeah, that 3 is
It's very
scary.
live. You could go for the half Suji 4-mon. Decides the push is worth it. After all, it is it's a no chance tile with the Dora indicator. It is a live tile, though. Or actually, did it pass? No, it didn't pass. It's 1's cut. Not too terrible, but scary. Yeah. Nonetheless, 1K for Alon, Eric, and Rob.
Yeah, Quincy ends up paying the full price. Backs off of Tenpai thinking somebody would deal in, but luckily for Eric and Alon, that was right into the plans because Alon just collects the easy 1K, keeps dealership, and Eric, while trying to push everybody back, didn't really accomplish too much.
Yeah, unfortunately, Quincy is very close to the 30K line now, though Quincy does have one more dealership left in OLS. Looking around here, Alon's hand makes an excellent draw of the 7-mon. It's going to put him in 2 Shanten with the option to call the Haku. Quincy's hand has some interesting shapes in the Pinzu that are very flexible. You can look for a Tanya, though, potentially an Itsu, though I don't really see that happening. Across the way, I guess for Rob, that is an Ishanten, or Richi Tanyao, or Richi Dora 1, with the potential for Pinfu if you can get the 3-mon first, but you're looking for more than that.
Gee.
You might even be trying to force some kind of Sanshoku or an Itsu. And then over to the left, we're going to have that Junchan call, looking for the 9-mon, preferably, to go on the 8-pin wait for Junchan Sanshoku Dora 2.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with an end state where there's a good chance you can wait on like an inside 8 or a Shabo of terminals as well. I would think it's a really good Junchan push, just because at worst you're definitely not falling into the Furiton like you fell into last round, especially with the double door incorporated as well.
Alon had a really interesting choice there between dropping the 7-so pair or the Haku pair. If you drop the Haku pair, you have a chance at Pinfu. However, if you keep the Haku pair, you can pawn it, of course, into Tenpai. And in this case, he decided to cut the 7-so Tadashi, which might kind of mask your waiting area in the Sozu later on, and then picked up the 3-mon, which allows upgrades to and door acceptance of the 1-mon.
Yep, and that is going to be Tenpai on the 9-mon. Can't imagine that's coming out right now, though, from Alon. Alon also probably thinking the Haku is a little unsafe, just because of the clear Yaku need to the left. If
Yeah.
I was on the board, definitely you're thinking the white is going to go into Eric's hand. It's just about whether it's safe right now or it's already dangerous. Oh, and the 5 comes. Interesting.
Go.
So there's
Oh,
a-
and it
for the-
does. The 9
For the
rolled
second
out.
time in this Hanchan, Eric's going to win on the quote-unquote Hellweight 9-mon. And that's going to create a very clear leader here as we go into all last. Quincy's dealership starts with an Uncle of the North as well as a singular Dora West.
Ooh, that is a little clumsy. That is going to be very hard to shape up. I mean, you can't really go toy. Playing a normal shape, you're low on points, and you can't open up to help you out at all. It's going to be very interesting to see how Quincy decides to approach it. Even though you got the Dora too, you still only have 1, so if you full commit on it too hard, could see the hand pass you up before you're ready for it.
And what's Rob's plan here? Rob could be thinking of some kind of faraway Suanko, even starting with just a single Anko. Though that might be more realistic for Eric across the way, who has an Anko and 3 pairs. And then Alon, of course, with this 8-pin draw now has the option for a fast Tanyao if he wants to end in second above 30k, potentially even knock Quincy down below 30k.
Yeah, wouldn't do much for Alon himself, but does remove or does push Quincy a little bit further down. And as it's a league format, every point for everybody, as Alon knows very well, with last season does matter. Could be very, very big in the latter half, but could also see Alon just kind of playing back. As long as Quincy wins, still have another chance at a hand to potentially pass Eric.
Yeah. With this current hand that Alon has, I think it's going to be hard to surpass Eric unless you manage to pair up the Dora. Just because it has those kind of cheap vibes to it, I guess. I mean, you have the Ishanten there, but doesn't want to take it because that requires getting rid of the Dora, and you're not even guaranteed Tanya with that 2-3-mon. Still Ishanten now, though. That's my bad.
Working on it. Ooh, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Opts to check the door out. I think I actually really agree with that. While you want to wait on that value, while you want to get it, this hand is definitely falling prey to becoming too slow. So I like just taking the full efficiency approach to it. Could potentially even see a Sanchoke if 7-so is drawn, but it is a little far. Quincy also has the
Yeet.
option to drop a north for a Pinfu wait, but Alon is going to Tonki on the west that just got thrown out, and that could spell deep, deep disaster later on.
Now Quincy has this really difficult decision because he doesn't want to fall below 30k, but it's his dealership and he is in third with almost no risk of 4th place, so he just shoves forward with the 5-pin. Decides
it's
that the
only-
pins...
I was gonna say it's only 5 points, right? With worth of Uma plus whatever you deal in, so it's not the worst in the world.
And the Pinzu doesn't look too expensive at the moment either. So he just forges forward with that. These other 2 Wests remain to be seen. This could be a Mangan Sumo for Alon.
Very, very possible. The only problem is I think Rob G is almost definitely going to incorporate, and I'd imagine Eric, being in first, is never going to risk dropping a West.
Boom.
There goes June.
Still needs to get rid of the white and green. Green completely safe once cut. White not as lucky, but still could see it dropped out.
Rob might be looking for Daisangan, though, with how things are going.
It's true, a little hard. Oh, and now relegated to Shosangan.
Yeah, and that's probably going to seal it. You probably drop the Hatsu here and go for Toy.
Kang.
And there's the con. Eric held on to that for a while, but
Senpai.
Senpai
And
takes
is
the
going to take the
Hakutanki.
on the
Oh
hot.
my.
This is the
Oh
hand
no.
here.
And here's
Uh-oh.
the chance for it to be a Nitatsu.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
no.
Raji doesn't sense the
Disgusting.
danger. Throws it out. But no Ura hits, so not too bad. Ricci pots, but Eric still leads off.
Yeah, just to note there, the 1-4 weight would have been Furuiten, so if you're gonna chase, you might as well take
No.
the Hakutanki.
That is
And
a
yeah,
very, very fair point.
really high scoring game for Eric with plus 37, followed by Alon with a very respectable plus 9. Quincy's going to squeak out with that plus 0.5, and Rob, unfortunately, is going to take the minus 46.5. All right, and we should be following up with these guys on a second game soon. A lot of really exciting dynamic play.
Looks like they're ready in just a second, too. Looks like very quick run back. I mean, everybody doing pretty well. Rob G definitely missing some of the danger on the board there. But very interesting chases and pushes, and kind of push pulls with value. I feel like a lot of people were really trying to push to take the higher value, even if it was slower a lot of the time. What do you think about that, especially with D3 in the format that it's in, with the 2 leagues as well as the sort of playoff spots for promotion and all that?
Well, it makes sense. At that moment, there's not really too much to lose, so you may as well high roll a little bit. And even if you are in the lead, because it is a league format, like you said, you still want to be going for those high value hands early in the league when you have kind of a buffer amount of time where even if you take a negative result, you still have time to kind of make it back. And you might take a little less of that kind of risk towards the end of the league. So it makes sense that Alon, for example, with his plus 30 something at some point, was still going for those large Mongon hands instead of the kind of more direct, fast one-on hands. It does look like we have started the second game, though.
Each.
Quincy's going to be our first dealer, followed by Rob, who has just declared Ricci, and that is a 2-5 pin win.
Ooh, potential
Looking
for
for the
Sancho
5 pin.
too, yeah. So it is the Dora
Yes.
indicator, so already one cut to see, and it is around Dora, making it much more dangerous to the other players.
This early, Rob has so much time to sumo that he probably just doesn't care.
Oh yeah, with an early reach like that, half the time I think people are expecting you to just take a bad way, which in this case Rob doesn't have too bad of one, and especially with the Dora coming out, could lead people off to the danger of the hand, but sadly Eric gonna pawn that.
Each.
So now everybody's going to be very scared, but Quincy doesn't care, follows up with a reach, looking on 1-4. We include the terminal, and it looks like it is Alon's game to deal in right now.
Yeah, Alon is kind of the only person here with not a whole lot worth pushing for, but luckily does have a decent array of safety for now. Eric, even though he has that Dora 6-pin pawn, still needs to find his way to Tanyao.
A lot of dangerous checks to go back and forth. Oh, and the pair pickup, that is huge. That allows Alon to play the hand and still incorporate all the deal-ins. Because even with a 2-5 draw, Alon can still incorporate it on that 3-4, which I think they're going to be looking to do anyway. Avoid Furita. We'll have to see how it's responded. Oh, and Quincy gets the sumo.
We're up at 1,000 all and shuts down both the Dora 3-hand and the opposing Ricci, which could have easily been a Mongon or Hanuman.
Yeah. Definitely not the worst come around for Quincy, especially after seeing that that Anko of Dora across table.
Yeah.
And Rob G has a closed con right now of Yakuhai.
Con.
Potentially try to see Rinchan. Oh, opts to take it right now, see what shape we're looking for. Check the Dora. Make sure to incorporate it. Luckily for them, it is going to be Sozu, San Sozu, which is also the suit looking to incorporate, from what I can tell, for Rob G.
Also worth noting that Alon also did start with a con of the 4-pin in hand, though here has a reason not to take it with that 5-pin Ryanman. That's actually 2 potential groups in the hand is Ishanten. Actually, Tenpai now. If you chuck the Dora, you could take Tenpai looking for Ura, but Alon opts to look for both a better weight, Kanyao, and a way to use 3-so Dora. Since early on, this kind of setback is very acceptable.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was gonna say, we could even potentially see a shake towards Sancho too. Potentially try
now
to hit
drawing-
like a 3-4-5, 4-5-6, something like that.
And now drawing this 2-mon gives you a lot more freedom to form better shapes and still use one of the Dora, even if
Each.
it's not the original. And you just take the reach on the 1-4-7-mon.
Yeah, with double Ura, I think the 3-sided is more than fine. You could potentially try to wait for like a 7P, that way you could con again. But little greedy, and I think you're more than fine with Ura too. Or no, Tenho allows you if you draw the 7P. Do we allow that? If you draw the 7P to con
No.
post?
Chi.
I don't think so. Or maybe Tenho does. I'm always very, very unsure about these rules, but normally no, you wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
do that.
So we're hearing from the cupboard, it looks like that is not an option. So not gonna see that third or that second con, but again, Ura with 2 Ura chances, you don't really care too much.
So for this Sanmensch on the 3-sided weight, there's actually only 3 tiles left in the wall. And now there's Tenpai to the right, looking at South Dora 2. Oh, sorry, Dora 3, possible Dora 4 if you went on the 2-mon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's another 1-mon.
One comes out. Let's see, you got the 4P pair, but the 7 as well. Ooh, Quincy
Once
senses
cut
the danger.
Hatsu. Oh,
There's the
that answers our question for sure
Uh-huh.
now. The 7-pin was drawn and no con was made.
Yeah, if you're Alon, there's no shot you don't con there. So must just not be applicable. Now decision time for Eric. Shun, once cut, still wants to keep it. A little bit worried about the Honitsu to their left, I assume. Gonna play safe out, and it is not coming together with this 3-sided. I think it's that 1 tile left, maybe?
Yeah, 1 left in the wall
Or no,
versus...
two 7-mon, right? Yeah, I think it's 2 7-mon in the wall.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 4 is dead, 1's dead, so very, very terrible way. Oh, and yeah, that's gonna get incorporated, especially with the
Right.
6-mon.
Yeah,
One
so it's gonna
chance.
be, what, 1 versus 2 tiles in the wall.
Sumo.
Oh,
All you need is 1.
All you need, we draw those. Don't need it from anybody else. And with the Ura 1 hit, guarantees the Mongon. Already guaranteed with Armor Wheel set before that, but could have bet a Hanemon, but again, this early into the game, you are more than fine with that.
Now we're
Ooh.
gonna move on to Rob's first dealership here. East 2, Dora's the west. Rob's hand is looking like something that you're just gonna have to hope to reach you with. Maybe pair up the Hatsu, but we know that's impossible because Alon has a pair of both the Hatsu and his Sequin in the west. You
Which is
can move this
also
towards...
the Dora. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's scary hands. This is looking into the Hanemon Daimon range potentially with some later draws. Oh, and it's so quick. Could wait on her ramen. Even with a
And-
3-6 hit, could
Yeah.
Shabo on Dora Hatsu.
Yeah, I think at that point you're just gonna take the first chi you can on the 3-6-mon and wait. Or in this case, the pawn for 3 Han.
Could always drop the 7 too.
Yeah, you can pull in the west, drop the 7.
And imagine nothing too crazy happening because Alon opted to drop the 6S instead of the 4-5.
Wrong.
But there's the run.
Immediate. That quick, you're never expecting that. And I mean, honestly, could have been a lot worse. That was brewing on a Mongon. I'm actually surprised Alon didn't try to wait around a bit longer, maybe even take a slower hand, pass that up once or twice to try to fish out the west and just Tonki wait on something.
Honestly, though, because Alon had a bit of a lead, I'm fine with that. I feel like if the
Sure.
3-6-mon was kind of a better quality weight, like a 1-4-pin, for example, that you could wait around a little bit longer. But that kind of Class C Ryanman and the fact that they had like no real clear shot at Honitsu makes me want to take it early. Especially since we have the chance to pull in the west anyway and approve afterwards. So he could
Yeah.
afford that kind of thing. Meanwhile, though, we move into E3. It's Eric's dealership. We look like we have a potential Itsu in the Sozu. We have the Dora acceptance of the Foramon. Is currently 2 Shanten. Over to the right, we have 3 pairs. We have 1 Dora. Still needs a little bit of steering to decide where that hand is going to go. For now, you're just aiming for a Ricci. Across the way, looks like Quincy's hand has 2 complete blocks, 2 pairs, and 2 other shapes, so 2 Shanten currently. Not a whole lot of value, though. You're looking for a pin potential. Sorry, Quincy's hand is E Shanten. If you draw the 3 pin, you can get your Pinfu. And over to the left, Alon's hand has the extended Manzu shapes that could give you a chance at Ipeco.
Yeah, the name of the game in this hand is going to be who draws what first. Which I guess the name of the game, most of them. But, ooh, chance to take Tenpai on
Yeet.
2-5. Opts to immediately reach it. Not looking for the Ipeco upgrade. No
And-
Dora in hand either, too. I'd imagine that might be a good candidate for a waiter.
Quincy is actually Tenpai as well, though it's a Furiton Tenpai in the 1-4, so it decided not to Ricci that good weight. The hand doesn't have any value either, so a Furiton Ricci might feel dangerous when you can't see it with the Dora.
Yeah. Still a lot of value on board that you do not have eyes on, so makes sense to slow it down, back up a little bit. Only problem is even if like you draw 8p and try to, you know, get a 3-sided out of it, it's still a little clunky. Oh, the 8 there, that's something. Can wait on just the 4, get out of Furiton.
Yeah, it would be a Nakasuchi trap, but that wouldn't be Nakasuchi to rob, so not as effective as normal.
Same scenario here, looking to cut something. Might just cut the 5.
I'm almost thinking of 9-mon here.
Yeah, I was gonna say double 9-mon does look better and better as the turns go.
Eric's going to draw the deal-in tile with a 5-pin. Can use it, but
Yeah, I'd imagine with your other shapes, nothing you have is too good right now, so might as well keep the dangerous ones, especially because you can still Mawashi with them. Here's the 8, like we were talking about. Maybe see double 9-mon out. Nope, then throws the 2.
Tuso keeps the Ishanten.
Guess because 9's close to the reach. Quincy trying to sense some danger on
Oh,
it.
sorry, not dropping the 9-mon keeps the Ishanten too, but you still have the Furiton issue. I don't know.
Yeah,
I get
but
what you're saying with the 9 being close to the Ricci, but it is Suji and you already see one out, so it'd have to be a Tonki.
that's what I was thinking. And like with the 3-sided right there, and then all the furry 10 fixes, you can even go Tanya to try to get the 4S out immediately and then wait on the 3-sided, hope 9P doesn't come out. There's so many dodges. Ooh, and it looks like a lawn. Got Tenpai, gonna be Dama on the Shabo. Formon 8P, not looking too good.
It is, however, Dora too. I might just take the Ricci there and try and get a run. But now the waiting has paid off. You have Tanya.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the big upgrade. That is exactly what you're looking to see. Now all of a sudden Alon very dangerous. Does anybody sense it though?
And Quincy's Tenpai 2 on the 4-pin 9-mon. However, it's an incredibly weak weight with no Yaku, so it would probably be willing to just fold at the drop of a hat.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, the 4-so was a live tile this late. Eric really trying for that Tenpai. This Foramon is a tough push. It is Nakasuji, though. But it's Dora.
Boom.
And it's gonna pay for it. It's a
It's thrown
Mongon.
out. I mean, with all the terminals and everything dropped from Alon, you're probably thinking that there's no Tenpai over there. Not too much danger, just worried about Rob. And the Foramon looks pretty safe against Rob.
My problem always when it comes to Dora is even though the deal-in rate is really low, if it does deal into a case where it's Nakasuji, you're thinking they probably have a Tonki or a Shampon, so it's a
Yeah.
nasty deal-in if it does happen, especially if your own hand isn't worth anything. So I personally would have held back there, but I'm a much more defensive player.
No, yeah, especially when it's Dora, I think you just kind of gotta like take a step back, think, where am I right now? How much is what I'm doing for worth? And in the most reasonable case of, oh, I get, I deal into this, how much am I paying for that? And when you analyze it like that, I think the risk reward is definitely just never in your favor with a door drop, at least in that scenario.
Either way, a lot's going to go into his dealership with 50,200 points here, a staggering lead. His hand is currently 2 Shanten, so you want to replace that 8-9 pin. At the very least, you want to draw 6 pins so you can still use the Dora but move towards Tanyao. Anything else kind of popping out to you?
Nah, I'm not seeing too much. I mean, I'm looking around. Eric has a kind of interesting hand, but there's so much shape to go. And yeah, with all the drops earlier, not going to play it too interestingly. I think just wait, take the slow draws. Rob G in kind of a similar position. I mean, Alon's looking the best right now. Not good end weights, but with dealer too, you might not even need it. Just a reach to scare everybody else off, even though you're in first, looking to just kind of get the game going.
Yeah, Lon actually backs off of the 2 Shanten here with that 8 Mon drop. Now can get a chance at a Tanyao Sanshoku if you can draw around that 4 pin, but it is getting a bit late.
And I think Alon has been doing a lot of Dora acceptance plays, so I can't imagine that they're going to drop the 9 pin unless it's for Tenpai.
Still fishing for more good shapes this late in the hand. Alon drops the 3 Mon, gets rid of the Ishanten. Unfortunately, it would have been Tenpai there for Tanyao, but it would have been a 4 Mon
Eat.
wait.
Quincy immediately going to follow up with the 4-7 Mon Pinfu wait.
Yeah, this
One
time a
door
really
at a
really nice non for a 10 weight on the 4-7 Mon. And the Mons don't look too incredibly expensive, though from our perspective, we know there's only 4 left in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And now immediately a chance to chase, but the 4 pin looks so dangerous.
Yeah, the 4 pin looks really,
I
really
think
bad.
it just go as dealer though. I think that you can afford
Sumo.
this, but decides to Mawashi and avoids
Works
tossing his
out,
stick.
drawn anyway. Better that somebody else, or better that it's not you dealing indirectly and just paying the sumo payment.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is going to take the 4K here, but with the lead, no reason to take those risks. So we move into South 1. Quincy's dealership now to see if he can pull that momentum through to this hand. And it did be going the same route with this pin style hand. You can explore 5 so you can get a potential Sanshoku if things go right. Really nice starting hand as the dealer. Over on the right, I'm not seeing a whole lot other than that Dora. There might be some kind of shifts to Pinfu, but it's going to be slow. Across the way, have that Haku pair, but you kind of want more than just the Haku. So you'll want to do something with that 5-so, and then over to the left is probably the next most likely hand to complete, which is already 2 Shanten with decent shapes.
I think Eric gonna secure Yaku early on. That way, I can play a little bit more risky, waiting on the Dora. And I mean, you're not in too terrible of a position. Quincy's your direct competitor right now. Taking their final dealership early could prove to be fruitful. Give yourself a little bit more time with your dealership later on. And I mean, any points to try to chase up to Alon too are going to be good on your end.
Rob is in Shanten now. Takes a long while to decide there, but decides to drop the 2-3 pin. Ryanmen wants to keep the Dora Kanchan.
Mhm.
Oh, and a nice draw here.
7-8, very, very good looking. Oh, this is an interesting
Drop.
decision.
Yeah. So now you can get Tenpai in a 3-6-9 pin or the 4-5 pin east, and you want the 3-6-9 because that gives you the pin Fui Teiko chance.
Eat.
Mm-hmm.
And here comes the Richi. Con 6-0 for Richi Dora 1. There is 1 out already.
Oh, and the perfect draw.
Eat.
And now you just chase.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
you're not even as worried about the 1 pin as you would be normally with the 3 pin Richi because the 2 pin was discarded before that, so it was a Ryanmen drop. So there are cases where people will drop 2-3 pin from 2-2-3-3 to go for an efficient
Eat.
hand. And the third
Go.
case is going to deal in.
Reaches out. Disaster for Quincy.
And the Ura for 5,200 is really going to put a sting in that deal in.
Really surprised that Alon decided to reach there instead of just Dama the Tanyao or not Tanyao, excuse me, the Pinfu with possible Ipeko.
I think this comes down to the fact that one, Alon is probably willing to push a lot for such a good weight, but also that this is a league format. Alon is gonna want to greed for that extra value this early on, especially with such a good weight. I feel like if it wasn't such a good weight, we probably would have seen the Dama, judging by the way he's handled previous hands. So Rob's dealership here, Doors the 1-mon, starts with a pair of that, has the chance for an Ipeko in the upper Pinzu. The hand is slow overall. Meanwhile, over to the right, we see what could be a Pinzu Honitsu if it weren't for the fact that you have a completed 2-3-4 mon, so it's probably just going to be a Yakuhai Riichi. Is Ishan 10 currently.
I mean, could also kind of angle it towards the Chanta. Still clunky because you have to drop 4 or 5, but that would incorporate the Dora as well. It'd be a very aggressive angle for Eric, but I mean, it also helps you get ahead of Rob G. Wouldn't be surprised if for some reason 1-mon comes out. Could see a chi of that and an angle towards. But it looks like Eric is just going to keep open the E2 play after drop the double north. Probably, do you take the Chun drop instead of the north to keep Pinfu open if you get 8s?
I think so, because right now, if you pull in the Chun, you're not really in
Eat.
a terribly good shape. It's low value with potentially a very bad weight if you draw the 8 pin. Well, actually, that's not terrible, but
Not terrible, but it could be a lot better.
yeah, I think if I'm not going to take the Shabu option, I'll drop the Chun
Yeah,
and go
and I
for
mean,
Pinfu.
you got the Norse later on to drop too if somebody reaches and you're feeling that and you're a little bit worried about having safe tiles to fold out, whereas in this case, because Chun's unchecked, you always run the risk of dropping into a Shabo or a weird Tonki.
Yeah, and in this case, the North did come in handy
Boom.
because Quincy's Riichi on the Con 5 mon for Riichi Dora 1 allows him to
Eat.
get to this point in the hand where he can chase for the Riichi E2, looking for the 6 the Takame. Otherwise, this is just Riichi Nomi. And that's kind of where reversing the order would have helped a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 4 versus 2 tiles here.
Ooh, the problem with Rob G is Yaku though, and interestingly enough, looks like Rob G is maybe going to try to chase on a Toy, but it doesn't matter. Quincy in reach throws into Eric, no Ura, but still gives you a meaningful jump up. Try to chase second, get above starting value, especially with the dealership left.
Yeah, and now it is Eric's dealership. The Dora is the waiting for the 1 pen. Starts with a pair of the Yakuhai East, which we could see pawning of here. Steve does take the pawn. Not a whole lot of value in this hand, so going for the fast yellow repeat. Over to the left, who needs to pawn Yakuhai when you just start with an Anko of the south like that? Really fast hand could go for Riichi Ipeko Dora 1 with the non to boot. And everyone else, kind of mediocre hands, other than Quincy, who could shape up to a Sananko if he's lucky.
Yeah, Quincy has some options in there. I can't imagine we'll see them though, although with a big hand needed to jump back up in order to try to scratch second or first, much more likely. Although Eric seems to be just tunneling away, already in 10 buy on 2P and a Dora Shabo upgrade with a 1P draw.
Unfortunately, 2 of the 2 pin are gone, which actually gives Eric a higher chance of drawing the 1 pin for that Champon upgrade.
It's all going to depend on how the hand is shaped up. Rob G opting to keep the 7P and Eric switching a little bit.
There's the 2 pin draw, but I can't imagine that Quincy's going to drop it.
No, Quincy gonna try to incorporate it. That allows Quincy to incorporate Dora themselves. So with Dora, 2P, a lot of different options. I can't imagine Quincy throwing anything that's going to deal into Eric this round.
And now Quincy's in a pretty good shape because he can take a good weight Ricci and he's either guaranteed the Tanya on the 4-pin or the Dora 1 on the 1-pin. And this is now 2 people in Ishan 10 now that are going to be challenging the dealer. I see kind of what the point is with these Karagiri. That means cutting the same tile from your hand that you just drew with Eric's hand. However, after you've dropped 2, 3, 4-pin, you're kind 2, 3, 4 Mon and early Sozu, you're kind of giving away the fact that you're probably a little more likely to be waiting in the Pinzo. It might be counterintuitive, actually. Oh, sorry, counterproductive.
Dong.
But here comes the
Rob
2-pin
G.
anyway.
Second 2P doesn't fit super well into the hand. Looking to get Dora involved in there, ends up dealing in. Now Eric gets the reset on the hand with a much, much better shaped up hand. Already Dora in and some good Ryanmans and shapes.
And is now notably over 30k, though it is only by a very, very slim margin. This 5-mon draw helps, though. Already in 3 Shanten. It's very easy to get a Mangan with this hand.
Especially with like a Sanshoku Tanya angle, still very in the cards, with Adora as well. There is a lot of value as dealer. This is the hand that
Yeet.
you get and start thinking, okay, well maybe I can go against Alon, but Quincy has other ideas, gonna be waiting on 1-4 so, or excuse me, 2-5 so.
Yeah,
Potential
this
for
is it.
Ipeko too.
Yeah, Ricci Pinfo at the very least. Unfortunately, all the 2-sos are gone, though the one in Eric's hand is very loose, and if Rob gets enough material around the Sozu, might just drop the 2-so himself.
Yeah. Definitely a chance. Rob's been dropping those pairs connected before, so wouldn't surprise. Although Eric, yeah, with that disconnected too, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I think Eric is safe if he manages to draw around the 2-so, but there's 3 3-so gone, so that seems unlikely. And right as I say that, now we're Ishan 10, but it's an awful Ishan 10 after he
Still
decides to
awkward.
continue
That's
bailing.
interesting. I mean, maybe you could think maybe if I get like the 3, or excuse me, maybe I can drop the 3-mon there and try to still keep that shape in. Maybe discard 6-so or something later on, but Eric looks like it's got to be basically full Genbutsu, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, still not a whole
Yeet.
lot of options for folding here, and now there's a
Dong.
Ricci, and there goes the 2-so. And the deal into the Takame for Ricci Pinfu Ipeko, can we see the Ura? We do. That's big.
For the Mangan, Quincy all of a sudden in it, very realistic chance at A, getting above 30 and B, getting second.
Yeah, we go into Alon's dealership, and Alon is probably happy with playing fairly passive here, but this hand is just too good. Already 2 Shanten, you're looking at a very clear Tanyao. And even if you wanted to fold, with a hand like this, it's very difficult to fold, so Alon's just going to go for the win here, most likely.
Yeah, that wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, with something like this too, and especially with last season where you were just struggling on points, and you could see how volatile the league was, and just some weeks you're hitting good, hitting big, eating well, and then other weeks you're struggling to get a scrap. I think Alon's going to stack it up as much as he can, and then at the sense of any significant danger is going to just completely back off.
And Alon did manage to get Ishanten.
Tenpai now with
Thinking
this.
about what...
On the 2-5, bit awkward. Not a lot of value
Yeet.
too.
But decides to, yeah, pressure the board, really. You could wait around for the 2-5 pin, which would give Tanyao and Pinfu. But the end, it's gonna be the same weight, so it just decides to go for it now.
That's what I was thinking. You have a lot of pretty good upgrades, and I mean, you're in first. You can afford to play a bit more passively, and especially if you can get like or not the 5, the 2, or yeah, the 2 or the 4 to go to the Pinfu Tanyao upgrade. That's immediately an extra 2 Han. It gives you so many more points. Could potentially even see like a wiggle down closer to Dora.
I think that
shape too.
The idea here, though, and part of the reason I actually agree with this Ricci over waiting, is that one, we're approaching the second row, so we don't have all that much more time to look for a very narrow set of upgrades. But more importantly, if we do go for those upgrades, it gives other people the path to push, and because our hand can't defend at this point, it doesn't have enough kind of intuitive safety,
Eat.
we're actually might be in more danger if we don't Ricci. So now that there's this chase, things are looking
5P.
dangerous. Yeah, and notably, the 2-pin is 1 chance. So Eric might eventually end up cutting that as a fairly reasonable safe tall against both players. Or sorry, not safe, but... And now another draw of the 2-mon. Gonna see a 1-mon drop here?
Con.
Yeah, I can imagine it's the 5.
Oh, a con.
2 con. Okay, scare the board a little bit.
And now Alon's going, uh-oh, half my weight is gone and someone's chased me.
Yeah, definitely not feeling good as
Sumo.
Alon, but yeah, the second we
Good
talk
sumo.
about it, just draw the
No,
Sumo.
1,000 all, and you steal the Ricci stick and avoid the danger. You're wiping your brow. Whew.
Oh yeah. I'm feeling really good. And with that too, Eric is all of a sudden below 30k. So that is actually huge for Alon. Not safe yet, because any Tempai by Eric to where the game ends is going to put Eric above. But that extra 5 points for sliding Uma is going to be really nice for Alon. Only problem is, bit of a clunker here is going to opt to play a little bit of a weird angle. Maybe go for just a easy Yakuhai, or potentially add in Shanta, potentially even Dora later down the line.
Yeah. Eric wasn't so close to the 30k mark. I might just think of bailing this hand from the start because it's so easy to bail with a hand that starts with this many honors and pairs. But as is, because the margins are so tight, and also because, like we've been saying over and over, this is a league format, it makes sense for Alon to push here, and he still has the safety to fold with the East triplet.
Man, with that's earlier when Alon dropped 4-2, I almost wanted the 4 drop, but to keep the 2 just in case you could angle towards Sancho, give yourself a little bit of extra value on that too, especially depending on how hard you get fed by Eric.
I mean, the other thing to think about is kind of the Shiro Sushi, though.
I mean, there's already a
maybe.
south on the board. There's already a north. Like,
And
yeah.
now Alon's saying nope. Just gonna.
I
could still get
agree
it,
with
but
that. You could throw the red. You could see
oh,
what happens.
he's going for it.
Oh, we got Dreamer. Okay. I mean, you're in first, honestly. Like,
You could
screw
still
it.
go for it if you just drop the red, though. And the one's still
Yeah.
safe against 2 players. Now, no. Just commit to it if you're gonna do this.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth
Yeah.
committal. I mean, the door acceptance is nice, but like, if you're gonna go that way, I think you either go all in or kind of pull back.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit of regret there. Now this second south comes out, you're darn.
Now decision time. Opts to cut around Dora. Interesting.
And now Tempai.
Lie on it too bad.
Yeah, I think Quincy here is happy to take the 2 Han and just finish things off.
Potentially with a direct hit to Eric too. I believe, is that an overpass? Yeah, that'll overtake too.
By 700 points. Or sorry, a little more because of the Humba.
Yeah. But I mean, even you're fine with Alon. Yeah, and that is Quincy's exact plan because he wants the second place overtake.
Yeah, but
I mean, I think it's fair on the 5-7. It's a fairly decent way. It could see it out right now too. Nope.
My only worry here, kind of that this is giving last place a lot of chances to Yakuten us, because they can do that on Among on Sumo. The more we wait around, especially this late in the hand, the higher those chances become.
It's true, but it's also a good amount of placement for you too.
It's just the worst case scenario, you end up in last place here with 3 people under 30k.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh my god. No way, right? No way,
Sumo.
right? Nah.
But there's Sumo, no way indeed.
I don't think that's enough though, right?
Yeah,
But
you just
I
have to
guess
take it
taking
anyway
for the
because
furry
of the,
ton.
You can't pass that one. It isn't enough, but minus 6.9 will
Plus.
take that. And that's kind of
Yeah.
like, if you look at the difference between Eric and Quincy, it's very small. That's why I'm kind of just fine to take the first run as well. In the end, Alon's going to take a whopping plus 38.1 here and leaving everyone else in the negatives. Just small penalties for Eric and Quincy with minus 1.5 and minus 6.9 respectively. And unfortunately, Rob's going to take another around minus 30 here. So a rough start for his side of things, but plenty of time to make it back. That's only the second game of this winter season.
No, yeah, you got plenty of opportunities as the time goes on to take it back. And I mean, just any information even you can get early on how people are going to be playing, what's going on, what should I be worried about later on when people are forced into different situations. I mean, even just info going down on force is going to be huge, huge, huge. Especially depending on the playoff spots and how that results. Because again, very weird P3 division going down.
Absolutely. Oh,
And it looks
okay.
like we're going to get a transfer to A2 right now. Looks like the A2 table is going to be playing 4. So I believe that is going to be next up. Looks like they just started. So as we get things set up, we're going to transfer a bit more to that. Looks like the players on the table are going to be Pio, Dustin, Kevin, and Matthias or Matthias. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce it. Probably should know that, but
They
yeah,
did about half an hour before this setup game, so imagine they're on their third, if not their fourth game already.
yeah, I believe it's the 3rd from when I was checking game starts. Give another quick check. It looks like they get 1, 2, 3. Oh, the 4th actually. So they have been trucking them out. It's going to be final for them, and just giving a backroom check right now for stats. If I can pull them up, try to see who's where. While we get things updated for the screen.
Well, while you find that, we're going to start off here with Pio as the dealer. The door is the 8 Mon. Starts with a pair of the South and the Red. And right off the bat, discards the Eitsu. Not interested in the Honitsu, because that Pinzu block is complete. But maybe interested in this Shosangan shift if he draws very well. Over to the right, we have a more traditional hand. You're just looking for a Ricci here. Maybe Dora 1 if you can manage to get the 8 Mon. But now with the 7 Mon draw, you don't have to be reliant on that. Across the way, we have 2 pairs, 1 so in the 7 so, but overall a very clunky hand indeed with very low value potential. And then over to the left, we have a really excellent hand actually. Already Ishan 10, you can either get a an Itsu or you can get a Sanshoku. I believe this is called a golden one away. One of my favorite type of shapes for a hand. If you draw the 3 pin, you get the Sanshoku. If you draw the 9 Mon or the 1 Mon, you get the Itsu chance. But actually has Tenpai here. This is a 147 weight. I think you should just call it Ricci though. It's a very good Pinfu.
Yeah, you got a lot of options with it.
Each.
And it's pretty early too. And we do end up seeing an immediate Sumigiri reach. It'll be interesting to see how the other players react to that info too.
There's a little bit of a joke meta here where if people know I'm commentating that they purposefully do the Sumogiri Ricci because they know I hate that tactic. And Kevin is in our club, so he'd know about that. But I think
So
Kevin might have
big,
legitimately been looking for the upgrades to Itsu or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's,
I guess with 9 or 1 so too, you do have Pinfu and then Ipeiko intake, so it is pretty good. Or I guess 1 is the Tsumo anyway, so you're just looking for the 9S.
Now Pio's the chase here. South, South completes an Anko, so that's a Chun 1 so wait. A little bit of an overlap.
Mochi Mochi, but 2 Chuns in the wall.
And if you look at Quincy's weight, it's actually dead on the 1 so and the 4 so, so it's going to be a 1 tile versus a 2 tile. Pio's at an advantage here.
Mm-hmm. GS comes out. Uh-oh. I can't imagine Matthias is going to throw that 4 so, right?
It is Tenpai.
Oh, and does
there
take it. Chases for the Tenpai.
Ricci Pinfu, Tanya. 1 Ura for Mangan, and that's why we take those hands.
Mhm. Never know if you're gonna hit it, get that huge points increase.
Absolutely. We're going to go to the East 2 now. Doors the 7 Mon. It looks like the dealer is going to start with one of those. The hand overall is kind of clunky. You're looking to maybe pair up the double East or the Aqua. And I'm sorry, skip the normal order of things. Look over to the left at Pio's hand.
Pio's is crazy right now. You have so many calls. You have the double Yakuai in hand. You have you have a good chance at Honitsu. You could even maybe angle towards like a Toy Honitsu if 6S for some reason comes out, especially when it's really early. Very, very interesting to see how the hand is going to get played. It looks like opts to slow roll, or not slow roll, increase the speed of the hand, and take a little bit less points.
Honestly,
but then again,
though,
Max out there.
I don't see how much that actually speeds up the hand when it's just a Kanchan. If it's a Rion, then I'd
That's what I
probably
was
be more
thinking.
willing. But I'm going for
Yeah.
a Mangan here every time, so this
Oh
I'll
my
accept. That.
god. Oh my god. Just read the wall. I should
Shall we
have
see
just
the
read it.
Hornroad?
Double 9p. I should have seen it.
Unfortunately, Kevin is
Not
across the way
as-
with a Dama again. Already on
Oh
the
boy.
7-mon Dora for Tanya Dora 1. And this Dama I can understand a little bit more because you're really not expecting the Dora to come out again. If you're lucky, the dealer calls Ricci and someone drops a Dora, then you just steal it and take it down. Oh, but here.
Could go on the 5, but
Yeah,
still not that good.
Decides to drop that. So some of the options there is you can change to the 5, which gives you the Ipeiko chance, same value. Or you could Karagiri Ricci the 4-mon looking for the Suji trap, but as usual, Suji 3 and Suji 7 are very weak, and a lot of these more experienced players are not going to fall for that, especially if
with
the
Dora.
Dora. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does take the Ricci here, though, so maybe hoping that people kind of read into that
Yeah,
4-mon
maybe
drop
open
as
it
a
for
safe
people.
area.
Yeah.
But Pio has managed to get into Tenpai now.
Oh, that's so
And
big.
my goodness, is it large, yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Your PO, you draw another honor. Do you dream?
I think Pio might do that. That feels
You
like the
think-
kind of thing Pio would do.
Okay. Oh, okay. Doesn't want terminal. Not good enough. Yeah, I guess with the double 9p
Dealer
drop.
Tenpai here. Could go for the
Each.
Sananko Sumo. The 1 pin is once out.
Oh my goodness, this is getting crazy real quick. Keeps the 3, the 1 comes. Oh,
This is
3p
quite a
comes out.
battle.
We'll have to see. Looks like what 1 3-so, 1 1p left in the wall,
Num.
and all of a sudden Tenpai. Oh, and the North comes out.
And
That's such
that saved Matthias here, who would have drawn it otherwise, because of that 3-pin pawn that Dustin took to get into Tenpai for the Forso Atsusuke for Tanyao. So yeah, Pio's going to take a massive win there. And dunk Kevin below the 30k mark. Dustin's hand is just self-explanatory here. You have a Tushanten with the Chun.
interesting. Shaba can incorporate Dora. Is gonna just play fastest hand out. Take the Ishan 10. Quick, safe. Don't have Dora in the hand, and it is still a little clunky to incorporate it too. So can deny other people with big hands with that route.
Honestly, I kind of see the idea of keeping this 7-mon here because you want to be able to accept a 6-0 into Tenpai, but if I'm being entirely honest, I'd rather get the chance to draw the double East and get 3 Han out of this. So with two out, you can use the 7-mon as the pair and upgrade to the Dorian Man if you draw the 7. So it's not bad either. It might even actually be better now that I'm thinking about it.
And Dustin gonna opt to not even try to incorporate a Toy, not drop like 6-mon, and then have a clunky Shabo to end the hand with. Just going to play nice and fast, try to end this hand, reshuffle, and get another dealer spot. And with that too, wow, ooh, 7 comes out, there we go. Talking about the last 3 games, it looks like Kevin has been taking the brunt end. Had a first at some point in there, but then 2 fourths, making everybody else positive so far besides him at the table.
That makes this 4th game for this this group then the final.
Yep.
Though certainly not the last game. They will still have 20 games to go afterwards. So this 2-5 so wait has 3 left in the wall. However, the Sozu is very expensive looking. It's also the Dora suit.
Yeah, and then the other problem being that if Dustin has to drop like an 8 so for Tenpai, then all of a sudden it's looking even more expensive. Ooh, when the 6 comes out, what do you do here? Oh, it doesn't want to take the 5-6. Wants 2-5. Interesting. Or not the 5-6, excuse me, the 5-4.
Yeah, I guess in the end they're very similar, but the 2-5 is 1 tile better. The difference is, and I think the reason I would take the 4-5 is if I draw the Dora afterwards, I can change to the 7-8 weight.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas now if I draw the 8 so I have to throw it back. And that's very dangerous this late.
Exactly. Just throw the 3. Oh, wait, no. Dustin's a 3S worshiper. So Dustin is never in a million years dropping 3S.
And yet we see the lies, because the 3 so was discarded on turn 5.
Oh, that's a great point. So, yeah, not even really in the Church of Sanso.
Each.
Unbelievable.
Joking aside, we do have a Ruchi over to the right. It's a Furitan 3-sided weight to the 3-6-9 pin, but it could be a massive hand with Pin Fudora 2 and a guaranteed sumo. It's just like, how many are there left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's
Threes
only
are
2 left.
completely dead. There's 1-9. Yeah, and the 1, or I think it's 1-9-1-6, right?
Uh, so the 9s are gone. The 6s, there's 1 left. The 3s, there's 1 left.
Oh yeah, there are. Yeah, I missed the third 9 from Dustin. Yeah, so single 6, not looking that good.
Yeah, I keep getting it wrong. Yeah, no 3s, no 9s, 1 6 left. It's pretty rough.
I mean,
Especially
it
for a
does try to push people back,
Sumo.
and you have half the value.
There's
But
the 5
doesn't
so.
matter. Dustin just draws it. No Dora, anything though. Definitely cheapest hand on the table. Ooh, and that's a very interesting hand to start out with. Anko of the 1Ps with a lot of very outside leaning shape.
Yeah, kind of hand where you can see a whole lot of value or no value, depending on what you draw.
It gets the Haku pair too. Potential caller later.
There's the backfire on the 7 pin, and that's kind of why I want to do the 9 mon first. I realized that there's something in my head going Hihu Chanta, but you can still get Chanta with the 7 pin. You can shift towards a Pinzu Honitsu. You can accept middle tiles for a faster hand as dealer. And if your plan is to take this second Haku anyway, I think I would prefer the middle tile.
Yeah, it definitely feels a lot faster and a lot more routes to more value. And Dustin too is a very non-cheat toy player. So I can't imagine Dustin is going to, even with another pair up or 2.
And now Dustin's dealership is in trouble because Pio is Ishan 10 with 2 Dora and the Hatsu to boot. So it's a real easy Tenpai to get. You can Chi. You could even pawn the Dora if you're super greedy. Go for the Mangan and the Headless Ishan 10. Oh, there's the con. I don't really get what the point of that con is, though.
Not, I guess, just trying to scare people off a bit more. Give Dustin a little bit more time.
I guess, but you're setting yourself back. It's now you have to take this kind of cruddy Shabo.
I think that's one of those prayers where you're just hoping that the tile that comes up in the wall is a pawn or the con itself, hoping for 9p or Chun.
And now Pio is Tenpai as well on the 3-6 pin, though there are only 2 left.
Yeah, it looks a lot better from Pio's vision, but in reality, going to be very hard to wrangle one of those tiles up. Especially with Dustin having 2 3Ps, so Dustin would also accept an additional 3P.
Yep, and Kevin's Tenpai too, though his weight only has 2 tiles left. That's the 4-7 mon. I'm sorry to make that 1 tile because Pio does have one of the 7 mon himself. But Dustin's hand is in really, really, really bad shape now because all the 3 so are gone, and the 2 so is gone. And the 2 mon is you know, it's going to be hard to draw. Pio's going to deal
Don't.
in first, though.
Gets the pair on the 7. Drops it away. Not too big of a deal in though, just 2k. You're probably pretty happy paying that.
Home.
Or getting away with paying that and then advancing the game a little bit more.
Definitely. All right, we're going to start off this East board with a really fast pawn from Matthias,
1.
who has the now a second call. Looks like he's just going for the fastest hand possible. Can pick up the Dora Foreman, but the hand is
Reach.
surprisingly after 2
Oh
calls
my god.
fairly destroyed.
Home.
Immediate reach into 2-5 by Pio too.
Dom.
Oh, an immediate deal.
Immediate
And
run. Yeah. Kevin
worth
takes the pawn going for the dealership repeat, gets the Ishanten and then just unfortunately deals in there. Nothing you could do about that.
yeah, I mean, you're not paying too much. You're kind of upset losing the dealership, but
Pio starts with another bonkers high pie, of
oh
course.
my goodness. Jeez, Pio. Let's calm down a little bit.
You
We're at
gotta
41
spread this
and
out throughout the season.
Yeah. We're gonna see the PO peak to 1 and then just the slow drip down the mountain at this rate.
Well, Kevin actually has a fairly good hand as well. Already in Ishanten. Could get an E2. Could get the
Ooh.
North. And is now Tempai for Ipeiko.
Tempai has to win on the 7. Could
Each.
potentially see a Dama too. Opts to just reach it.
Yeah. Besides that, you know, these Damas, the previous hands, they didn't work out too terribly
Gee.
well. Just gonna go for the reach, intimidate the table. And Pio is now Ishanten. Could have kept the hots for the super greed, but goes for the
Gee.
safety.
Much. Yeah, and now you're
takes the
able
Tempai.
to Shabo on it, which is pretty good.
And with such an early reachy there, if someone draws a Hawkward, shouldn't probably just gonna drop it. There's still
Yeah.
4 in the wall. And there it is.
Yeah.
Dom.
I'll do it.
Yeah. So Kevin does end up dealing in there, unfortunately, but in some ways it did kind of diffuse the larger possibilities for Pio's hand to progress.
Yeah,
Like
it did
that.
push Pio to back off just a hair. Definitely
Yeah,
not.
Pio
hating that too
could have
much.
very easily gotten like a Mongon
Home.
there as dealer, but you know, just went for the fast win, feeling the pressure from the Ricci, which is perfectly fine. Dora is the 4, so Pio can accept 2 of those. The hand is actually looking fairly good as is. Could go for a 4, 5, 6 Sancho, depending on the draws. Across the way, though, another fast call with the Hatsu. This time with 2 Dora, that hand is actually a threat. Make that 3 Dora and a Sanmenchan Tempai for 4-7 mon. 4-7 so 1 mon. I'm tripping over myself with the speed of
Oh
these players.
boy, that big chimney. You love to see it. Especially
is
with
just-
a terminal in boot too.
Yeah, this is just a game of fast, expensive hands.
Jeez, yeah, I'll go with Dora. Is that, yeah, and that gets to Hane. Is that Hanemon too with the 4S run?
Home.
I believe.
I
right?
believe that
Or
it's
4? No, it's
still
still
gonna
Mongon.
Hatsu Dora 4.
But I mean, still, yeah, you're not too pressed on that whatsoever. You were going to take that in stride, especially because it directly threatens PO and pushes PO off dealership, giving yourself a better chance at overtaking first as the latter half of South goes on. PO getting
gets
a
a good
good
draw.
upgrade.
Yeah, Ishanten probably dropped the 1 pin.
Yeah, makes sense. Probably looking at a 9-3 Shabo from the
Don't.
looks of it.
It's the
but-
7.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what can you do about that? Honestly, to me, these kinds of games are the most frustrating because
Feels
The
like you do
high-fi-
everything you're supposed to
yeah.
do, and you're just getting destroyed by quick, super expensive high fives.
yeah, the Hi-Pi are so good that they just play themselves and there's no kind of wiggle room for players to show their skill here. At the same time, you know, easy cruising can be fun in its own way. And Matthias here has a choice between going for a slightly faster hand or going for that Horitsu, which I imagine is what will happen.
1.
Actually pre-commits to it and does a call that doesn't move him forward in Shanten, but does free up the 6-0 as a sticky tile. Well, actually, doesn't. Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's a bit far still. I mean, you're probably expecting the North, right? And then probably either the 1 or the 8 you can get away with, but then after that, you're still pretty far. I guess you're hoping to just kind of alleviate the rest of the table and push them back once they know you're going for the Honitsu or the Chinitsu.
And now there is a chance for that Chinitsu.
Chi.
Pio just doesn't care. Decides to continue shaving the Sozu off. That's one thing you see a lot in Aka-Ari ladders, where you can just go for fast, kind of cheaper hands, especially if you're in the lead. But in Akanashi, feeding this kind of hand to potential Mangam can be rather dangerous. Pio's going to still shove the 9-so there, though. Has an Ishan 10 with a guaranteed Yakuhai with the south and the red pairs.
Boom.
And now Tenpai.
North. I'm winning on 1-6. Not terrible, but still a little rough because everybody full-fledged knows exactly what you're going for. Kevin.
And now Kevin, yeah, is going to stop here. I think the only way Kevin ends up pushing that 6-0 is if he gets Tenpai for the Itsu or draws a 6-mon.
E2 with like a Ramen or something. Oh, but that south might shut it down.
Yeah, that's
Take
going to
your
be
one
it.
down. Yeah.
And that's actually going to end up hurting Pio because Pio is Ishan 10, and because he fed this hand, it ends up blocking up the Yakuhai that he wants in order to win.
Yeah, that's the other problem with it. I mean, there's always the chance that Pio is holding up Matthias with one of them and hoping to draw the other out, which is somewhat reasonable. But still very, very risky, aggressive play. The 6 comes out, that's the guaranteed Itsu. Doesn't want to take it and risk the south or the 6 coming out. Decides to wait. Funny enough, Pio still not in.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Uh,
Yeah, and it was
and
full
like,
Ovid with the
it
2S,
is, but it's a Honitsu.
with no, yeah, it's a Honitsu. There's no 1S's on the board there, so I mean, I
you had
just
other
imagine
options
you
too.
back
You
out
could
there.
drop, I believe it was the Monzo in the hand and go for a Chico that uses all of the Sozu. It seemed like a bit of a stretch because the hand didn't really have the kind of material that made it worth pushing, but who knows? Matthias is going to get the east pawn going into this dealer repeat. Already into Shanten. A little bit of an improvement there.
What a niceness, but still not a whole lot of value and still a little bit of clunk to go on.
Pio maneuvering towards the Manzu Honitsu over there. Kevin has the triplet of the Hatsu already. And then over to the right, we look at a hand that could very easily be like a Riichi Pinfu Tanya.
Yeah, still a lot of shaping up to do, but all of a sudden, Pio, good draw, is not quite Tenpai with that, but very, very quickly approaching. Is going to get it on just the 4-mon with the Haku call. Could see it come out right now.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Pio also had the option to drop the 5-mon first and go for a potential Itsu. But decided to keep the consecutive 5-5-6-6-mon shape, both for pawnability and the Ipeigo chance. And right into South 3, we're going to have Matthias start with an Anko of the Hatsu. For the second time in a row, one of the players starts with an Anko of it. This time the door is the Haku. The dealer has one, but Dustin's going to be hard-pressed to use it unless he pairs it up. However, there are 3 left on the wall. Kevin's going to take this fast pass Chun pawn there, looking to move into his own dealership.
And then, yep, Dustin gets the decision there, either defuse it right away, know who I need to avoid, or keep it in my hand for the rest of the game with no in-between.
Yeah, and Dustin has enough of a lead that he's kind of fine with just getting rid of it.
Yeah, just make sure.
So, though, what is this 1-so doing?
I mean, I'd imagine just full efficiency, maybe if a 2 or 3 gets drawn in.
Yeah, I guess.
Pio.
It's like the North is just better safety overall. But anyways, that aside, yeah, Pio, like you're saying, tosses from a completed Metsu, tosses 7, so looking for more value. He is in the lead, but not by a whole lot compared to Dustin. I think you just have to take Tenpai the second time, though. I mean, it's you can toss
ugly.
a 6-10 and get a Pinfu.
Pio don't care.
Pio
goes,
care.
hey, it's a league. Let's get the points early. We're We're headed to A1 after
I-
this one.
I
and
think
this is
it's
the
a bit
type of
weak.
hands we need to do it.
The shapes for this Chinitsu actually make it a lot more
Yeet.
difficult because you're reliant on a lot of the tiles you already have. Now this
Yeah.
Ricci, that's gonna
Ooh,
ruin the
talking
party.
on 9. It's gonna be interesting to see Dustin.
But
Gonna have
this
to
this
figure
is
out how to incorporate.
this is the famous PO greed. It's what he's known for best.
Just the PO way. You get the
What
good
is he
easy
gonna
trade.
do now, though?
Still pushes
that's-
Come.
to 8, Suji. Oh, and that is Tenpai on
No,
no.
Ishanten. Even if it was Tenpai, he couldn't win. But that's Tenpai on the 9 pin. PO could Chi here and
Pops
get 6-9
to
pin Tenpai.
6-9 Tenpai on the Chinitsu. 2 9s up. Last one stuck in a hand.
Oh no. Oh, Kevin's gonna deal
Oh
in.
my. PO,
Yeah,
what a
9 pin
villain.
looks a lot safer. And PO's
What
gonna
a-
take the manga. It ends
Look
up
at
working
that.
out after all.
PO, foresight of the millennia there, knows 5-6 isn't coming out. And I'm not probably going to draw them, so I'll just build the Chinitsu.
I
Make sure
almost
that
feel
Dustin knows that he's getting second and not first as well.
I almost feel like Kevin should have given up at that point because his own hand is kind of mediocre, but
Yeah.
that's fine. Kevin's gonna get his own Pinzu Honitsu / Chinitsu here with this starting hand, and the door is Haku, so that works out well. However, if we look across the way,
Too. Ooh.
green and red is probably going to shut this down very fast in South 4. I imagine Matthias is just going to try and get ahead of oh my god, Kevin, yes.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. If you're Matthias, you're more than fine taking that, especially because the only person you reasonably have a chance to overtake is dealer, so it's not even like you can be really slow about it. Try to take your time and get a bigger hand, especially if you can like reach on the Shabo. I think you definitely just intake it, even though technically the tune is once cut with a door indicator.
I kind of wanted to see Matthias keep that 7 mon there for the potential shift to 6-7-8 Sanchoku, because you are looking for 2 Han.
Really
1 Han
good.
isn't enough on a run of other players.
No, but if you go for the reach, I think that's why the Hatsu is dropped, going for the reach Shabo.
Sure.
Although now you run the risk if another green or red comes out, you have a hell weight in front of you.
The only problem with this hand is reliant on those Yakuhai for the 2 Han if you open. But you might have to open because they're already pretty much gone. Over on the left, we get into Ishanten. Dustin looking for more value preferably, but might just take this.
Each.
Like if you wanted more value, you might have kept the Haku. So here we're going to have a Richinomi on the 4-7.
Take the easy rate. Take the easy way. Make sure the game doesn't get too out of hand. You fall below 30k. Potentially risk your second. Just play it back and easy.
See if Kevin can sneak his way into Tenpai here as dealer. Already Ishanten as well. Looking for the 3-6 pin, 1-2-5-7 pin. So fairly wide options to enter Tenpai.
It looks like Matthias is going to back off a little bit. Not going to try to take the Tenpai with the stick. It is enough to get over Kevin.
And
Ooh,
now,
but Kevin calls the reach. Oh, we got
pauses for a bit.
Shabo. Oh no, and the 1's dead. And now guaranteed if red or green comes out, Matthias is gonna get second. Or excuse me, third.
Oh, this is a tough push, but makes it anyway. Matthias is after all in last place and has the winning condition set out.
Sumo.
Oh, and
pays
Sumo
off.
works out.
And that's going to put Kevin in last place. So PO is going to take a 39.2 after some crazy Tenpai drops to get that Mangan run on Pinzu Chinitsu. Dustin's going to take a 11.5. Fought quite well, but couldn't quite get the flow that Pio was getting. Matthias is going to take a minus 18.7, and Kevin, unfortunately, is going to take minus 32 by the slimmest of margins. That last Ricci kind of set the winning conditions straight for
Yeah, with
Matthias to overtake him. Yeah.
yeah, even without Kevin's reach, I think the idea with that is just to try to push Kevin off a little bit and the rest of the table, especially with no Yaku otherwise, because with the one Ricci stick, Matthias just has the easy out completely anyway.
Well,
It looks
that
like
is their
Pio
last
having a
game.
great series. Yeah, Pio going up, what is that, plus 80.5 after 4? I believe. I don't think those stats are updated yet.
It's
Or
going to
no,
be more than that. Then it's going to be another. It's going to be like plus
plus 90.5.
79.
Oh, okay, we're getting
Let's
a
see.
little bit more work done. Oh, there it goes. Yeah,
Yeah,
plus
plus 80.
80.5. Not too bad at all.
Not at all.
40.
Well, we do have a few more games for you guys, but those are going to start in about an hour. So now, I believe we're going to take a short, maybe a 5-minute break, and then figure out what we're doing next. Stay tuned, because we might be going over some Paifu. We might be just talking about Mahjong strategy. We will figure it out and come back to you when we know.
Stick around.
Hello and welcome back to tonight's ARML stream. We'll be taking a slight diversion here to go over one of Dustin's previous logs, and appropriately, I am joined by Nathaniel and Dustin. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Played all 4 of my ARML games today. Didn't get to the top, but plus 40 is pretty nice.
Looks like you got some pretty satisfactory results, a first, a second, and 2/3. So you cut the damage and you got some points out of it. You are now at plus 39, a respectable 8th place. And if I remember correctly, we're going to be going over one of those previous games that did not have the time to stream because we were focused on the other games going on at the time. So in this game, I believe you placed 3rd place, and we're just going to be kind of doing a play-by-play review with the 3 of us going over the decisions, having nice philosophical talks, and seeing if anything could have been done or if it was just bad luck after all.
All right, and so I will be walking through us, Nathaniel here, and well, this will start here, and let me make sure that we turn off the wall, turn off the hands, turn off the weights, and we'll get it purely from your perspective. And Eric, do you want to go by this just step by step, or do you want to just kind of speed through the early cuts as well?
Well, let's start by discussing the starting hand, what we see here, what we should aim for. Well, the door is the Tumon. Our own hand is kind of jumbled right now. We have 3 blocks. None of them are particularly good. And as for value, we have a lone Dora. And when I see this kind of starting hand, it's kind of depressing, to be honest, because it's East 1. You want to do something, but this is not the hand to do something with as is. So I think there's a few options here. This is definitely a hand where you want to try and high roll, but still keep some safety on the side. So one option, for example, is the Wonso. You can try and move towards a Pinzu Honitsu or a Chitoi, Dora Dora. Another option, even though it's a little bit more wild, might even be something like 7-mon, looking for 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku. I wouldn't cut the honors just yet. Those are going to be useful safety. They're going to help us speed up this hand if we need to do that. I think the hand is just too underdeveloped to kind of commit to normal, efficient play. And really, 7-mon is not a very good cut. So I think here I'm always going to do a Wonso.
Would you say that mirrors your thought for the starting hand, Dustin?
Yeah, essentially, I see 3 value Yakuai and a Dora, so I want to keep those for a little bit. Maybe I pair one of those up, maybe pair that and the Dora up. That's my path to getting value here.
All right, let's see how this develops.
I think I should have thrown the Wonso. I did just play. Oh, I throw the East. That's me probably just thinking to shut down the dealer double East early.
Yeah, that's not a bad option either. Playing a little bit more efficiently, shutting down the double East, like you said. It really comes down to whether you value the efficiency of the Wonso or not. In my head, I don't, because I already have so many bad shapes I don't want another one. But on the other hand, shutting down the double East and looking for safety a little bit later when the hand either progresses or doesn't progress is perfectly fine as well.
Maybe there's some worlds where you even end up with 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku, and if you're thinking about that, you might hold on to the Wonso a little bit longer. Okay.
So I think the important thing to note here is that if we go back 2 turns, I didn't see if it was... Oh, Tsumagiri Tadashi is on, right?
Yes.
All right, so that means that the dealer on turn 2, after cutting a west, discarded a 3-pin, which is just something to keep in mind. It's a little bit unusual for the second turn, so should just keep our eye on them. But now the hand is still in meh territory, right? Now that we've drawn another pair, though, I think our option for Chitoi opens up a little more. I know it seems unrealistic with 3 pairs, but that's our path to a Mangan here, Vici Chitoi Dora 2. Which is why I'm fine going for it even then. So you can drop the Chun if you'd like to. You can drop the Wonso. You can go for kind of a Chito-oriented play and drop like the 7-mon, for example, while keeping open the Pinzu shapes for a potential Honitsu. A lot of ways this can still go, I think.
Let's see. Yeah, Chun was the cut.
Yeah, Chun because it's cut.
That one's cut, and it immediately follows, so it feels rewarded if you're thinking about the Chitoi. Oh, Nice draw.
And then
now-
another pair, probably Green Dragon goes again once cut.
Sure.
Actually,
So green dragon once cut is fine. So one of the interesting things is, let's say that the green dragon was instead cut by the person on our right. If no one else discarded it after that, then I'd actually be incentivized to keep the green dragon more than I am in this situation where I don't know if other people have a green to discard.
Right.
Because one of the really powerful things about once-dropped honors is they make fantastic weights, and depending on how long it's been since you've seen a once-dropped Yakuhai, the chances that it's still in the wall increase. Because normally people will efficiency, like Dustin wants to hear it, just cut the Hatsu out of their hand because they see one. But if we don't see that happening, the chances in the wall is a little higher than normal. But here, yeah, Hatsu is fine, 7 mana is fine, 5 pin, 1, so it's pretty much anything short of going back in Shanten is fine here.
Oh, the pairs keep coming.
yeah.
And now I think we want to keep the 2 pin, and we want to keep the 9 pin because those make for good weights. So the question is, do we want to drop the 7 mon or the 5 pin? And I'm incentivized to drop the 7 mon just a little bit more because I see the early 3 pin from the dealer. So they're unlikely to have like just floating 5 pin in their hand. It's just a really weird first cut. It makes me think that they don't have as many pins in their hand. But once again, reads are very inaccurate over here. At least for me, it's kind of a crapshoot between the two of them. Either seems fine.
I have a question for Dustin. How willing are you to call Pwn on any of these tiles, and which tiles would you be willing to call for? Thinking about Toy Toy.
At this point, most of these are good. Well, actually, not really most of these. Half of these are decent pawn tiles. So I didn't want to go for Chitoy, especially, well, there's not really any, but I guess I'd pawn anything, actually.
Okay, so you're willing to just commit to the Toy Toy on just about anything. What about you, Eric?
As me, I'm not willing to pawn anything short of maybe the 2/5 mon. I think these pairs are really good for pawns as Toy Toy candidates. However, now that we're Ishanten from Chitoy and we can already see a Mangan, I'm kind of in the boat where I want to stay closed for now, especially since it's early, and try and develop towards that closed Chitoy, which can give us a Hanuman or even a Baimon if we're super lucky. Whereas the Toy Toy is going to be capped at Mangan, and we're going to have to go back in Shanten and call all these things and open ourselves up for it. However, if I get the 2 mon early enough, or I get the 5 mon, since I think the 5 mon is one of the harder pairs to pawn, I might take it depending on what I see on the board. I'm more of a closed player, though, when it comes to a Chitoy versus Toy Toy, if the Chitoy is Ishanten.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting decision where, a lot of it will come into, what style of player you are. And for me, it's kind of similar. If I see the 2 mon, maybe that would be a pretty reasonable pull. And 5 mon is like second, but I don't think I would call any of the other ones just yet. As a Chitoy, it looks pretty strong here, especially in terms of what your final weight could be. I'm very curious, for the people who are watching the stream, what their vote is, whether you would open for Toy Toy on this or not. But we can get those opinions as we move forward. And the 5 pin was cut. Same for you, although you were thinking about the 7, but both the 5 and the 7 look good here.
Yeah, both look good. Just I think you minimize the application, so I can't quite see where we are right now.
Let me put that back up.
All right, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
All right, so we did another round. The most unusual cut here was the 3-so from the player on our left. So we get a feeling that they're probably starting to shape up their hand a little bit. They're getting to the point where they can cut the middle tiles. The dealer does something really strange, which is after cutting the 3 pin and 2-so from their hand, they cut a 9 pin. So there's all kinds of shenanigans going on there. I want no part of it, but I have a nice Mangan Ishanten, so for now I'm going to ignore them. And with this south draw, I think we're probably best off cutting the other middle tile, which makes for a bad weight, which is the 7 mon.
Okay. Instead, you follow the 9 here with just also with the once cut ideas.
Yeah.
This is fine too. Until you're
do.
Tenpai, the weight doesn't matter. My only kind of qualm with this is that, let's say we get to Tenpai, and we don't draw the 7 mon. The 7 mon is going to go out 100% of the time, because a Tanki on a 7 mon is very, I guess you could call it slow. You are Tenpai, but you don't expect it to come out if you Richi and you don't normally expect it to come out easily if you Dama even, because it's just a very useful tile. So some players will go to cut the 7-mon now and play for the better weight, and then others will go for the more efficient move, and I think they're both equally good, and probably in the long run, the efficient route has a higher win rate.
But
So
if you're
this
just
9 pin cut is excellent.
yeah, if you're deciding between the 9 and the south, I definitely like this. The 9 is it's more likely that it's sitting in someone else's hand than the south. Oh, and you're right. Probably just follow with the 3-mon here.
Yeah.
And Tenpai.
Tempai.
Then, so I pause. I reach you, of course, but I give a little bit of a pause here. I think it's like, Suji trap, 2-pin versus once cut honor. Pretty hard decision, I guess.
Yeah, this is, at least in my mind, they're very equal. The win rate of a once cut honor is quite high. You can expect it to come out very easily, even if someone has a pair of it, because it looks very safe. And then, of course, the Suji 2-pin looks great against the dealer who cut the 3-pin on the second turn. I guess the only kind of thing that could derail the Suji trap is that a 2-pin is, after all, easier to use than a south, so if someone has a pushing hand, they're more likely to be able to use the 2-pin. But in this case, I feel like they're pretty equal. I'm more of a person that goes for the tricky south weight. I think it's more fun. But both look like great options here.
Yeah, let's see. I think.
Beach.
Oh, you go with the Suji. Yeah, I am also in the south camp.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't remember if I would have gotten it, but
Well, let's take a look.
we'll
Beach.
see.
Oh, immediately chased by
Oh.
dealer. That's
And
Beach.
that's kind of another thing. I didn't mention this at the time
Yes,
because, but because we've seen dealer do these weird things, and because the player on our left is making progress with the hand, it's not unreasonable to think that people have fighting hands at this point, and that they're going to get to Tenpai soon. And so another consideration is, even though we have a Suji trap, is it going to be effective if there's another person who goes into Riichi? Because then it's not Suji against them. Whereas the South looks like more of a catch-all safety that someone might drop into both players. So that's another benefit for the South over the 2-pin. But like I was saying, it's pretty much the same, and we can't, predict 2 chases right after.
Yeah.
Already seen.
oh well,
I
that
mean,
certainly helps. The Suji's
like-
back online.
Suji's not really going to help me if people aren't going to fold. And with 2 chasing reaches immediately, well, they don't really have a choice.
Right.
Yeah, but you do, of course, with the 2-pin. The huge benefit is you have more tiles left, potentially.
Long.
And we deal in, but nothing can be done regardless of the weight we took.
Right.
So I think that was just
Yeah.
a forced deal, and that's fine.
Oh,
Very
even
helpful.
Yeah,
beyond Pico chance there.
almost. At least it wasn't that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I guess the only way I win is if I do the 2-pin and go for the. Actually, no, I didn't have the 5-pin. If I somehow kept it earlier instead of the 2-pin, which should be weird, but
Right. All right.
Yeah.
East one,
So
repeat
an
one.
unfortunate start, but it's early on, and this hand actually looks really good for getting back all of those points. If I look at this, I see the Dora 1, I see a 4-5-6 Sanshoku, or I just see a Tanyo Riichi Tanyo Dora 1. It's a nice hand. It plays itself for the most part, but let's see what happens.
Oh, I forgot to draw us into our first draw.
And here, so this is very interesting, how you choose to handle this. Now, when it comes to overlapping Suji like the 6-9 pin, the 9 pin is almost never going to be useful for this hand. It's basically as useful as that North is, but overall, the safety of the North is going to be much better in the long run. So here I cut 9 pin.
Yeah, I agree.
And then in this case, I think, who cares about safety? Let's just keep efficiency and drop the North. Because even if we draw around these 2 floating tiles and we don't make a pair, we can cut down the 8-so Anko if we need to. And with this second Dora draw, now it's a little bit more tricky. We have all the value we need. The question is whether we want to shave off the 6-pin or the 2-mod. I don't know if you have any strong opinions about this.
Yeah, I'm curious what your thought process is here. This is a tricky one for me too.
yeah. So I do see, you draw 3-mon, then you get the 3-sided the Samanchan, which is pretty good. But then if you get that 1-mon, it's going to be a Penchan. So I want to keep the 6-pin, even though it's not really efficient for the near Sanchoku. So I should be throwing the 2-mon here.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Sanchoku I think is the
the
deciding
2-mon is a
factor
good
for me,
option. Yeah, the Sanchoku, and then also the fact that the Sun Menchan doesn't guarantee the Tanyao, and we can have an open Mongon here, so.
Okay, we'll just keep playing
Boom.
normally. Oh, dealer pulled
Yeah,
into 5
so
pin.
dealer pawn into 5 pin. Their hand is definitely making good progress. If we saw a pawn and then like an 8 or 2, we might think, okay, they're probably 2 Shanten, maybe even 3 Shanten still. But this pawn and the toss makes me think that the dealer is approaching to 5 fairly rapidly. Now, whether they have value or not, I can't tell. But we have 3 of the Dora, so they probably don't have a lot of value unless they're forcing like a Manzu Honitsu, which seems unlikely given the South and the Chun first cuts. So here, the obvious choice is the 6 pin. The question is whether to Richi or Dama. You could also 3 pin technically if you want to be super greedy for Tanyao Sanchoku Dora 3, but I think it's probably in your benefit to just take the better weight here. This early on in the game, and because you're so far behind, I think the Richi is appropriate.
Yeah, you can Richi would
Right.
guarantee Hanuman with a 2-sided weight. Wait, Richi Tanyao Dora 3. That's
I
actually
think the only
not
guaranteed
guaranteed Hanuman
Hanuman
on
is
the
if
sumo.
I get the Sanchoku,
Yeah.
which I could do even Dama. So
You could. So if we Dama the Sanchoku, it's Tanyao Sanchoku Dora 3. That's a Hanuman. But there's already a 5 pin out. And do we think that someone else is going to drop a 5 pin off the bat? Maybe not. Maybe. Who knows? It's kind of up to chance a little bit more than a 2-5 mon. If I reach it the 2-5, 2-5 pin. If I reach it the 2-5, then I have a guaranteed manga. I have the chance to Hanemon Sumo, and even if I run, I can still get the Ura and whatever. So I'm usually more happy to take the higher win rate. If this was like South 2 or 3, I might pull the riskier Sanchoku route. But because it's so early on in the game, I can still make some of that value back. I'll go for the higher win rate with the 6 pin Richi.
All right, let's see what
You could
happens.
even 6 pin Dama if you want to, but I like the Richi.
yeah, just the instant better weight.
地
So dealer calls here. They drop the west, which is a safe tile. So they've probably gotten into Tenpai or Ishan 10. And then they drop a dangerous 8 pin. And then a 7 pin. So now I don't know what to expect anymore. They dropped a whole 7, 8, 9. I can't tell if they're trying to fold, but it doesn't seem like folding. I know the 7 pin is one chance.
And
But
I wonder if your decisions will be affected a little bit at all at who is sitting where. I know Pio's at this table, Kevin was at this table as well, and Matthias. I don't know who's sitting where, and unfortunately at the moment.
I believe PO is Fordon sitting to the right.
Okay.
The other two, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is...
Yeah, Kevin's on the right.
Kevin's on the right.
Yeah, Pio's across.
Oh, okay. My
Sumo.
memory's just messed up then. Don't worry about it. Oh, and they're going to take the sumo there.
unfortunately, back-to-back Mongon hands
Yeah.
that get simoed away.
The
or run away.
Kanchan.
Yeah, the Kanchan win beats out the Yamen.
So that time was a little better. We didn't deal in. It was a fairly cheap hand. And here we start off with another kind of really cruddy hand. And we already saw that the first discard is 1 mon, and I agree. Normally, if you're playing efficiently, you say 9 mon, but here we can see the chance for a 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku. We see the chance for a Pinzu Itsu, maybe even a Honitsu or Chinitsu, depending on how things go. And so we cut the 1 mon, which isn't going to make a good block anyway, even if it does give us some access to the lower Manzu. So we're still dreaming big at this point in the hand. I like the cut. And now,
Yeah.
I think at this point, I wouldn't cut 2 so yet, because the door is the 3 so. However, we're kind of seeing a route towards this big Chinitsu dream. So option for me is really between the 6 mon and 9 mon. You get the efficiency of the 6 mon, you get the Sanshoku chance with the 9 bun, but at this point, I'm thinking that I want to commit towards a larger hand, so I might 6 mon here. It's a little bit more dangerous if we keep it for longer. I doubt I'm going to go for a cheap hand here anyway. So I'm fine to shave off the efficiency with the 6 mon drop.
Similar thoughts.
9
Dustin?
mon is also fine.
I'm
That's-
pretty sure I'd do the 9 mon here. because
Cool.
to hedge the Tanyo, even though I could get Sanchoku, it's at best like 3 penchants, which is just not great.
Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of the problem with Sanshoku here. It's going to be inefficient shapes. We have to get very lucky to even have a chance at it anyway.
There's a
My
reasonable.
only problem. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say there's a reasonable chance you end up throwing away from this entire mon block.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so kind of my thought process here isn't so much about the Sanshoku, but the fact that I'm going to throw away the entire block anyways, because I don't think I'm willing to settle for a one-han hand here.
Yeah. And so what you're saying is, if I'm going to throw away from that block, I might as well keep the chance at getting lucky. Whereas
Yeah.
Dustin's thinking, well, I can still hedge. Maybe I do end up with Tanyo. Maybe I even get 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. That's just as likely as the 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku or something along those lines.
Actually, one of the good benefits of the 9-mon here is it doesn't give away the fact that you're going for this crazy hand yet.
Right.
1-mon, 9-mon as the first cut isn't too unusual. And like you mentioned, you can still get a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku shift, which seems like it will require just as much luck as getting the 7, 8, 9 anyway. So I'm not afraid to say that 9-mon is an excellent cut as well. They both seem like good cuts here.
Viewer comments, Sanshoku is bait. In this case, it might be. You don't necessarily want to force the Sanshoku unless you're completely desperate, which Justin, you and I were desperate in a practice game that we had not too long ago. We ended up getting the Sanshoku. We were forcing it, but here might not be something you want to force to have happen. Just if it comes to you naturally, then you can accept it.
Okay, now the 6-mon should go. Okay, this is fine too.
I'm still
So
hedging Tanyo.
The only reason I like to so once again, so like my thought process at least is I don't want Tanyo here. I don't care if the Tanyo is faster. It's 1-han no matter what, unless we get the 3-so, in which case we have Atosuke, or we get the 4-so, in which case we have a bad weight. I would rather go for a Ricci if I can get that. We have this 1, we have this 9. We don't have all the shapes for the Tanyo, and really, if you look at this, we have to get rid of 2 tiles for Tanyo. We have to get rid of 3 tiles for Chinitsu, and Chinitsu is, worth a whole heck of a lot more. So I'm almost never thinking of Tanyo here. I'm thinking I'm going to cut the 6-mon. I'm going to keep the suit that I'm waiting for concealed a little bit longer, and I have this safe tile with the 9-so if I need it against an early reach from either Kamichi or Shimocha, the player on the left or the right. However, dismantling this block a little bit early also seems fine if we're going to commit to this larger hand. I wouldn't cut the 9-so thinking Tanyo, though. I'd cut the 9-so thinking Kinsu Chinitsu.
And maybe making the hand still seem relatively normal. Yeah. But it does reveal the final suit a little sooner.
Not that they know that we're going for it.
Right, not yet.
Yeah.
Then.
And now
Sanzo.
This is the unfortunate part. So if we had the 9-so here, I'd actually be happier because I'm not getting rid of this Sanzo. This is an excellent weight, has the Dora. I'm hard pressed to get rid of it unless I make some super evolution in the Pinzu here. So if I had the 6-mon gone, I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd have 4 black. I'd be Ishanten with good shape. Would I be Ishanten? I think so. I can toss so if I toss the 6-mon, and then I toss the 1 pin.
Yeah, a little still.
I'd be Ishanten or Tishanten.
No,
Either way, it'd be in a little bit of a better shape than it is now. And also the 8-so looks fairly easy to get because of the early 9-so discards from both players. But that aside, I think that's one of the detriments of getting rid of the 7-9-so shape here. But our options now are we can give up on the Pinzu Chinitsu. We can cut like 1 pin, for example. Or we can get rid of the 7-so, so we cut from a shape around it. You can also cut 6-mon here since you do the 7-mon, but I think I'm leaning towards cutting the 7-so if I'm going to get rid of one of the lone middle tiles.
I'm guessing you just followed through with the
block, from the same shape.
And then, probably 5-so as well.
Just keep.
Each.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And now Ricci. Now the fun is kind of over.
Yeah.
Question is, what do we do? So we don't have any Genbutsu. We have the Suji 2-so, but that's near the Dora. That's not super reliable. We have the 6-mon, which is half Suji, and we can also see that they cut a 7-mon early, so it's less likely for them to have a 6-9-mon weight. We have the West, which is a live wind tile, but it isn't their wind. And we have like the 1 chance 1 pin, we have the 1 chance 7 pin, 9 pin. So one of the things to always consider in a case like this is, what is my move after this one? And unfortunately, in this case, we have not enough relevant information out combined with the tiles we have in our hand to kind of have a next move yet. I'm pretty tempted to just go with the west here, though. The west is always going to be safer than the 1 pin, even though it's 1 chance. Because the west can only deal into Tanki or Shabo, whereas the 1 pin can still deal into Arianmen, Tanki, Shabo, Nobitan, etc.
I think we'll see the same.
Yeah.
And now we have our next step. So we could accept Ishanten here if we drop the 1 pin. However, is this a hand that we want to fight for? Well, there's 2 7-mon out, so that's going to be a pretty cruddy weight if we end up on that. Our hand would also still be in 2 Shanten. And we know that the 8-mon passes. So we're going to start with the 8-mon. And then we have a follow-up with the 6-mon, because now we see all of the 8-mons.
Yep.
Or do we? One?
No.
We have 3 of them,
We
I
see
believe.
3 of them. So the half Suji of the 6-mon becomes a lot safer because it's half Suji 1 chance. And
Right.
they discarded the 7-mon early. The 1 pin isn't a bad move, though. We know that it's a 1 chance tile. It's just, in my mind, this hand isn't worth fighting for anymore. So I'd go with the direct safe route first. And I know that later on I can cut the 6-mon and follow up with the other shapes afterwards.
And Dustin, do you still have hope for this hand completing at this point?
Because I have Sanzo, I do.
Yeah.
And it's Dora.
And do you consider calling the 7-mon at all? Or is this 9 too risky?
I'd risk the 9. Actually, do I call the 7? Maybe. There's a chance I want to avoid the
No.
possible furry 10 on 1.
You're
or
basically
so.
locking yourself into 2 Han Otozuke with you. You have to push at least 1 dangerous tile.
Yeah.
The 7.
For that reason, I'm just gonna give up on a called hand here. So yeah, passing is excellent. The 6-mon became safe, so we know for sure we can get rid of the 6-8-mon now, and I think that should be your next step.
Actually, chose
we
like
go with
9.
9 pin. I think the thought here is the Ishanten and Tanyao. But now that I see 3 of the 7-mon out, I don't want. I really don't have any hopes for the 6-8-mon. We're not guaranteed the Tanyao anyway because we can still draw the 1 so, and then we end up on a completely awful hand. We're not going to chase waiting on the 7-mon. So in my mind, I'd rather cut the 6-8-mon now. And if I enter Tenpai with the 8 pin, I can safely Richi on a Rianmen with Dora 1, and that I'm fine to chase with.
And of course, with the 3 pin, seeing 3 of these makes the 1-mon, the 1 pin a little bit safer because it's kind of difficult for that person to be holding the last 3. But when you have the 3 6s, it doesn't make the 9 any safer. They could still have the 7 8 shape waiting on the 6s that you're holding as well as the 9, of course.
Wrong.
The 9.
And in this case, it's unfortunately going to deal in. Let's see what the damage is. Oh, Richi
Oh,
Chitoi. So,
Chitoi.
an unusual hand. Actually, can we go back 1 slide? I want to see if there's anything. Yeah, you can't really tell this is Chitoi too openly. Yeah, they played it well.
There is a decent amount of middle tiles, I guess.
It
Sure
kind of
is.
makes sense, though. If you drop the 7, the 8's just a natural follow. The middle tile here is weird, but this is a normal cut, and then we won't reach it.
Yeah,
So.
it could just be a relatively fast hand with good shapes. For them to cut the double east on turn 1 for a hand makes us think that they have a good hand
Right.
in general. So I normally wouldn't expect a Chitoi here, but either way, we should understand
Don't.
that the 9 pin is dangerous against any type of hand that they have. So that I think could have been avoided, but
Yeah.
but I saw the thought process. That's the important part.
I guess ultimately, yeah, I probably should have thrown the 8-mon and the 6-mon just to go. If I'm going to push this, it might as well be big value, and that would be Chinitsu.
Sure,
I kept
Chinitsu.
those.
Well,
I'd have
I also
two-
I wouldn't think of Chinitsu too much just because one of the ways I like to think about things is if I'm going for this, what must I do? And the answer is I must cut the Dora into the dealer Richi after they cut the 5 so, and I'm not very happy about that, even if I have a Chinitsu. When I have an Ishanten in front of me, I'll think about the Ishanten. If in some magical world the 3-so and the 2-so become safe tiles, then yeah, I can think the Chinitsu. But yeah, 6-8 mon for sure, I think.
Okay. But just as an early thought process, the Chinitsu was a good consideration.
Yeah.
And okay, East 1 still, and we're down to 10,000, but somehow we're going to come back a little bit.
Just a little bit.
So, Dustin, why don't you walk us through your thoughts about this opening hand so we can get a feel for the way you think about it?
So I see a lot of honor tiles, right? Maybe, maybe need a Yakuman. That is a lot of wins. But so I'm pretty sure I also just want to like get some points. And like a Honitsu is gonna be my way to that. So I have the pin and the mon options. There's a penchant in the pin, but there is technically one more tile, but then it's the complete shape of the mon. So actually here I'm maybe thinking, especially with maybe there could be a Sanchoku as well, 5, 6, 7. It's a little bit there away, but I could get that. So I throw the 1-2 pin here just because it's the least efficient shape. Probably just hoping to draw the mon tiles.
Okay. So yeah, you're looking for a value there, and at least in my hand, my head, the Hornets is going to be kind of difficult, just because we have to either throw away a completed shape or throw away 4 pin tiles, which are 2 shapes. So I think like at the moment, not to say that it can't turn into Honitsu later. At the moment, it'll be probably too slow for the amount of value we get out of it. We're going to get 2 Han out of it if we open it up. Maybe we'll get the West. So I think my plan here, as kind of wimpy as it is just to go for the West and a fast hand. And I might start by cutting the East here. Alternatively, if you really want to hedge the Sancho, you can do 6-so. If you want to play for efficient shapes and high roll the hand, you could do 1-2 pin. But because the North is safe and we have a pair of safe tiles, I don't worry too much about holding these Yakuhai. And because, at least in my head, the Honitsu isn't as likely, I'm fine getting rid of the Yakuhai earlier as well. Especially since we have our own the West already. So I'd cut double tone here, but cutting 1-2 pin or 6-so is also fine, as well as Chun.
Yeah, if you are unsure of which suit to go for, if you're committed to Honitsu, not unsure, the 6-so could be a reason to do that. And also, if you are thinking about Chanta as a potential out, although I'm not sure you necessarily want to do that here, the 6-so doesn't help for the Chanta either. So another reason to do that. Unfortunately, it's your only so tile. So if you do end up going back to a normal hand, it's really hard to use any more so tiles in hand if you drop your only tiles. So I think an honor is totally fine too here. So
Let's see. Okay, we're going to shove off the bad shape early on. That's perfectly fine.
Mhm.
And now I imagine you continue with 2 pin because you got the Dora.
Yeah, and another.
And now we have another door. And now everything stops. Let's go for the most efficient hand possible.
Right.
And start cutting the probably the East, just because it is still double East live.
What's
The
called
East and the Red are out. So, but I still would rather have the Chun longer because it will deal in for less by slight amount.
Right.
Because the dealer could potentially still get their double East later on if they have the other 2 copies later. Whereas if I deal in with the Chun, it will only be 1 Han no matter who it deals into. So I'll do East here.
And the
But
other
there's
thing
very
is,
little difference.
you kind of have all the blocks you need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although the North is once cut. Is that why you dropped
Yeah.
the 6-so here? Thinking, I've got everything I need. I might as well Sakagini this early, just get it out of the way.
This is probably just really greedy, like somehow getting either Honitsu.
Oh, I see. So if you like draw another East or a Chun, you could even just drop the 5-6 block and go all the way for like Chanta, Honitsu, double Yakuhai, Dora 3, something like that.
Or well, the efficient shape with a Dora 3 Yakuhai.
Right. If
So maybe I don't even commit to Honitsu.
Yeah. I think if you're going to go for a Honitsu here, it's going to be difficult to call everything. Even if you pair up the East with the Red, they're both once dropped already, as well as your North. So actually, Honitsu I would see here being like a Honitsu Chitoi and Manzu. That would be the most realistic Honitsu I see. The only reason, like if North wasn't out yet, I might consider dropping the 6-so here. just because I know it's a live tile. But even then, because I already see this Dora Dream and I have the 2 Yakuhai, I know this is a hand I'm going to want to open the first option. I've said the first choice I can. So I'm probably just dropping the East or the Red anywhere. I'm looking for improvements around the 6-0 to replace the North pair. But dropping the 6-0 here because you have all of your blocks already isn't horrible either. It's just in the long run probably going to bite you a little bit more because you're more likely to end up on a Shabo with one of the tiles dropped. And then you're either waiting on your Yakuhai, which will be really weird if it hasn't come out yet later in the hand, or you're going to be waiting on the Dora and the North. If you're on a Shabo, that's going to be equally as hard to get. And even though the North is a really good tile to wait on, it's still only one tile. So for that reason, I would do the East. But the 6-0 here has a lot of logic behind it as well.
June came out twice, and you're probably still thinking about the Monhonitsu here.
Yeah.
Shun came out for a second time as well,
Right.
so.
And now the East came out a second time. Twice got Haku, or one is the indicator. And now we kind of regret
now
not having
we're
the
a little
6.
sad, but we wouldn't know that would happen. But yeah, it is a little bit
Gee.
sad. But we cut it back anyway because of the 6-0. Now the question is it still more effective to cut the 1 mon back? And in this case, yes, the 5-0 is more efficient, but because we risk the Furitan and because we know that the 1 mon is safe against 2 players, I'm fine keeping the 1 mon here.
So player to our right opens and drops a 1 pin.
And now we get that North. So it ends up working out in our favor after all. So here, I can't really see a lot of cases where we end up needing this 5 mon because we want to be able to phone the West or the Hatsu. The 5-6 pin Ranman doesn't look like it's dead yet. So I'll cut 5 mon here. I'll keep the safety of the 1 mon against 2 players, and it's probably safe against a player on our right as well if they're going for either a Sozu Honitsu or a Tanyao. So 5 mon for me.
Do you have any consideration to just dropping the 1 mon now, even though the 5 is going to be much more dangerous later on, in the case that you draw specifically 4 mon, 6 mon, and change out of this 5-6 pin shape? Or even drop away from, I probably don't want to drop away from one of these Yakuhais, so.
I mean, so if you do that, that means you're going to be dropping the 5-6 pin later on, which will also be dangerous.
Right.
You can, because you're so far behind, yeah. I didn't really see it like that, but perhaps the 1 mon cut is also fine if you're going to greed for the Honitsu.
I'm curious
Yeah.
to see. Oh, that was the
and
bleach.
yes.
I do like to get my Honitsus.
Yeah, I know you've been thinking about Honitsu this entire hand, so probably still thinking about that, even in this cut.
Home.
And here's your West.
And,
So
And
just-
then,
and now you must take Tenpai.
well, you don't have to, but it is getting pretty late. And
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if this is South 4 and your conditions are to...
Right. With 3 Honba here and 3 Han, and the option to still pull in the Hatsu,
Mhm.
because we can drop North afterwards, you just take Tenpai.
Yeah, we saw this in the game that we watched, actually, that even with the shape, if the Hatsu comes out, you can pull and drop the North and still have the Dianmen wait.
Each.
And the great thing about that is we know the North is safe, so
Sumo.
Nice, you get an extra stick for your troubles.
excellent. So nice 5,200 points from that, plus the Honba. And it doesn't look quite as terrible as it was before. This starting hand, though, leaves a whole lot to be
Yeah.
desired. We have the 1 Dora, we have 5 bad shapes. We have 3 honor tiles, none of which other than the Hatsu really helps us. So right off the bat, I mean, the most obvious Sanshoku is the 1, 2, 3, or maybe the 5, 6, 7, though we don't have the material for the Sozu 5, 6, 7 yet. The things we're never going to get rid of is the 5, 7 mon, because, that includes the Dora. So you can do kind of a delaying move with the West or the North if you want, but I feel like this hand is so far behind that my first option is either going to be 2-pin, keeping the 5 blocks, even though you only need 4 for the sequences, or to drop something like 8, 9, so, because that's the weakest block and it's the one that doesn't have anything to do with Sanshoku.
If I was going to guess what you did, Dustin,
Well-
I'm thinking it was probably one of these honors.
yeah, I do see the Sanjuku. And technically, even you could see like a Chanta, but The valueless honors I don't need.
Yeah, and
I
then
don't
I'll
feel the
drop
need
the
for
Dora.
safety at the
So-
start.
The kind of like the reason I think about keeping the honors at all, because normally you're right, they're absolutely useless to us unless we go some Chanta Pinfu weird nonsense. It's not going to happen anyway. Is because this hand is 4 Shanten with maybe 1 Han, maybe more if we get lucky. Because it's such an awful hand, I think we can agree on that.
Yeah.
I'd like to
Yeah.
keep potential safety a little bit longer. And honestly, if we go back in Shanten, it's probably not going to hurt this hand's chance at winning that much because it's already so bad. So for that reason, I like to keep the honors around, but cutting them early is fine too. I just feel like it'll leave us more exposed in the future, and especially if there's an early reach, we're going to be really, really screwed here. But it's probably too early to be worrying about that as well. So West and North don't seem bad at all. And now we have another Dora. So I imagine you're just going to continue with the North here, which
Yeah,
seems
maximum
fine now that we have
efficiency.
something worth fighting for.
And maybe you can still sort of play Eric's idea of holding on to honors. Like you throw one out, you still have the North and the Hatsu as safe tiles later, and maybe if you draw another bad tile, or you can drop one of these Penchon shapes and still hold on to the North and the Hatsu. But now that we've drawn two Dora, so you're kind of like hedging everything and allowing your first couple draws determine how long you want to hold on to those honors.
And now suddenly Itsu appears, but honestly, you're never going to get the Itsu here.
Yeah.
Unless the gods bow and pray in your direction and you draw perfectly. But it's still better than the 2-pin. Technically better than the Hatsu as well, though once again, at least in my mind, I'm thinking of keeping this Hatsu a little bit longer. One of the interesting things about the 2-pin is even though we can get Sanshoku with it, if we draw the 3-pin, it still overlaps with the 5-pin, so technically we can make a Ryankan even if the 2-pin backfires. So I'm fine with the 2-pin here, even though we give it the Sanshoku. Another thing, if you want to lock in the Dora pair, you can do 7-mon. 7-mon is also a great move here. Or you can just cut Hatsu if you want to play efficiency. But once again, we're moving closer to the middle of, closer to the end of row 1, closer to row 2 where people are going to reach you and we don't have any safety. But Hatsu is fine. Hatsu is fine as well. And now we picked up a second pair. So honestly, here I'm feeling the 7-mon a little more. I don't think I'm ever going to want to get rid of this Dora. Yeah, that's about the only reason. The 2-pin, I still see the Sanshoku potential if I need to go on some desperate calling spree later. And now the 2-pin is safe against the player on our right. So I like 7-mon here. Cutting 2-pin is also fine for raw efficiency.
Dustin,
But
oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
I'm still not very confident in this hand, even though I have 2 Dora. The 2 Dora is it's a nice reason to push, but the hand is in such a dismal state where I'm still going to have to high roll something. So I'll go the 7-mon here.
I was curious, Dustin, if you ever saw a future of Tanyao in this hand.
Yeah. I don't remember the discards are made, but if I keep 7-mon, it's because maybe there's some out Tanya. I have 2 Dora. I'm probably thinking forcing Tanya.
Let's see. No, the 7-mon didn't come out. So you're thinking more along the lines that Eric is, just confirming this block,
Yeah.
keeping all your shapes.
We could still perfectly easily get Tanya with this. The 7-mon, we're
absolutely.
probably going to lock the Dora as our pair anyway. And if we get 6-mon, it's kind of annoying to have that 5-mon. And we're waiting for another 5, 8, maybe? I don't know. I think it's still too early to tell. I like the 7-mon cut. Chun. Yeah. That's fine. 3-pin. Aha!
Now, Sanshoku thoughts? Question mark?
Yeah,
So-
probably hedging Sanjaku and Tanya. I think I throw 9 so here.
That was the
9
cut.
so isn't bad, because if we draw 7 so we still have the 6 so non-Furiten. We can go for Tanyao. Some people might even think here about cutting one of the Penchons, because we're starting to get blocks that we can complete a little bit more easily, and you might throw away that Sanshoku. But I think I like to keep it around. I still think the hand is off.
Yeah, it's.
For the record.
I mean,
so I think this 9 so is fine.
We've hit the end of row 1, and our hand still looks like this. I mean, not
Yeah,
that the other
still-
players seem to be making much progress either, but maybe they play to the right. But
Yeah, still 3 Shanten.
リーチ
yeah,
And now we have competition. So one of the things to note is that this player discarded a Ryanman into Tenpai. It normally means that they have a good weight or they have a good Yaku. Because discarding a whole Ryanman is, it's a big thing. So even though we have R2 here, we don't really have an easy way to push this hand against that player and expect to survive. So I like to start with the 7-pin, which is safe, and we have 3 pairs. There's some ways we can finagle this into a, oh, sorry, not 7-pin. Maybe 2-pin. So there's 2 lines of thought here. 7-pin is better if you're going to commit to a fold, because the 2-pin is also safe against Toyman, who has tossed it now. So if they end up fighting later on, we'll have a safe tile against them. However, for our own hand construction, 2-pin is better because it keeps the Ryankan shape. So I kind of like the 2-pin actually, because in the end we do have Dora 2. Maybe we get lucky, safe tiles come out, and we can Moashi around and find a way to Tenpai safely here. So 2-pin is my choice. 7-pin is also fine.
I also prefer the 7-pin personally. But 2-pin makes a lot of sense as well. Let's just cut enough times to
Yeah,
not worry about.
Twice cut, who cares? Now,
Same for south.
wait, back to the south. All right.
Twice cut.
Do you like the
So
5-pin
south
here?
is twice cut, but I like the
One.
5-pin better because we've already tossed a 7-pin. We see 2 of the 7 pins. We see we basically see a lot of the 5, 6, 7 shapes going away. I don't think the 5-pin is going to be very useful for us. If you're going to commit towards a Tanyao here, you can cut 2-pin here actually, because you don't care about getting the 1-pin then. But I still want to cut the 5-pin here and keep the south as a catch-all safety in case someone else fights.
Although in this case, and maybe just in this case, the 5-pin is also a catch-all because both players have discarded it. The players reach into Colron on it. So,
Yeah, you're right. I completely missed that.
but if it was just one player who had dropped the 5, then yes.
Then I would follow suit with the 5-pin. No, you're right. The 5-pin is completely safe to everyone here. That's an oversight on my part. So yeah.
And there is a chance South deals in.
It very much looks like both of the other players are folding, so quite difficult for.
But now we can 5-pin. Or 2-pin.
Or 1-mon
Suji, 1-mon.
Suji.
Yeah.
So
Terminal
not,
Suji.
not super risky, but once again, what is this hand going to do? Right now, let's say we're going towards Tanya. We need to get rid of the 1-so, which is dangerous. And we need to fill the 4-pin specifically. And we need to build a whole bunch of stuff, and then we're probably going to have to get rid of the 6-mon, which is quite difficult, right? Into this Ricci. We don't see a lot of the mon next to the Dora. I'm giving up on this hand unless I can find a way to Tenpai that doesn't require dropping those tiles. So for me, I don't find a need to push this Suji, even though it is fairly okay. We have safe tiles that still allow us to push for Tenpai, so I'd rather do that.
Yeah, we're maybe not expecting a Shampong weight with the 6-7 discard on the Ricci, but even then, I feel like we don't need to risk anything. Just go with 5 first. Although 1-mon will probably come out fairly soon. Oh, Suji.
Yeah, end up putting on a Suji after all. So, looks can be deceiving. Sometimes people make tricky plays, and it works out because they're going for a certain Yaku. And in this case, going for Chitoi, so that 1-mon could have very easily been a deal in tile. And that's kind of the lesson of the story here is we can't read into everything.
Right. You only make the best that you can of what you've got. So.
Yeah. But in the end, we are not punished there. That's good. And we move into our dealership. So this dealership is obviously going to be very important to us. I think there's a Yaku here. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, there is.
It's Itsu. Yay, Itsu. We can even call for it if we absolutely need to. So with this Sozu Ryankan, we have more than enough shapes. So I don't think we're ever going to give up on the 1-2 pin unless the 3-pin dies, because we want it for Itsu, even though it's a bad shape. The 3-mon's usefulness is that we can make a Ryanman with a 2-mon or a 4-mon, and maybe even shift towards a Sanchoku, though I don't really see that happening. given that we have the Itsu staring us down, the question is whether we want to keep the North and the Haku to go for a Honitsu as well, in which case my cut would be 3 Mon. But as is, I think I'm going to cut the North here and just hedge my bets. Try and get a good shape around the 3 Mon. To replace the Ryokan. I don't know. Let me think about this for a second. Dustin, you want to explain your thoughts, maybe?
I think, well, even if I get Honitsu, North doesn't give me anything. I mean, yeah, it's
Right.
technically an honor, but there's no value.
Right, yeah, that's kind of my thought here too. So I think North is fine. I think Fremont is a very fine play as well, because you keep future safety of the North potentially, but we don't know that the North is safe yet. I think even if we get the Honitsu, it's not guaranteed to be anything other than Honitsu because we'll likely have to break the Itsu up.
And maybe one note for Sanshoku Dreamers, you're not going to get Sanshoku and Itsu in the same hand, so no reason to consider that.
All right, now we get this 1 pin. So just looking at the other discards quickly, West and North are pretty normal. Oh, so sorry, the South player cutting West and the West player cutting North are normal. North is definitely not normal though. It's a 7-pin Tsukogiri on turn 1. It's highly irregular. Here, this 1 pin does give us some flexibility, because if we cut Haku here and we draw like the 4 Mon, we have a pretty good Ishan 10 even though we lose the Itsu. And as a dealer, I'm kind of fine with that. It's not like we lose the Itsu if we drop the Haku here. So I'd probably just drop the Haku here. If you want to go for Honitsu, you can drop the 3 Mon here. I wouldn't touch the Sozu yet. I don't think there's a reason to touch it yet. Alright, cool.
Ooh, that's awkward.
And now we're Ishan 10. So the sad part is, you know, no more Itsu if we get rid of the 2 pin. We do have chances to shift over to a 4-5-6 Sanshoku. This is, I'm going to call a Ryokan a mediocre chef because even though it has the same efficiency as a Ryokan, it's 3 tiles to get a double-sided weight. And at Tenpai, it becomes a Kanchan, so it's not great. So it's a Ryokan, Kanchan, Tenpai, Ishan 10. But on Tenpai will be a Richinomi no matter what. So I think actually one of the kind of cool options you can do here is to shave off the 6-so or the 2-so and keep Ishan 10. Actually, I would probably shave off the 2-so, even though the 6-so gives us a Suji trap, just because we have the chance to shift to a 4-5-6 Sanshoku. So 2-so is a cool draw if you want to keep Ishan 10 and you're fine with a bad dealer Richi. You can also do something like toss 1 pin here and force the Itsu and find a pair elsewhere. Or you can cost 2 pin here for the ultimate efficiency. I kind of like the 2-so drop. Or 6-so. Okay, and we decide to just break that block. That's fine too. You're clearly searching for more value, and by tossing the 3 Mon, you still keep this chance for the 4-6 Sanshoku.
Drawing the 4 is a little bit sad, but drawing the 6 you're perfectly happy with.
Yeah.
We missed Tenpai, but you know, in the end, it's a Richinomi bad weight.
Right.
So what do we do here? I'll just continue with the 5 Mon,
Yeah.
because we can get a Sanmenchan in the Sozu.
Hmm.
Call or not to call? So we are Ishan 10, which is like, hey, I can call this myself. However, there's some really weird stuff happening over to the left. Our hand is not guaranteed to have a Yaku, even if we get to Tenpai. We'll have to Richi, and in the case that it doesn't have a Yaku, we will get a Richinomi bad weight. So I actually don't hate calling. This is a critical point in the hand. It's going to be hard to get. On the other hand, you know, 6-so is an efficient tile. Even if we get the 3 pin here, we're not actually guaranteed the Itsu unless we drop the 1 pin and take a 6-so Tanki. If we drop the 6-so, we actually have a really nice 1-4-7 weight. So depending on whether you're a more reactive player or not, you can pass or take this. I'm of the opinion that I would probably pass this first one. If it gets offered again by this player or they look like it's doing anything funky, I'll take the next one. Because I can still see more out of this than Itsunomi 1 pin or 6-so Tanki. But taking it just going for a better hand, the next hand with better shapes is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are here.
I'm definitely not calling here. Like these shapes are good enough to get a decent Ricci. So I'm pretty sure I'm passing here.
Yeah, one way to think about this also is if you cheat here, you're going to get Itsu only, 1,500 as dealer. It does give you the option to change to a 9-mon Tanki, in which case you can get 5,800, but it's probably just going to be Itsu. Even if I get Ricci no Mi, it's still going to be more than Itsu immediately, because it's going to be at least 2,000, because it's a concealed run. Or I'm going to get a Sumo, concealed Sumo, or I'm going to get Ura or Ipatsu, or so like a Ricci no Mi is better than an open Itsu here in some ways. Then the benefit of the open Itsu is that you're Tenpai already, you can end the hand quickly. The benefit of the Ricci is, of course, guaranteed more value.
And here, I'd consider calling if I'm super scared of what the player on the left is doing. But with 3 Tsumuki tiles, another pin tile, only the 4th discard, I'm not that worried yet. I will be concerned maybe by the second row, but looks like
one
they have.
Tadashi.
Yeah, exactly.
One Tadashi means they've made one change with their hand since the beginning, so there's no guarantee that they've actually progressed.
Yeah, so there is some caution about this player, and if I was more concerned, I might just cheat and drop the 6. So here, even with only 2 1-pin left.
So 8-mon is interesting because there's a lot of efficiency around the 6. So an 8-mon isn't half bad either because we can hook up to the Dora. One option, even though it gives up the Itsu, is to do 2-pin here if you want both things. I feel like giving up the 6 gives up too much efficiency for this hand. But on the other hand, it is sad to get rid of the Dora adjacent tile as well. So I almost feel like doing 2-pin here, but I don't see 6 being a terrible move. It's just very inefficient. That's all.
Yeah. Though I can with keeping the 2-pin, I'm still dreaming of Chinitsu, and the player on the left is not going to be using any pin tiles of those discards probably. So if I get more and more pins, then I'm more likely to just greed and call for it.
So in the Eric Carhan doctrine of Mahjong, if I have a completed group in another suit, I'm not going for Chinitsu unless it's South round and I need the points. But as we saw with Pio, for example, in the other game, he was in the lead and he forced a Chinitsu dropping a 7-8-9, so I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So there are players who would do that. I think it's totally invalid.
And
just
Pio,
for me, it's too slow.
Pio did end up winning that hand.
And we see that Sozu is expensive, at least when considering the player on our left. Because now it's looking more like they have a potential Sozu Honitsu. So maybe that wasn't so bad in the end. We couldn't tell what suit they had at the time, though.
Right.
So regardless of whether we do 2-pin or 6-so here, we would get Tenpai anyway. And this is obviously an excellent Ricci on the 6-9, so... sorry, 6-9-mon.
Yeah, and here I would be punished, probably, I think if I'm not cutting the 2-pin, then instead of the 6, I'm cutting the 8. But maximum reward with the 7.
Each.
Just Ricci these.
Don't.
Wow.
And we get the Ipatsu run.
Sweet.
They must have had some very nice hand to be pushing the 6-so there. Or not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess they were Chitoi too, Shantae?
Don't.
Yeah, probably reading a little bit too much into these early Mon cuts.
Yeah. Well, this is Dustin's log review, so I'm not going to question them too much on that.
Right. Dealer
Also,
Mongon recovers those points from earlier.
It is 9:59 now. I'm not suggesting that we cut this off early, because we can always pick up the A1 games in the second game if you guys want to continue. But just keep that in mind.
Yeah, actually, it looks like the A1 match started early, and they are in fact going to start in less than a minute. So we have the we can also pick up this review later on, but
that's true. Up to you, Dustin. You know, this is your review. What are you more interested in? And you're welcome to stay around and commentate with us if you'd like.
Absolutely.
I'm probably interested in taking a break because we did play the 4 games.
That's fair.
That's fair, yeah.
Well, in that case, I think we will go over to the A1 games then. We spent almost an hour going over East 1, 2, and 3. Like we were
Yeah.
talking about off stream, it's really easy to get deep into analysis and different options here.
I think there was
but
3 Hanba, so
3
it did add
Honda,
up.
yep. Yeah, it ended up being like 5 or 6 hands. It's quite a long game. Well, thanks for stopping by anyway. A lot of interesting insights during that. Hopefully it was helpful for you as well and our viewers.
Absolutely. Yeah, really appreciate you volunteering that log for us. And I don't know, I think we might be doing more log reviews in the future. Maybe not necessarily spending an hour to get through just the East 3. But I certainly like that style of review where we're going over everything in detail. We can also do more brief reviews in the future. But yeah, if anyone who's watching is playing in the league and is interested in having their log reviewed, ping one of the broadcasters. We would certainly be interested in checking those out. And even if we don't get them reviewed on stream, we can even have the chance to review them in private and send the results in. So feel free to do so. As it is, we are getting into this game here in A1. I'm going to apologize for the choppiness as I attempt to change the names to the players who are actually here. And so we're going to get a little bit of lag. Our dealer is Garrick. To the right is Max. Across the table, Arthur. And on the left is Minko.
With kind of Matrix style presentation where we see the tiles after trails and everything, it looks like Garrick is going for a Pinzu Honitsu. Currently has 2 blocks for that completed, so is now 2 Shanten. Picks up this 7 Mon, which is a little bit annoying because later on that will become a very dangerous tile to cut given that it's close to the Dora. Minko has opened up with this Chun. We can't quite see the hands yet, but we will in a minute once Nathaniel is done doing our editing work in the back. Let's see. Interesting 7 Mon pair up. Garrick holds onto it for a little bit, but as soon as he draws the east back, decides to cut it now. So a little bit of waffling back and forth. Gets the east again, but it's a little bit late for that. He risks Puritan now, but if he draws another Pinzu and gets his key Shanten, then he'll be all good. And there is, yeah, we can see now. Excellent. So over on the right, it's a fast developing Tanya Dora 1 from Light Pink Yoshi. Sorry, Max. Yeah, just looking to wipe this hand away. And the 5/8 pin has 6 tiles in hand or called, so 2 in the wall.
It's so hard to not call Max LPY or Light Pink Yoshi, and same for Arthur. I mean, I almost never consider anything else other than Korek here, who's aiming for that Sanchoku, still needs 2 very specific tiles for it. It's just folding out now.
Yeah, Korek's hand was in a difficult position where he's calling for low value with very specific requirements to Tempai, and it kind of put him in a corner and forced him to fold here. But these players do play more aggressively. They know the limits. They're very good at telling when to push or fold, as we can see there. And certainly, if you're one of the other players and you're looking at Max's discards, you see a row and now 3 discards, a row and a half of Sumogiri. You probably think that he's Tempai after the 2 calls in those middle tile discards. There's one of the 5 pins. Garrick could use that to get into Tempai. The north is once cut, and it was cut in the second row, so it doesn't look too terrible to drop. But with only 1 turn remaining, he might not be able to get there.
Oh, it does not. Sorry. Unless the east gets called somehow. Oh, but those are twice cut. Actually, the east was cut already by Garrick. Yeah, awkward situation there, but...
Yeah, he didn't want to shove the 7 Mon in because of its proximity to the door and the player calling his right, but I think that held him back a lot. It was a fatal misfire. So we move into East 2. Max's dealership. 789 Sanchoku, if I ever saw one. Access to the door 3 pin. You could even see this move into Chanta somehow. However, with this 4 Mon pair, it's a little awkward. So it just cuts the Yakuhai for now.
And just a note for the viewers, I did change the statistics. So the ones that you see currently on the screen are those of last season's in the box at the top for the fall season.
Yeah. One of the things that stands out is Garrick's win rate is 27.6%, which is 3% higher than the second highest, which is 24.6. So it's a very high win rate. And of course, as you can expect, the dealing rate is also higher. So it kind of evens out in the long run.
Right. It should be noted, of course, that Garrick is a new player in A1 this season, did advance out of A2 last season. And the other three, Max, Minko, and Korak, all have been in A1 for a while now. This is Minko's second or third season now. And Max and Korak have been here from the start.
So one of the things I kind of didn't like about what Max did, even though it's kind of paid off now, is cutting the East on turn 6. Double East as dealer, and the 2-4 pin picks up 3 pin for value in case I don't hit the Sanshoku. So I kind of like the idea of keeping the East and dropping. I believe it was the Forso at that point. But now, because he had managed to keep that Forso and replace the 2-4 pin block, is left with this actually really, really good Ryanmen on a 2-5 So, especially since over on the left, the 3 So has been pawned.
We see Garrick approaching Tempai now. Ishanten currently is holding onto the safe East just in case someone were to declare Ricci. And across the table, Minko with a very nice looking hand as well.
No one quite drawing into Tempai yet. Now that this is the awkward part of cutting the 2-4 pin.
Yeah, that 3 pin.
Because, yeah.
Small backfire there. But still, Diamen Ishanten.
Yeah, and a very good one to boot. But the question is, do we want to be dropping Live Dora in row 3?
And Garrick.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Gee.
The answer is no.
Garrick also came to the same conclusion.
I'll be honest though, I don't think it's too awful as dealer you just shove for your pinfu. But the 4-man Mawashi is fine too.
Each.
What are the awkward?
The one player that
see
you
reach.
expect to be Tempai, it's Nakasuji too. Now the Ricci on the 3-6-4 pin is quite nice. So now the 4 pin, the 3 pin would be dealing in.
Yes. Yeah, maybe
But there's this.
one of the things that Max is thinking about is with all the 2 pin and 4 pin gone, if it does deal in, it's likely has 2 other one hands. So you're dealing into Mongon most certainly. And if it's Garrick, you're dealing into, it could even be something like Toy Toy, Yakuhai, Dora 3.
So safe. Will it come
Chi.
out? And Chi into Tempai. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, Max finds the path.
Will there be a
Haite chance? Oh!
Sumo.
Minko gets there.
I think the Yasune, but also the Takame because it's the high pin. I don't know. That's a
That-
Mongon either way.
That works. So Minko will be the player standing out in front after 2 rounds of play. We'll go to Korak's dealership.
For the record, of course, the Chi is fine.
Oh, absolutely. Even though it gave IT to the Ricci, as dealer, you'd love to continue your dealership there. And perhaps that Ricci player doesn't need the Dora and ends up discarding into your Hote.
So Korak's hand, Arthur's hand, it's a closed hand. You just wait around, you see what happens. He's waiting a little bit here. Actually, I think it's probably Garrick that's deciding whether to pawn this for Toy Toy Hatsu or not. Or it could just be lag.
Yeah, it's lag.
Yeah. So Korak ends up tossing the double east. It gets pawned. And over on the right, there's some shifts to Onitsu, but it's probably just going to be a fast hand.
Very exciting shapes across the table, though, for Garrick. You have the Anko of the Hatsu and the 3-mon already. And a couple pairs.
I'm curious why we're keeping this 8-mon.
It's for this reason.
Because you're going to pair it up.
Exactly.
Obvious.
Each.
Yeah. And now the Ricci's going to come in on the 4-7-mon, the Ricci Pin Fudora one.
Yeah, if we're being serious, I think it's Garrick is dreaming about perhaps a Honitsu here, and so is holding all the Mon
Each.
tiles.
Could be the case. And now a chase from the dealer on the 6-9 pin. Also Ricci Pinfu, no Dora though.
Slight advantage in value, that is to the player on the left.
In this case, both weights are pretty bad. It's 3 versus 4.
相撲
And he Tatsumo. So Ricci, Tatsumo, Pinfu,
Oh, Uda makes
and
it
one Dora for
Mangan.
4K. Yes. So nice to see your 26 all turn into a 4K all.
Now Korak steps ahead of Minko here. Minko, the only other player over 30,000. The other two players have just been getting sumoed down at this point.
Yeah, neither of them are completely out of range.
No, not at all.
But it's going to take some elbow grease to get back in these 3. So Korak's hand here is, honestly, it's not great. There's not a lot of value unless you get the East, and the East is dead. Maybe Pinfu. That's kind of all I'm seeing here. Maybe Ipeko in the Pinzu, but it's a very slow developing hand compared to the hand on the right, which has the opportunity to call us out and a few more of its shape set. Across the way, we have consecutive 5, 5, 6, 6 pin pairs. 4 pairs total, actually, so you can go for Chito Dora 2 with the 1-mon. And then over the left, there's 2 Dora already. So it seems like the dealer is going to have quite a fight ahead of themselves.
I'm quite excited to see the hand on the left turn into a Sanshoku, even though you might have to drop Dora there. Yeah.
So probably just going to cut the... Oh, you can cut the 1-2 pin. You can cut the 8.
It's just floating everything,
And-
maximizing the number of blocks here.
Yeah. Yeah. Cutting the 7 pin, of course, gives you the Ishan 10, but you're probably going to... Oh, wait, no. I've misread this hand entirely. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine.
The one benefit
you-
of of holding onto the 8 pin there is if you draw a third door, you can use the 8 pin as your pair. But I think this is...
I'm not that lucky. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
I mean,
I
even look
misread the hand. Oh.
here with so many of the 1 so being cut already. Max doesn't even want this 3 so. Says I'll keep the 7 so, and if I draw a connector to the 7 so, I can break this 1-2 pin block.
Yeah, that shape, the 2, 3, 3, 4 Nakapukure becomes significantly weaker when one of the sides dies, because even if you get the other side, you're left with a fairly weak weight. We'll probably see a 1-2 pin cut here. Meanwhile, Arthur has been able to get this Hatsu pair going. Speed up the hand a little bit. It's still cheap, but it's manageable.
I think a lot of times if you're Max, you discard in the order 2 pin, then 1 pin. But Max is thinking about the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku if you draw the 4 pin, or even the 3 pin isn't so bad either.
Here's that Dora we were talking about.
But now it's such a
Actually,
great...
I really don't dislike even just cutting the 4-mon if you want. But because it's kind of a meh Ishan 10 either way, this is fine.
I mean,
The
this
headless
isn't...
Ishan 10, it's not great though, because you have the 2 8 pins in the discards, but because you have the Nobutan with the 2-5, so this is a great move. And
1
that's why. Yeah, so easy Mangan here, 2-5 so. Looks like there's 3 left.
And Korak here still holding on to this very safe west and north towel. Realizing that the path to Tenpai is kind of difficult here. Oh, just Hipatsumo.
There you go. And that's why we cut down to the headless Ishan 10 there.
Oh!
We're a 3-2, Baimon.
Okay. Baimon out of nowhere, and now we have a new first place. I was gonna say
Yeah,
the
very
Ipatsu there was
great game.
huge, turned that into Hanuman, but then the Uda 3 just negated that.
Yeah. Well, Minko's dealership here, 29,200 doors. 2 pin has a pair of the Yakuhai, could pair up the double east as well. Probably seeing a Haku discard here, or 2 so. But the hand to the right is far more interesting.
Yeah, there's a
Boom.
door, there's a chance at Ipeko. There's even a world where you could end up with 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, or 7, 8, 9 even.
Across the way, we kind of see your standard Ricci hand. You could get 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku with that if you're lucky. And then over to the left,
Kind of the same thing.
yeah, so already 2 Shanten with a lot of sticky tiles. Now you're Ishan 10, but I don't really like that Ishan 10. You might even consider dropping just the 1 pin, but being able to accept Dora into Kanchan Dora 1 is fine too. And now thinking about this Sanchoku here with the 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
cuts it anyway.
if you're really flexing everything in the 1, 2, 3 or the 2, 3, 4, you might even just throw the 6 pin there, but I don't mind this one mod cut. Also note that the dealer has already discarded a Dora, so the other players are going to be on high alert for the dealer to be Tenpai or Ishanten.
Definitely.
The 7
Cutting
pin.
the 7 pin here. So this keeps the flexibility of being able to pawn, and then if you pick up the Dora again, you can shift to it. But now we're Tenpai.
Yeah, a little awkward. 3 of the 8 so are gone. 2 of the 5 so enhanced, so 3 left in the wall to be drawn. Garrick, in the meantime, drew a second 2 pin. So now Ishanten for what could be a very expensive hand. Oh,
Sumo.
just Sumo. Minko will shut that down. Pick up the 1500, and we'll get another dealership. Now 3 players over 30,000.
Yeah, really rough game for Garrick so far.
Although it's not because Garrick has been dealing in, it's just that Baimon Sumo, Mangan Sumo, just Sumo, and hasn't won anything yet, or at large.
Yeah, absolutely. Dealer here is going to start off with a fairly flexible hand. Already 2 Shanten has the 7, so we're just going to accept the Dora. Probably cut 3 pin here. Yeah, because even though you get a perfect Ishanten, if you keep the 3 pin and cut the 7, so the hand isn't guaranteed value, you could end up on a bad weight. And like what just happened here, you can pick up the Dora with it. And now we have a much better Ishanten with a guaranteed good weight and at least 2 Han, 3 if we reach it.
Yeah, and this is another good example of just holding on to an extra floating tile instead of increasing the acceptance of a single shape, getting rewarded here, in particular rewarded with a Dora draw.
Over to the right, there's already an Ishanten. Looking for the 5-mon north or 3-6-0. Could even see a shift to Itsu or Honitsu, depending on the right draws.
Chi.
I was actually going to say that earlier, I kind of like seeking the 6 pin over the 9-so. But
Ich.
first, 9-so is Dorasuchi, so it's not very helpful later on in terms of safety. And then also you have some shifts to Sanshoku with the 6 pin, but in the end, the 9-so is going to be useful as Suchi to the dealer anyway.
And we do get the dealer
Richi.
Ricci. Oh, we'll see a chase. Just Ricci Nomi with the Shampoo, but hoping for the north to come out as a bit of a safe tile here. Minko, of course, is
Yeah.
dealer Ricci Pinfu Dora. Very expensive.
Yeah, if you did have the
Sumo.
north here, you would not be calling Richi. You might not even call Richi with the hand as it makes it so cheap and a bad weight.
Oh, another
North kinda
Ura.
makes it a good weight.
We've seen both
Yeah.
dealers now turn their 7,800 hands into 12,000 instead.
So Garrick's gonna throw in the Richi stick and another 4K, unfortunately. This starting hand for dealer, though, even though it has 2 Dora, is a little bit slow, but we can see development towards Tanyao or double tone.
There's a door draw for Quark on the left that with the east pair as well might consider just starting to call this
Boom.
down. That's what Max's plan is across the way, as that hand has absolutely no value. Maybe just thinking, well, if my hand doesn't have value, then someone else's does. And so if I can end this thing early, get this out of Minko's hands,
Home.
Quark will make the east call.
And now a complete shift to Tanyao from the dealer.
It'll be
I
interesting
think
to see.
for,
Oh, I was gonna say it's interesting to see if Minko will start to open up this hand, given that you
I
have
think
2
he-
Dora and you've got 2 other players who are speeding up in their own hands.
I think he should. He technically took a step back there by not tossing the 7-mon, but the Kanchan Yushanten that forces you to toss the Dora this late. Versus 2 people who have called Yakuhai, so this is fine.
You see Tepe across the way for LPY, waiting on the 2 Mon,
Chi.
2 left in the wall.
And now Ishanten for the dealer.
Tempai for Korak
Chi.
will allow a second sheet to be called, so Tempai for Minko as well on the 5-8, so Korak waiting on the 7, so
Yeah, so 8-so is dead here, so we
Sumo.
don't see the dealer Mangan. And in fact, I don't see anything but Korak winning with this two-han hand.
Korak approaching 30,000, 200 points shy, and we will finally enter South 1. Garrick's second chance as dealer.
Another shot at 789 Sanchoku here, I think. He'll need to make a couple blocks.
This could even shift down to a Junchan if you draw something like the 1 pin and then pair up the 9-mon.
That's true. Unfortunate backfire there if you were going the Junchan route, but couldn't have known. Over to the right, we have a nice Manzu shape. We have an alternate pair of the 7-pin. Should we pawn or triple the Hatsu? So Max can run away with this hand fast if needed. The Dora West is nowhere to be seen yet.
Yeah, it might be a valid pair for Garrick, as he has now drawn the 2-pin, so is sort of leaning in that direction now, hedging both the Junchan/Shanta and the Itsu in Pinzu, as well as the 789 Sanchoku, so a lot of possibilities here.
Now keeps the 3 so. Now this I think is a little backwards just because you already cut the 1 so and the 5 so, so this 3 so, at least for me, it is even if you're going for the 1-2-3 Sanchoku, it's going to be very difficult to get. So I'd rather keep the East as the safety, and I might have considered just keeping the 5 so as well for efficiency. Actually, it doesn't even want it whatsoever.
Yes, committed at this point. There's the first Dora draw across the way, and Korak stops and looks at this tile and says, yuck. It's so
Korak
difficult.
also goes, this is my win.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's difficult for the other players to use.
Boom.
And there's our pawn, and the fast tempai 3-6 pin.
Dong.
And that diffuses any Junchan Sanchoku shenanigans from Garrick.
So if Garrett's
We
going to
go
make a
into Max.
comeback, it's going to have to be on other players' dealerships, such as this one from X.
Yeah,
Oh, what a
Garrick's
high buy.
looking to get a couple of Mongans, but everyone else seems to have good hands here.
Already Ishantan after 2 discards, and there's Dora 2. If you can draw into that Ipeiko up there.
Yeah.
I mean, how
If
sweet would a
8-so
7-so draw be here?
If 8-so wasn't Dora, I probably would never drop the 6-mon.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
yeah, this is excellent.
Yeah, as we can see, though, the 7-so, the 2 remaining ones are in Korak's hand on the right, and that's not a bad hand in its own right. Now that you've paired up the Dora,
And you know, over on the left as well, has developed into a good hand rather fast. We have a potential Itsu here. You already just Ishanten for Richie Pinfu as well. So you probably want a little more value than that if you can manage it.
this is kind of awkward for Korak. Ends up cutting the 6-pin. Would you have done the same? Oh, well, put that thought on hold, as Garrick has found the Tempai. Will just be Richinomi here on the 8-pin.
So I think what Korak is seeing is the potential to get the Ipeiko Sanmenchan with the 4-5-6-7-7-8-8.
Right.
So leaves the Sozu shapes unresolved. That makes sense to me. The question is, if we're gonna cut the 2-pin, where's the pair if we get that complex shape? So I think that's why he went with the 6-pin.
And we'll see if Maxwell Chase will be on the same weight, but has to drop Dora, and I don't know if you can afford to do that against 4th place Ricci.
No, bad way to take Dora into 4th place Ricci doesn't make a whole lot of sense, even as DLA.
Garrick finds the Udoff, so that is a bit of a boost there. Another important thing is it reduces Korak's chances of making it over 30,000. And of course, we talk about 30,000 mark a lot because in this league there is sliding UMA. If you're above 30,000, you're guaranteed a non-negative score. If you're below 30,000, you are guaranteed a negative score at the end of the game. So if all 3 players are above 30,000, then whoever's in 4th ends up taking -20
Boom.
for their UMA instead of -15.
Good bit of lag on that east before it's called by Minko. Has the Hatsu or the chance for Toy Toy or a Manzu Honitsu. Across the way though, we already have a 2 Shanten.
And a Dora in hand as well. Garrick can turn this into Tanyao along with a Ricci. some potential value there as well. Dealer Ishan 10
Alrighty.
here. Oh, do we just... it's a little difficult to call that. Especially for just 3,900.
Yeah. And now we have Ishan 10 from Minko, who managed to make that shift to both Toy Toy and 22.
Each.
Ah, but dealer did find Tenpai and got the good weight as well, 6-9 pin. Minko can't use that, but is willing to push the
And if-
2 pin.
And of course, we push the 6 so here, so we have the chance to con the 9 so. Oh, actually, it's the only one you can drop, my bad.
Garrick opens up, hoping to speed this to a conclusion, however, has drawn this dangerous 6 pin.
And in the end, like you were saying earlier, it kind of caps his hand at maybe 39, and at the worst case, 2,000, which isn't helpful. So I might have kept close there.
Garrick feeling some concern about the 7, so given the 6, so was the Ricci tile. And ends up cutting both of the 3 bonds. It looks like a fold at this point. We'll see if it ends up coming successful.
9 pin is held on the left. That leaves 3 tiles in the wall.
7.
There's a change of Tenpai on the honors, so we know the north is held by Korak. The Hatsu, one of those is in Max's hand at the left, and Hatsu Shonpai right now. We cannot see any on the table, so it looks like a pretty scary tile, especially for a Honitsu.
I don't see Max ever dropping it unless he has no other options, and now he has the 5 so he should be able to get out of his hand safely.
And even... Oh, there's a 9 pin. Garrick just collecting these dangerous tiles. Bailed out with a 7. Now there's Nakasuji 4 as... Oh, well, but that's Dora, so you're probably not going to drop there. Do we shift to, like, Chinitsu?
4.
It's a nice thought, but I think it's too late, and now the Hatsu comes out.
In the
39.
end, Korak finds the deal-in tile, and Minko rewarded for pressing forward with a very secure lead as we enter South 4.
Alright, so Minko here is honestly fine with the deal passing, but this hand is not half bad. The danger of this round, of course, is a one-hit reversal with the Hatsudora.
Oh,
So
now you've drawn the Hatsu.
I don't think you can get rid of this.
Or if you
I
do
don't
get rid
think
of
it's
it,
worth it.
get rid of it sooner. Yeah, I know I've talked to some people about their opinions on dropping Dragon Dora. Some people like to
Our
just get it
hand-
out of hand as soon as possible. Others like to hold it till the end of the round.
I think if our hand was a little better, if we could like reasonably expect to get to Tenpai and win this hand, I would drop it. But because this is a hand that's not necessarily able to win, and because we're not so far above second place, I don't want to entertain the idea of a pawn ever.
Mm.
I will hold it till my death, unless I get some humongous hand. And even then, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, interesting to note, a Mongan Sumo is not enough to take over first place, even from Max.
Yeah.
So maybe there's the consideration that if someone does have the dragon, you'd prefer for them to open with it, so you know who the player is to avoid. Because you can afford
I guess.
to dodge that player. Like you can just hold safe tiles against them, never deal in. Maybe that's the
But
thinking
then
that
this is-
Minko's looking for.
My problem is always this is a lot of maybes.
Right.
Because in the end, if I give them a Mangan Tenpai, what's to say they don't have a Hanemon as well with 22? That I have the safety necessary to avoid them if they don't give me much information. So I'm more of a conservative player when it comes to that. But I do agree. If you're going to drop it early. Oh, speaking of good hands, 789 Sanshoku is starting to show. And there's the second Hatsu, so Minko feeling a little bit more calm now.
In the meantime, Garrick has a target in Korak to get out of fourth place. Gap is only 6,400. That makes me think of Chitoy, but this looks like a normal hand. Ricci, Pifu, maybe Peiko.
If you're really lucky, you draw the 8 mon, then you go for Ryan Peiko.
Absolutely. And for Korak, attempting to make it over 30,000 would need to build into a Mongan. This looks like it will be a reach, but maybe there's a Sanshoku here. we see, of course, the 5-so and the 2-so being held by Korak here, just in the off chance that to complete that block, you draw the 3-so. And in fact, has already discarded a 6-so. Of course, if you redraw the 6-so, you'll accept the tile, but you really want the 3-so here. And this is Tempai.
I don't think it's worth taking, though.
Yeah, we'll not take the Ricci.
In fact, I would likely purposely drop out of Tempai if we get to the end of the hand. I haven't won.
I think that is something that Minko's definitely considering here. Maybe if you draw into 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, then you consider just winning the hand. Tempai across the way for Max as well, just on the 5 mon. Unwilling to take the Ricci here.
地
Koaraki Shanten now. And this is your
Yeah,
choice. Do you keep Tempai or not? And backs out.
Yeah,
Well done. Confirming first
pretty
place
much.
here.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed first. In this case, it's harmless because there's no one that will get over 30k with the Tempai payments.
And even Max decides to back out of Tempai as well. So in the end, no one gets there. No one will be Tempai. Minko will not lose any points for the decision to just end the game. And that means that Minko will be the leader with plus 31.7. Max in second place plus 8.9. Korak the negative 12.1. And Garrick, unfortunately, just sumoed out. Didn't really deal in. But
Yeah, unfortunately, that Paimon was not enough to take first place.
yeah, incredibly so. Tech Bro Minko went on an absolute dealer tear to end up snatching that away. And I believe that we'll see a second game from this table in a few seconds. So let's go ahead and look at the big screen while we switch over to that.
All right, there is a fair amount of movement in this league so far. However, scores are pretty stable. It's only been 2 games at most for these players, so we have our top at 26.4. Nothing special yet. No one has pulled away. We do have a few new members to this section of the league, though. Some excellent play in B1, A2 allowed Claire, for example, to promote.
Oliver promoted back into
Oliver, yeah,
A1.
managed to climb back up.
Tucker and Lucas as well.
Yep.
And
Both
Hadu,
of them.
as well as the
yeah, a
one
lot
player
of
that
new
we have in our
faces.
game, Garrick. Yeah, very interesting and excited to see how everything happens in A1, given that we have 6 demotion slots this time around. So one more than usual. Also should be noted, I don't think the results of that game are recorded in here. Might need to manually refresh those while we wait for the next game to start. Oh, they might just pop up. Another thing to note that the statistics that are shown here are from the last season. They're not representative of the season statistics. But the game has started. Let us shift that direction. This time will be Max's first dealer. Minko on the right, Korak Arthur across the table, and Garrick on our left.
Excellent draw. The 7 pin there fills one of the harder to fill shapes. Allows Max to get flexible Pinzu advancements, for example, towards an Itsu. We have the Kokushi over to the right, which is currently 3 Shanten.
ポン
But this Hatsupon is going to make it difficult. And if the Kokushi
Boom.
continues as is, Mansu is going to come out and potentially feed into this Honitsu.
Yeah, I'm not even sure you can afford to drop the 8-1 here, although
地
Minko will push forward, and that will give Tempai to Korak. 2-5 Mon is the weight. Of course, we can see with the pawn already that 3 are gone, but there are still 3 left in the wall.
Yeah. So Minko's thought process
Kang.
here is probably now a shift to
I got a little bit more excited. It's only one
Yeah.
extra Dora. I saw the Mon flicker. I thought, oh, This could be massive. Just turn this to a Mongon, guaranteed.
Yeah, and after that, even the 5-pin is something that Miko's scared about because it's
Yeet.
near the door. So it could easily be a Mongon even if Korak doesn't have the Honitsu.
Speaking about Mongon,
Now
we
this-
see a Ricci from Max. Oh no, this fight is going to deal in.
Jump.
And unfortunately, that's going to be a big hit. Ricci puts pin Fudora 1. 12k regardless.
The opposite of a fortuitous draw for Korak. That is the worst possible.
Absolutely.
But I
Max is
mean,
plenty happy.
you have nothing else to do but to push there, so drop the 5-pin and hope. And Max getting off to a good start here.
Boom.
Interesting, the Haku is the Dora here. We see a pair on the left and one on the right.
That's interesting because on the left you already have 4 pairs. No, 3 pairs. No, it is 4. Yeah,
It is 4.
but the shapes for a normal hand aren't too good. This 5-pin drop feels a little anticlimactic to me. I would have liked to see like a 6-8 on drop, but now there's the possibility of Honitsu Dora 2.
Yeah, it seems very much that Garrick was locked in on that Honitsu and decided it was either going to be Honitsu or I can
Boom.
call the Haku and maybe draw something in the Mon here. A second call from Quark across the way has all the blocks needed for Toy Toy well, not just Toy Toy. Toy Toy, but with potential Yakuhai in the Hatsu. And Ishan 10 for dealer now. Will we see another really Ricci with against an open hand? In this case, though, if it does end up being on the 3-mon Penchon, Quark will not deal in. Continues to push.
I'll be honest, don't think this Shabu is very good anymore. I mean, it looks good on the board, certainly is, but
Boom.
the 7-mon is not a tile you want to be waiting on. The 9-mon, the 8-mon's once gone. I think it hurts your efficiency quite a lot, even if it makes for a good final weight.
We'll see if Garrick
Now-
does, and
Go.
yeah, does choose to push towards that Honitsu. Unfortunately, will deal into Toy Toy. Just Toy Toy did not get the benefit of the Hatsu there. So Quark
Yeah,
will
that's how those hands work. If you dealt into the Hatsu, you're terrified until you see that the 3-mon is there and not just Pinzu.
yeah, Hatsu, Toy Toy, Honitsu is a lot scarier. As it is.
Dora is 9. Dora is 9, so dealer's hand starts with one of those and an accepting Penchon. Though the hand still needs to fill a few shapes. 5-pin certainly does help, though. Over to the right, we see 2 pairs. One of them is broken to get the 8-pin pair instead, though. Not really sure what the hand is going to be doing yet. Maybe a 4-5-6 Hanshoku as the lone Dora as well. Across the way, some fairly good shapes. The Monzu is a little muddled at the moment, but if you get rid of the Itmon, you're left with 2 decent shapes. And then over to the left, we have the Hatsu. And that's about it, to be honest. You could call that for a fast hand, though honestly, you might want to wait around and see what happens first before committing to this fast open hand with very low defense.
Yeah, I feel like Max has a bit of a reputation for being willing to disrupt the other player's call for that open hand, just end your dealership, especially in the lead. However, once somebody declares Ricci, a dealer Ricci, after opening once or twice, and all of a sudden it gets pretty tricky to defend.
Yeah, now we've gotten rid of the 9-pin, which is kind of like a really good safe tile in all. So if you open this, I wouldn't be surprised if it's open for Tanyao instead.
Oh, I guess you have to make that choice now.
Oh, 4-mon.
Yeah,
We'll keep
hedging.
both options.
And I think Max was trying to keep all of the pairs in hand with that 9-pin cut, but once you fill in that 5-7 shape, now you can really confirm a normal hand.
dealer Ishanten here, cuts the Dora, followed by Korak. And now what? Do we cut the Hatsu? Cuts the Forso.
Boom.
Figures it's easier to call the Tuso, and is it right?
Eat.
Oh, but there's the Ricci. So Ricci, Pinfu. Max has one save tile here. But really needs to see the 5 so here. And that looks almost possible. Oh, and there's the Hatsu. Well, that's unfortunate. At least that's another save tile. But Max might be out of this hand. As far as the 3/6 so is concerned, those are running thin. Only
Yeah,
one
they
left
certainly are.
in the wall, that is.
I do hate to interrupt here, but I'm actually going to have to tap out here for Harrison
Okay.
because of some in real
Gee.
life stuff that came up and people sleeping around me. So I can't commentate all night, but it's been a pleasure to be here with you.
Yes,
And hopefully I'll catch some more streams in the future.
Great, and we definitely appreciate having you to share your insight not only on these A1 games, but also the log review earlier and the early games. So look forward to seeing more of Eric in the future. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. Good night.
Hi, Eric. And with that, I will be stepping back in.
Boom.
The legendary Suiza rotate in. Very rare scene.
Well,
But
we did see the 3 so come out and deal into Minko for 5800 after the Uda was found. Yeah, thanks
yeah,
for
big hit to come in. Absolutely. Yeah.
and we will.
So what have I missed so far? What's been the theme of A1 game 2 so far?
Well, A1. First of all, did you get the chance to watch the first game?
Boom.
I did not.
Well, I have to describe that one. It was
Mm-hmm.
very exciting. Massive hands flying back and forth, but basically all sumos. And in the end, Minko went on a bit of a dealer run to take the first place, despite Max sumoing a Ricci Ipats Sumo Dora 3 Uda 3 Baimon. But Minko ended up stealing away. Korak got third, and Garrick just didn't get any of those large sumos, so ended up in fourth without dealing in, I believe. And that seems to be a theme in A1 so far this season. In this game, it's been a little bit quieter, although as we could see,
Gee.
Max with the 42,000 did pick up a very nice early dealer
Boom.
to come out with this big lead.
Yeah, that would definitely help it. And right now, there are calls flying left, right, and center. Very interested to see Korak's north call. I mean, I guess maybe a play for not only committing to the Honitsu, but also trying to scare the table off a bit more.
Yeah, you expect there to be another Yakuhai in hand to make this a little bit more value, because this isn't the Dora suit. It could just be that, Bakahon, that 2000 or 2600 Honitsu, which is currently the case. But if Korak can also get Itsu with this, there's a chance to upgrade the value a little bit. It looks like it will just be the 2000 point Honitsu, and
Yeah,
it doesn't seem to be
especially
slowing
with
down the rest of
three
the table that much.
Yeah, the rest of the table's being a little bit careful, but I mean, with also like 3 5s stuck in Garrick's hand, it feels like it's going to be a bit harder for Korak to bring that hand together, having to figure out how to get the 6 7, even if the Miracle South is drawn.
As it is, dealer has found Ishanten, though a little bit of a difficult one. Toyman,
Yeah.
Ishanten, and the player on the left, Max, also Ishanten. So everyone's
Everyone's right around there.
Eat.
and we will see the Ricci on the 2-mon that just came out. It's twice cut, but also you know that Korak
Eat.
can't really use them. And wow, the 5-so was pulled
And-
in by Minko.
Oh, that's the big one. Hold on, 5-8, we're in there. Safe against Max too, but I mean, I guess fortunately for Korak, no APs in hand. I'd
Do we-
imagine we would have probably
Come.
seen that if
Oh, we do see the con.
Ooh, 3S gun. Oh my god, Garrick just got a loaded gun. The Onko of 5.
And it feels like you've
Holy-
got to push now if you're Garrick. I mean, you've got the value in this hand.
Oh my god, there's so much there.
Oh, you can cheat
is
to
the Chica
Tempai.
come out?
I would do
7,
it.
Is it safe?
I would totally do
might.
it.
Oh, you might have to risk it. You're
Gee.
behind too. This would be a huge swing. Oh, and it goes 3-6. Oh wait, 3's out. Oh, there's only 3 6s. Oh, and the 8 comes. It's got to be south, right? Nope. Okay, folding a double 7 makes sense.
Yeah,
It's still
even
Washington.
even with the con of 3 still, there's just so much value here, and you're in a little bit of trouble score wise.
6 was 6 was not checked. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that is not good against
5
either
might come
Ricci
out
here.
too. No, there's no way 5 comes out, right? Okay, yeah. 5 guaranteed save. Oh, the 2 comes. Minko deals in the bags.
And there's an Uda hit for Max,
Ah.
so that will make it a Mongon, only
The
increasing the
Mongon goes.
lead, and now the only player above 30,000.
Was that the con era or was it the original?
Rewinding my head, I cannot remember.
I was gonna say I didn't get a look, so I didn't even think about it. I imagine though, if I'm just gonna pretend that that was the con era, so that con was actually
I mean, that
like the
con
move.
did reveal 5-pin, which Max had one of, so the con definitely did improve the valuation of the hand, whether or not it also got the Una.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. I forgot Max had the 6 or the 5p with the 456.
Yeah, as it is now Korak's dealership. Currently in 4th place, but it's still East 3, so plenty of time to make back some of those points. Technically, this hand is Ishanten, but Penchon, no matter how you get
Kind
the
of
tempi,
sloppy, yeah.
it's definitely looking
And it's
for
not really
something
worth
better.
too much either. I could imagine Korok maybe even sliding a bit more towards a Sanchoke if 9's picked up like that.
Yeah,
Maybe trying to keep it open, maybe a 6-mon, yeah, and then trying to angle towards that in some sort of way.
to the right, Garrick's got a reasonable hand for Tanya and maybe a Ricci there as well. Across the way, Max can call this Yakuhai West, which is Dora, would definitely be valuable there. And reasonable shapes to accompany that. And the question that I'm curious about is, will Max call something like the 2-pin or the 1-pin here, or a 6-9 6-9 pin?
I think 1-pin is a hard sell. 2-pin I could see.
I mean, a lot of it
But
comes down
1-pin I
to...
think kind of gives away to what you're trying to do. Ooh,
Yeah, exactly.
full committal.
We see the commit to the Sanchoku, and just locking in the...
Against the Sanchoke Junchan, so it's pretty good.
And it was
Assuming that you can find it.
not going to be Junchan here.
Not yet.
Well,
Actually,
it
no,
looks
with the
like we're
1P,
using
it's
the
kinda hard.
3
Oh,
mon as
yeah,
a
and-
pair.
Oh, I completely missed the 2-mon drop. I was thinking 3-mon came from hand. So yeah, not Junchan, just Sanchoke. Still really ugly though. Has to get the 7-pin and then also has to solve the Sozu suit with another 7-so, with one just hitting the board.
We do see a tempa on the left, though, that is Ricci Pinfu, but that also means that Minko can not hold the West if it comes out. Is able to be called, but
That's interesting. Oh, wow.
just an immediate push.
Oh, trapped with the Nakasuji. Very early on, the 4-2.
I'm not sure about Nakasuji, but Garrick definitely...
Or I think the 2-mon was discarded like first row. Within the beginning, although then when you do the 4 later, it does look a little bit suspect.
Definitely pushing the Ishanten, unfortunately deals in, and will have a chance to make back those points in this round. The 9-pin is the door. There is 1 in hand. Looks more likely to get a 6-7-8 Sanchoku than it is that 9-pin Dora, but we are leaning towards a Tanyao. And to the right, we have Max, who also has Dora, but a pair of them in this hand. Perhaps Ricci Dora 2 will be the play here. Across the way, Minko starts out with the Anko of West, and this hand already Ishanten. In fact, if you can draw something like the 1-pin or the 2-pin, you could even work this down towards a Chanta Sanshoku Sha hand, which would just be unbelievable. And there's another Anko on the left, this time the south, but that is not Yakuhai for Korak, and has the decision to make between this 2-4-mon and the 4-6 pin. And I like the play of the 4-6. There's a world where
Wiggles a little bit more towards Sanchoke too, and then you could also potentially drop a south for like a Pinfu angle as well as if you need to.
Exactly.
Now, and all of a sudden, Garrick, Dora pair as well. Could potentially see a Mochi Mochi Shabo with Max.
Yeah, there's even 4 pairs in this hand, so we could see a Chitoy.
I mean, I think the only problem with the Chitoy here is that you have so much dangerous shape in the Sozu, and Sozu are looking a little expensive. That it's a hard sell to audible into. But then again, if you get another pair or 2 really quick, you could definitely see it, even if it's just Damoed. But Tempai is gonna be taken, just gonna take the easy out, looking for 1-4.
And there are 7 in the wall, so it seems very likely that Minku will find the win here, even if it's just a Tsuo.
Ticking time game. Yeah, it's not worth too much though, so could also see Minko back off if anybody else presents value. And speaking of Garrick, interesting. We got Nanko. What do we want to do with it?
Decides to break away from the pairs. That was 7 pairs. Ishanten decided to.
Was it?
It was. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pairs.
Oh yeah, it
Each.
was Ishanten. Yeah, but then there's no flexibility. Oh no, and immediately punished. But would have dealt in, so good thing.
Yeah, 5-8 wait for Korak with his Richi Nomi. There's the Uncle of the South, so a lot of Fu, and no con chances there. Okay, Eric, you have to find the 8 mon here.
No, could drop 6 mon. Try to get success.
That's true. We have the
Very,
Tempai
very
again.
reasonable.
You're right. We backed into Tempai.
Oh,
And
it
we'll
does
even throw
decide
the
to reach
stick
on
in.
it for the 6. Interesting. That's bold. I don't know about that with Sozu being so expensive. I get it pushes other people off, but oh, it's a bit
Oh,
risky.
look at Max's hand just lighting up orange.
There's
Everything
no
dealing
way.
here.
There's absolutely no way. It's gotta be like, yeah. If
It's-
you're Max, like Sozu is so expensive. I can't imagine anything comes out in that suit.
Oh, another
Oh
so
my
tile.
god, Max is drawing all of them. What were there, 7 in the wall, and Max has just drawn like 4 of them in the past couple of turns?
Yeah, 4 of Minko's winning tiles are there. Oh, and finally gets up
Oh,
the
yeah.
one. Somehow, Minko had managed to maintain Tempai that whole time. We'll pick up the
That's what I
1,000
was-
points plus all the Ricci sticks, and so
Not
Max
bad.
found the cheap hand to deal into to escape this.
Yeah, no crazy risk or anything.
I mean, tragic
I'm-
for Garrick and for Korak, who both had massive hand. Well, maybe not Korak, but Garrick definitely with a massive hand.
I'm surprised 3S didn't come out. I believe it was safe against Korok's reach, but it wasn't safe against Dealer, and Minko had dropped it previously. So I was thinking maybe if a Sozu came out, it would be that, which would have been safe. But I guess just take the safe terminal, hope for the best, or the safer looking terminal. And all of a sudden, what is that? Chitoi Ishanten across the way.
It is.
No
and
door value, but
yeah, we'll see how Korak plays this. Maybe, I mean, the 1 pin's a pretty good weight, but it's twice cut at this point, so likely
man.
to see that come out.
Mm-hmm.
And a question that you're thinking about as Korak is, if I get Tempai, am I just hitting the button, or do I wait? It looks like most of these final weights are going to be good. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the hell weight Haku might be a little bit worse now, as similarly the 1-so has just been twice cut. Or
Yeah, we could also, if you see Korok, whatever, is gone, we could see a Dama into, like trying to get a weight ending on the Dora or something like that as well. I know
Yeah.
Korok's not gonna be opposed to trying to get a little bit more value with this. Wait and see if maybe somebody cons for some reason.
I just don't think you
Ooh.
might have time to do that, especially now that we've hit the second row. And so
Yeah,
there's another route, though. I mean, there's an
I mean,
Akko.
as far as Toy calls go, this isn't the worst. We'll need to probably find one before a call is made, but 2 terminals in the hand, your hard one is already made, so. Especially maybe even if an AP comes out, could potentially see the call.
Garrick
Although
with
with
a
1/9 out. bit
Garrick's got a
tough.
very pretty Ishanten here for Ricci potential Tanyo. The 7 mon not doing so much in this hand here. Oh.
Yeah, but I was gonna say maybe you can throw the 3s, try to angle it towards Pinfu, get a little bit more points.
You're right.
Not a
That's
terrible
exactly
play.
what the play is here.
6 comes out, no call to, cause really the only good route out of that is the 5 mon, but all of a sudden, Max, Tempai on the 7.
There's a Yaku in
Ipeco.
Ipeco, so just
Oh.
the Dama here for now.
Gotta respect it. Not really worth much even if you reach anyway, so might as well just Dama. You can back out if you really need to. Potentially even, I believe if 5S is drawn, you could do, can you do some nonsense with dropping like 8S?
Each.
Not in this hand, but we do see the Chitoi Tempai finally found by Korak waits on the 7-mon here.
Gee,
And Garrick says it's time for me to make my move, makes the call into Tenpai's Will for Tanya Dora 1. Waiting on the 3, 6, 9, but only the 3 and the 6 will win.
Yep. And the 3s, 1 left in the wall. 6 is not looking too good either.
Yeah, 1 left
Going
in
to be
that.
1 left as well. Ooh, decision time for Max. Doesn't want to cut the 9S.
Yeah,
I
well,
was
we
thinking
will.
a 9S before an 8S cut, but
Maybe might not be expecting Garrick to be Tenpai on the in the Sozu here. So
fair.
assuming Garrick makes another call, then you'll have the 9, so pass. We might.
5 comes up. Doesn't want to quite commit to the Tanya. Ooh. That's
Yeah,
gonna be
there's no
missed
need
by, yep.
for Max to push here. There's only 1 draw left anyway. So it looks like we'll be hitting Ryukyoku with Korak and Garrick being Tenpai here. And we'll shift over to South 2. 1 stick, 1 Honba to be collected. We'll see who, if any of these players are desperate enough to just fight for those sticks. A lot of Sotiles in Minko's hand. Could we see a Honitsu play here?
I mean, I think it's definitely possible. I think the big indicator, although at that 6P it looks pretty committal, is going to be whether a pair is drawn. And I mean, the thing about these big 1-suited hands for the most part is especially when Dora is in honor, it makes it a lot more appealing because then all of a sudden you can Tonki on it without reach, you can Shabo on it without reach, and you have a bunch more options to incorporate it, which also means that A, it's not going to other players, and B, you can be a little bit more tricky with it, try to lock up people's hands if they have it, and not lock up your own.
And here we see Minko making the play of dropping the twice cut south instead of his 3-mon. Even if it's going to look like Honitsu, you're still posing some question marks as to what suit it is. Although, given that Max has dropped a 7-mon and a 4-mon with no hesitation, and then the 4-so comes out and there is hesitation, it seems pretty obvious what the suit is going to be. And
Yeah.
for Max, I mean, there's a Honitsu over there as well, and that is the only hand that currently is holding one of the Dora tiles.
That is an interesting note. Max with the only Dora, so 3 still to be drawn. I mean, if you're Minko, you're going to work it in. The other 2 players are going to struggle definitely much harder. The problem is Minko is shaping up really, really quick. We might not even need to see a call.
There's a
A
world
lot
where
that they could take, but I mean, they're getting close. I think they're 2 Shanten right now, right?
and okay,
Oh, and that's
I was-
Ishan.
I was gonna say Itsu is possible here, but I mean, if you're Minko, do you start calling it down for Chinitsu if you get the right calls?
7 it? Nah, 7's kind of clunky. Actually,
Gee.
7 was a good one. Nah, because then you're left with.
It's kind of the
4
same thing as
5.
the 4 here, so
Yeah, not too good.
Korak
Korak is
Yeah,
just gonna
once-
try to whittle this down. Yeah.
wants out of this hand. Is going to hold these Sotiles for as long as possible, but this is a Tenpai.
Is that Tenpai? Yeah, on
Each.
369, right?
Yes. It's an awkward
Three-sided,
shape,
pretty
but
good.
we'll take the Ricci, and now if Max ever draws a Sotile, we'll have to think long and hard about it.
I mean, Dora already dropped though.
Basically kills Korak's hand as well, as that 7-so
Gee.
never ended up finding a path out.
Yep, especially with the north drawn too. That's gonna be a full Malachi from Korak, I'd imagine. Not worth getting into this. Max, on the other hand, getting very close to his own Shunitsu, so might see a little bit more pushing back. Ooh,
Close. How about
pick up.
Tenpai? Looking for the 7-pin, and
Yep.
Garrick. It's
There's
this time
still
it's
3 or no, 2 in the wall. Okay.
yeah, this time it's Garrick's turn for the hand to be lighting up.
Yeah, wow, the Anko of the 6 and the pair of the 9, leaving 2 9s to be drawn, and that'll do it for Minko's hand.
You go with no draws left unless there's a call. Oh, there's the last of the third
Oh.
9. This is
Third 9,
technically
there's still
Tenpai,
one
but
more.
Garrick doesn't want to push. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
not
that's
Tenpai
fair.
there, not Tenpai.
No, I think if you
No,
drop
there was-
7
there
no,
were-
no,
there was no
'cause it was
pair.
3 4 6 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It almost was, but Garrick
Very scary.
yeah, found a safe route. Minko will continue on his dealer here. Dora's the Hatsu. We see one to the right, one to the left. Looking around, Korak's hand looks the most appealing to me, although it looks like it'll have to discard that Dora. The other hands seem kind of
Yeah.
just normal.
Yeah, it's looking tough to fix. The only way I think Korok decides to keep the door and incorporate it last is if he can Shabo on it with something up, maybe pair up a couple of things.
And we can see Korak just holding on his door as long as possible. Around this time is where you have to start making sacrifices in efficiency to keep it. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see with next good inside, especially if it's something that would require the door drop for sure to keep all your mins and not break.
And keep in mind, Max has actually already discarded his, so a little less likely that you'll be able to pair up the door here.
Yeah, and Garrick did too, so it was only the one. And Hell
See.
waiting on that in any scenario is probably way too much of an ask.
And seeing this, Minko isn't as scared to open up for a Tanyao here, as it's the most likely way you'll be able to repeat, and you don't have to worry about a Ricci with Dora in it.
Korok, interesting decision on what to cut. Does decide to cut the 6-mon, still keeping open those pairs and Ankos. 4-mon is drawn, and the 4-6 can figure out how to work that out or change that shape. We'll have San Anko as well as Tanya.
Here's the
Each.
Senpai Yamanwei. 2 5-mon will be the options here. There are 4 left in wall, 3 of the 2-mon as well. So Ricci, Tanyao.
Tanya for right now, can always hit an Uro. There is also the 8 to Khan if it comes into Korok's hands.
And it's still live, so there are possibilities there.
Yeah. Problem is, Minko is shaping up very quick. Ishanten right now will have to throw out a little bit of a scary Pinto. Or no, actually, if 3P is found, then can just throw 7. Wait on the safe 5-6.
And it sort of has the feeling that Minko's going to take the safe Tempai if it is drawn now.
I'd imagine this late into the round, you're not like too invested on winning. I think you just want to try to take the Tempai so that if it does get there, you do get to stay dealer.
I mean, it's not just a
Reclaim some
1,500
points.
point Tanya. It's 1,500 points plus 3,600 sitting in the middle right now.
That's a good point, actually. I forgot how many Ricci sticks are in the front.
And a
Board is
dealer
quite
repeat at
heavy.
that.
Ooh, the 8 comes up.
These tiles are still in the wall. There were 4 at the start of the reach, and there are still 4. Well, now there's 3.
Oh, there's one of them. It looks like Mawashi from Max. Max is going to back off completely.
A little danger for Garrick. Garrick has discarded all the Mon tiles and might consider
Yeah.
those to be the safe ones here, but the 2-mon is not safe. That Tsuji has gone unchecked. We do see the call into Tempai.
Oh, they're calling the Tempai. And that actually saves. Garrick doesn't even have a chance to drop the 2-mon. Might have come out without that 6P call. But
So-
ends up sticking. Oof.
We go again. And at this point, everyone wants the sticks in the middle. It's valuable.
Oh, 4K
any
free,
player.
of course. Have Mongon. You gotta
Home.
take that.
Korak sees the Chanta or the Itsu, says, you know what, either's fine for me. The 6-pin doesn't belong here, though.
Says if I'm gonna work on it, gotta start now.
Yeah, we'll make the call and push towards one of those 2 hands. Minko also can call for the Haku here and advance towards a fast hand. Garrick, if he wants to go fast, is looking at Tanya. Might not even need to call, though. These shapes look excellent. And on the left,
Oh, yeah.
Max just filled in an incredible 4-pin. So these shapes not bad either. Garrick's hand just getting better and better here.
Prepare, yep, getting very close. Ishanten right now. Probably trying to chimney with 707 on, but we'll see. Could take this call too. Nope, declines.
Now, Minko maybe even thinking about making a Honitsu at this
Tempai.
point. You're
Okay,
right.
Dom it on the 6P. Once cut. Oh, and a great fill-in for Max. All of a sudden, Max, Dama on the 7, but no Yak.
This is Tempai for Minko on the 5-pin. The Yaku is Chitoi. 7 pairs.
Each.
And Max finds the Dora Tonki wait. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is gonna get really interesting really quick.
Probably not going to see it
Trust-
come out of Korak, but it is in the wall. 2 of them are.
A lot of time. Garrick has completely abandoned the Tenpai he once had.
Chi.
I wanted a
think
better
he's done
weight, and now as this reach you can head with, and the 6-pin is coming out, it definitely feels bad. Korak
Con.
Bad
also aiming for Dorotaki. A Khan that makes the
Whoa!
East Yakuhai. That's Korak's.
Each.
And now reach on the 5. Yep.
Everyone is gonna wait on the
one
West.
more. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god! I didn't even notice Korak has so many points. You gotta brave the 5 so right. If two Mon comes out.
Tuso, yes,
Oh,
you're
just
calling for
time.
Tenpai.
The 2 so yeah. Oh, this is so tough. Not only you have the 5 so, but you have to get rid of the 5
Oh,
Mon.
Korak
Yeah, and
bails.
it looks like Korak backs out. It's scary. It's real scary against 2, especially with one of them being dealer. I don't hate that decision at all. It looks really appetizing, but again, if you're the one paying like 14k in, it's not worth.
I mean,
Especially with the fact you have to play like 1,000 extra on top. Ugh,
yeah,
not
especially
good
with
at all.
the Khan. I mean, the Urachiansa's
Oh
every
yeah.
deal and hurt so much more. I mean,
Oh,
can
man,
Garrick
where's
find a
this last
Tenpai
West gonna
somehow?
come? Well, Garrick's thinking about it. Garrick's getting real close. Some good Ishanten tiles.
I mean-
Still nowhere to be seen. One West.
Yupeiko's not going to happen. The 6 so are locked into hand, but one is Suji, at least. Ooh.
I mean, oh, White's Mochi too, so White's not coming out. Yeah, Garrick might be stalled out. Would have to take 4. Here's the call.
Boom.
Drop into 6. Nope. Takes the 5-8. But no Yak. So just trying to get Tenpai at the end of round.
The only Yaku here is the Haku or Hote. Or I guess it'd be Haite as Garrick gets the last draw here. But all the weights are locked in, and so 3 players
Oh
step by,
my
we go again.
God, we go again. There's so many points in. This is gonna be like a 10k pot just to start.
6,200 in this pot, and okay,
Oh my God.
surely this is the game-ending hand. Haku,
That's what we thought last time, and then all of a sudden Minko decided to play Chitoy out of it. That's very possible for this hand.
oh, it could even have called
Doesn't
there,
take the West too, yeah.
but no, denies that call. Korak with an all-right starting hand, but we'll probably be getting rid of these honor tiles soon. And in this scenario, it might be effective to choke these honors because you don't want someone calling for a cheap Yakuhai hand. Garrick has
Yeah,
had
that might be the way to go.
this con of the 9 Mon to start, but the other shapes are not good.
Oh my God, the Hinako, the white. So now Minko can Dama.
And the white comes out, but the Haku comes out. Not
No.
called anymore. No need.
I don't even see a point in Minko even trying
Gee.
to reach here. Yep,
Nope, we'll
open
just
for
take the
that,
perfect
quick and
Ishanten.
easy. Oh my God, this is crazy. It's got to be Minko, right? Although Max, a lot of stoppers in hand. Decision time now. Maybe yep, 5S comes out. Unattached, don't need it.
In the meantime, Garrick's drawn a pair of the Hatsus, so this could turn into Honitsu. Since you have the 6 Mon, it might be fine to call the con here.
It's able to work off it. Could also potentially try to shape up into something else, gonna Itsu or Toy Toy or something either. And it's
And now you have
really
this
far though.
You have this Young-Con shape, so it could have just played the efficient. Held that as an efficient shape here.
Red comes out. Minko's still not picking up shape upgrades to get to Tenpai. Gonna be stuck in Ishanten for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Korak found Ishanten, but did not want to cut either the 1 Mon pair or the 9 Mon
Boom.
9 Smoke pair.
Oh, and 3P, that's gonna be the pawn, waiting on 4-7 Mon. So here's the question, you're Minko, you
Boom.
draw 5 or 6 Mon so you can Shabo on the west. Do you take it or just play for the draw with 4-7 Mon? Because Monzu are very expensive on this board.
Yeah, maybe you're concerned about Garrick holding Mon tiles, because it looks like he's
Each.
going for Honitsu, and that is Yakuhai there. Oh, against the Riichi, just throws the 5 right back. Looks like auto discards on almost.
Yeah, right, and with 7 Mon too in the way.
Gee.
Oof.
A call from Korak, a chance at K10 here. This reaches just the 7 Mon.
Oh,
It is
and
the
the
same weight.
5, if the 6 Mon was
Gee.
dropped, that would have just dealt in if you're Minko. Korak, no Yak,
No Yaku.
just waiting.
Oh, this is Dora.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't afford to drop Dora, can you?
No, you gotta bail out, I think.
And there's another winning
Yeah, if
tile
you're keeping
drawn.
that too. Yeah.
Garrett
I
can
mean,
actually
you're
use the
seeing the heavy
7.
flush.
But the awkward thing for Garrett is you're holding all these 9s. You can't use all of them here.
Maybe last hand out. Try to
I mean, if
do
you
it.
cheat, you could drop the 4, but probably doing some math on who gets the last tile here.
Shape the con- Yeah.
We'll get last draw.
It's him right now. Got a ticket. Not in tempo yet. Oh my
You could
god.
drop the
Con,
9
you
for
got a
tempi.
con. Oh, you didn't want a con?
You can't
I
con,
mean,
that was
it's
the last
risky,
draw, but yeah,
Oh,
found the
that's right, I
tempi,
always forget the
and
roll. Still takes it. When we go again.
6 sticks, 5 home ball. This is the round that
Oh
never
my
ends. There's
God.
7,500 in the middle. Okay, Minko starts with Yaku high pair again.
This is South 2 squared right now. This is insane.
Korak, also Yaku high pair in the south.
Oh, Minko gets the immediate call, but the rest of the shape is not there. Many a stronger hands have not gotten the win.
You win manga. You win a 1-hunt hand. That's Mongon essentially. Forget what the door is. The door's the 3-pin, but it looks like
But, I mean, who cares at this point? You have so many points in the middle. You got 6K just for first person to win a hand.
oh no, that's another pair. This is
Oh,
Chito
no.
Ishanten
Don't
for
fall to
Korak.
Chitoy. No.
Will we call this? This is the last 9. This is Toy Toy or not? Doesn't want it.
You had the Yakuhai too. You had bailouts. I don't know about that. It's probably the right play. Oh,
The
no, one
Onko
peek
draw.
comes up. Oh, you gotta just throw that, right?
I mean, you can.
There's no way at this late in the hand. There's no way you can audible.
You still have the south as a Yaku high, but yeah, it just throws it back. Says I've committed to Chitoy, and this is gonna be my hand.
Chi.
Another
Yeah,
call
make
from
or
Minko
break
Ishanten now.
Oh my god, such a sloppy Shanten though. Still the Kanchan of the 7-9 to wait for it, even if
Gee.
2-5 is found.
Max makes the call. This is gonna be a Tanyao. Oh, Tepai! Which way do you want?
Oh my god.
Once cut
Even
Hatsu or
Reacher?
once cut
Yeet.
north.
Oh, it's gotta be. Oh, I actually opt for the Hatsu. Okay.
Ricci style thrown in.
Just
Chi!
dealer-
Tempai!
Oh, the 5-8.
Minko looking
Nice
for the last
calls.
8-pin. 8-pin is Genbutsu to the Ricci. Will Garrick drop it? Or will he play safe with the 4?
there's-
Or if you're Garrick, are you just fighting for your own hand? Pushes the 5. That is safe to the Ricci as well. We'll end up breaking away from both tiles, it looks
Maybe
like.
could do the 4. 4 safe. Doesn't want to drop. Okay.
Oh, there's
4
the
safe to
north.
everybody.
NBA will deal it
Oh,
instead!
let's go!
Double run!
Double run!
But because Max hits it first, we'll take all the sticks.
Oh, that is true. Max
This is
with
just
the huge
1,500 points for
value, and
Minko.
Minko gets 15. No.
Incredible finish to that
Oh,
hand.
Somebody, we need to clip that. Anytime somebody asks why you never play Cheat Toy, I'm just gonna link to that. Just nothing but problems.
Well, you just got to pick the right way, right? Who could have known the
Yeah, I
north was
guess.
going to come up before the Hatsu, though? The Hatsu looked good in the wall.
Oh, it's 50-50 every single time.
And then the maximum punish. And that actually is critical because this puts Korak down at 7,400. I mean, Max collecting all those sticks almost up to 60,000 at this point. And it's still
Yeah.
Minko's dealership.
Max having an absolute shredder of a South too, doing so well. Korak still has a dealership left though. Same with Garrick, so either one of them can fall a bit behind.
Oh, look at
Still
Max's
a lot
hand.
of
This
chances
is
on third and all that.
it's going to be Honitsu, Dora
Oh
3, maybe
my
Chun as well for a Hanemon.
No way, no way. Max, how much you gotta eat, man? Everybody's got it. Everyone at the table's hungry. You ain't gotta eat it all. You can give them a break.
Now, Minko's
Boom.
Ishanten not looking good here because the 8-pin is being held by the other players at the table. And this is Ishanten
Boom.
for... Oh, make that Tempai.
Like that Tempai. You think you call 3P here? Does that
Oh,
give an
for,
upgrade?
for the Toy Toy? I
Wait,
mean-
so that's 3, 5, 6. Yeah, Toy Toys Baimon.
Toy Toys
That's the
Baimon.
difference, I think. I mean, listen, I think if 3 comes, I think you gotta take it. Even, I mean, it's already unlikely that you get your weight, right? With just the 8. It's so juicy. Maybe even if you get the Shabo 7-9.
Garrick the player in danger here, but dropping from the Haku pair indicates that doesn't really want to have anything to do with this. I mean, if you deal into a Mongon even, you're falling below Korak for 4th. So I would never drop another So tile for the rest of this game if I was in Garrick's seat. Minko as well holds on to that 5 So. Perfect T-Shantan now.
You go flirting with Tenpai, but again, with that, with the 5-6, a little dangerous. Oh, but the 5 comes. It's actually so big.
Yeah, could have switched the weight to the 6 So instead, but no real reason to do that. Could also discarded the 3 So as well, but again, no real reason to do that.
Yeah, I think if anything, you just definitely full commit to a toy deal out from this.
Amazing
And
draw
with 9 come up. Ooh.
for Garrick. I mean, with the Anko, with all those 8 So, you could actually win this hand. This is Tenpai.
No
Reach
way.
it.
Oh, even
Completely
throws
blocked
the
off.
stick in.
Oh,
Max's
it
weight is
reaches
completely
4.
dead. Will never win this hand. Cannot even call the 3 So. Those are in the wall and in Garrick's hand. So unless
Or
Max
no, the
switches
3-so
out,
The 3-so, there's. Oh,
Gee.
yeah, you're right. It's the indicator.
it's
Oh
the
my
Dora
God.
indicator.
I think it's got to be a 9-7 draw, right? How many 7s are left? There's
Gee.
1-7, 1-9, right?
Oh, there's the 9.
my
So it's
God,
not, even
and
that's not going to
3-6.
happen.
Oh, 9's up.
Now,
Oh, it's
Garrick
going to draw. There's
Garrick
no way
only
this
has
gotta
one
be
tile
3-2.
left as well. The final 1 So is in the wall
Oh,
somewhere.
That's Tenpai. But you have to throw the 6. It deals in. Oh, Minko, you got to back off, right?
It won't
Ain't no
deal in
way you can
actually.
afford that with
It will
Doge.
not deal in, but you cannot discard it there, I don't think.
6. Oh, yeah.
And there's the 7. Oh, surely not. Surely not. Hote?
Oh, it's.
Hote dealing.
Oh my God, that's so many.
Just Richie Hote Uda. That's 52.
Oh, there still.
I mean,
though.
Max had points
I
to
mean,
play with, but that is incredible. The final winning tile was the last tile on the
oh,
wall. And Garrick's getting bailed out here now. Drawing all for the 8 So. And of course, with Garrick's hand being revealed to all the players,
Max has got to be frustrated.
Max
with
can
that,
see
yeah.
all of those winning tiles are used in hand.
Oh,
Still, very comfortable lead for Max. I mean, actually, that is getting tighter now. 12K, and there's 2 rounds to go.
yeah, I was gonna say, while Max was feeling good, definitely not out of hot water. Especially again, it was Homba 6, so any deal in is gonna all of a sudden jump up in value super duper quickly. And just like that, I mean, again, Mangan, Sumo, and direct hit is enough to for Minko to take first theoretically. A lot of different options here for Max to slip down, but Korak's got something to say about it, shaping up the hand.
Yeah,
Maybe
might even see the
potentially
8,
going for
9
a
cuts.
Sanchoke. Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at the value here, you definitely the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, and you get the Haku call as well.
Yeah, it could potentially even Tonki on the door or something.
Gee.
After all of that as well. Very reasonable option.
Interesting across the way, Max angling towards pairs. Oh, just draw the uncle yourself. I mean, if we're saying max value here, maximum, then you just draw the Sanshoku, Richi, Haku, everything.
Yeah, I mean, Ishanten right now, double ground then.
And there's
Yeet.
Tenpai.
Oh my god, and you don't even need a Dama because you draw the 3. You just draw the Sanshoke tiles, and now you take 3/6. On the Manzu. Manzu a little expensive on the board, but depending on Korak's drops right now, could change that very quickly.
I mean, yeah, nothing really indicates anything special from the discards of Korak. And there's Sumo, not Takame there, but you'll absolutely take that.
Doesn't hit the Uro for the Mangan. Sanshoku would have gotten you there, but hey, whatever.
Yeah, you've put yourself in shot of Garrick again, and you get another dealer repeat. Of course, you take the Tsumo hoping for the Uda there, make that a Mangan. As it is, this high pie is not bad either. Deciding between the 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku, the Honitsu. I think
Yeah, I
you
think
can't go
Honitsu is a little
Honitsu
tough
here.
there.
Yeah, because you've got
Yeah.
the shape that includes the Dora. And if you're gonna
The Dorigon then too. It's so good. Ooh,
Exactly.
okay. Korak just draws those 7, 8, 9 almost in tow. Looking very, very close.
Yeah, question mark on the 8 So, because that could be the pair in this hand. We'll throw it back. If it was the 7 So, you definitely would be making a different play.
Home.
Garrick wants to end Korak's
Boom.
dealership. 2 calls into it now. Ishantan.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Garrick, that's number one priority right now. Just make sure Korak doesn't have a chance to run up and catch up to you, especially with Minko and Max still so far away. You pretty much have one
Gee.
direct competitor.
Minko says, I'm so far behind in this hand, the only way I'm going to catch up is by calling for Junchan or Chanta. And grabs the 7 pin.
Yep, just throw it right away. If I'm gonna play this hand and I'm gonna have some agency in it, this is the way to do it, so I might as well full commit. Not hitting the draws though. Max not really giving too much to toe with him. Garrick still hasn't found the north or anything in order to get to Tempai yet. As that happens, Korak also throwing the 7-8-9 Sanshok, opting just for the better way. It's getting pretty late into the round, so very reasonable. Ooh, and
Gee.
Minko. Kana the North doesn't take it, gets the shape.
Boom.
Gonna have to drop a 9 later on, unless a pair can be found in 1-mon
Gee.
1-so, but still some time. Gonna opt for the 3-mon wait.
Oh, the South wants cut.
Yeah,
Boom.
Will deal in. Garrick will pick
Tricky,
up the fast
tricky.
hand. Only 1300, but that's 1300 on your direct competitor. So we go into South 4.
yeah, now, not, okay, well, oof, still within a Mongon. So it's not super safe yet, but with a hand like this too, where you're thinking about winning it, now you're looking very good.
Oh my goodness. This Ishantan for Garrick. Just call the South in your
Garrick
Tempai,
so
but
quick. Yeah, but then that's pretty much all the value. I think the best case is probably what, 9 South Shabo, right?
yeah, that would be an
Probably the way
Endotsu.
to do it.
In fact, if you draw the 6 pin, you even have the 3-6-9 South weight.
Ooh, that's a good point.
In this
Commit to that 4, 5,
case,
6.
I think I like holding. Well, this is fine too.
It's a little tough. Ooh, okay. Can potentially move towards Epeko. Another
There are all sorts
reasonable
of options,
option.
and here's the
Doesn't score
choice:
points.
will we call? Call is taken. Now, important here that Garrick discards the 7 pin and not the 8. The weight is the same either way, but this way allows you to call con on the 9 pin.
That is very true.
And when you're looking to increase the value of your hand, that is calling con is one of the ways to do so, especially when you feel like you have the best chance at winning. Now,
Mhm.
the detriment to calling con is it could increase Korak's hand into the Mongon that he needs to catch up.
It's a little bit of give and take, but if you're going to put it up to randomness, especially when you have a lower threat hand like Garrick does right now, that is very quick already in Tempai, and there's no other threats on the board, I'd say no point in not taking it. But Max all of a sudden Damad waiting on 4-7, going to be Pinfu too, so can continue to Dama.
Yeah, Max has no need for the extra points here.
Ooh, and Korak works in the 5.
Oh, that's a Dora though. Will we see the 7 mon or 5 so come out? Maybe the 7 mon? Thinking about
Yeah,
Tanya as
should
well, but
probably 7-1. Oh, it's a little tough.
yeah, feeling a
Let's drop 7-1.
little backfire. But that will deal in from Max.
Wow, yep.
None. Only for 2,000 points. We go again. Game not
Keeping
over.
it live.
And-
Ooh, and a couple pairs to toe.
Well, actually, that deal in's rather important because if you look at the distance between first and second place, there is less than a 10,000 point gap, which means that
Mongon Sumo, right?
Gee.
exactly. Minko a chance now to take first even, and there is a Dorahatsu in hand.
Boom.
Just one though. Korak.
Ooh, but Korak says, I'm firing back. We're doing some shenanigans.
Yeah, this is going to be a one suit play. Honitsu or Chinitsu.
I mean, does Honitsu doesn't even really get you there unless you find the
Dora pair.
Anko of green, right?
Yeah.
Does a pair get you there? Yeah, I guess a pair does.
So the
Or
gap.
no, that's only 8. Yeah, actually, it would have to be Tsumo, but that would get you there.
Yeah, Mongon Sumo is enough.
Ooh, but Garrick's got something to say about it. Garrick with a very quick hand shaping up. Could potentially even find the 6-peen for a 3-sided and Shabo on the red.
Yeah, one door discarded. Minko decides you can't hold it any longer. And now drops another Mon tile. as Minko's approaching Tenpai here.
Yeah, but it's Tenpai with not a lot behind it. I
Maybe
think that's only Pinfu.
if you can find Tanyao Pinfu and maybe even work the 7-5,
Boom.
9-7-5 shape down to a 7-5-3 and then a 3-4-5, there's a world where you get Sanchoku, but this 2-pin might.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it's a bit tough.
Well, now you have an alternate route. You can get Itsu instead.
Itsu would help a bit. Problem is, round is winding down quite quickly.
Yeah, Max, Tenpai on the 3-pin. No Yaku here. Not
Have the
Pinfu.
south draw. One left in the wall. Does have upgrades in terms of the 5-pin.
Considering calling here to turn this to Tanya, but because we have no swap calling, it's a little tricky. Would end up having to break Tenpai.
Yeah.
And there's the swap down to the 3-4-5. So a chance for Sanshoku. Garrick finds Tenpai in the 6-9 pin. And the 9 pin might leave Minko's hand. Or Korak's hand.
But, oh,
No.
yeah, Korak right there. Yep.
Yeah, Korak was getting close to that Mongon, but ended up drawing the wrong tile. So we go again. Garrick keeps climbing up here. Within range of finding 30,000 now, although this high pie worse than the last ones. There's no Yaku high pair. The shapes are reasonable though, so we'll see Garrick push with some good draws here. And for Max, there's an Itsu chance. Reasonable shapes to accompany those tiles as well as a Dora. Across the way, there's the Dora pair from Minko. This could be the Moncon that Minko's looking for. Shapes are good as well, and only getting better.
Very quick. Mm-hmm.
Korak,
Potentially.
what are you going to do here? Now the gap has widened to 14,200, so Mongon Sumo not good enough anymore. Looks like it'll be a play for Chanta, so maybe some damage control from Korak.
Yeah, there's not really too much else you can do with this. And again, the problem is your direct competitor is Dealer. So it's not even like you can have Dealer run it up over and over and still be the equidistant away. You're actively losing every single time a new round comes. The gap is widening further and further and further.
Right, so in my mind, it's a big question of can Minko get there? These shapes are amazing. And can Max shut this off? Has drawn 2 Dora now.
The 5, Minko still just flirting with what is that? Still Ishanten?
Dian Shanten here, but
Or no, I think it's Nishanten. Yeah, not even quite.
this helps.
That's one of them.
Perfect Ishanten now.
That'll do it. Very, very close.
Oh.
Garrick,
Can make the Tanyao switch now.
definitely thinking about it. Still has that 7-9. That's a bit awkward, but can work anything off the 3, so play around it. Max, not really doing too much with their hand. Still just shaping up, but time is running out further and further. Although Max will get Ishanten with that. Couple different options out. Cannot take the 7-8-9 call. Gonna look to shape up. Looking at maybe, I guess, a Tonki on the red. Trap 1 Dora in order to get there. Or just keep a safer tile for later if needed.
Tenpai. Pinfu as well, so no need to reach. But the reach actually looks quite good here, so might even take it as an aggressive play.
Yep.
4 tiles discarded from Max's perspective. Danger for Korak as any Tenpai will evolve, dropping the 9, and there it is!
Oh, and it comes out right away. Yep.
The Ricci did look quite good in the 9, so felt very safe. And with the Ura, that makes it
Banner
Hanemon.
for the Hanemon. Oh my goodness. Korak just drops. And Max just gets away with first. Minko's so close to getting a Mongon Sumo. Or even any reach. Mongon could potentially have done it.
Tiles just not
After.
going their way. Max, though, plus 45, back-to-back monster games. And when we see the scores
Crazy
refresh,
ones.
we're going to see... Oh, I guess Max got second in the last one. But after this monster game,
Still,
Max is
yeah.
going to be up there with Minko for the lead. Both
I think
players.
Minko just ahead, but not... Or no, Minko actually just below. By about 9 points.
Yeah. Wow. And are they going to be playing more tonight? I think they had originally
I'm
planned
not
to...
100% sure if it's 4 or 2. I know that they start a little bit earlier than they were originally going to.
It does look like those are going to be the last 2 games of the evening for this table and for us in total. But we've got the refresh in. Max and Minko going 1-2 in those first 2 games, trading places. Garrick and Korak with the 3rd and 4th places. And currently sitting at the top are Max and Minko. So we'll see if they can carry on their good fortune into the next 2 games of the Hanchan. We'll maybe take a moment to look at the full standings here. Again, please note that the statistics to the right of these scores are from the previous season. Does not accurately represent the current stats. With so few games, it's they don't tell very much.
You gotta go on the past ones, yeah.
But yeah, even here it looks like this page needs to be refreshed as well. So we don't see Max at the top, but
But even still, especially with A1, it's just always so tight. I mean, we saw, what was that, Hamba 6 with or Hamba 5 with 3, or no, Hamba 5 with 6 sticks in the middle.
I think at the end of it there were 6 Ricci sticks and 5 Homba, because I remember there being 7,500s in the middle. I mean,
yeah.
And
nobody dealing in at all during that whole time, and then it just stacks up over and over and over, and then all of a sudden when it was a deal in, it was just massive for nothing too.
And that's what we've seen from all of these early games. This is the first series where really someone has jumped out to a big lead, that being Max and Minko. But before then, all the standings were back and forth. No one really dealing in, which meant that they're just trading sumos, and unless someone was getting really unlucky, for the most parts, the scores were staying pretty static. And I think we can expect that from A1 for the future. Just not a lot of deal-ins unless you're fighting Mongon with Mongon. And in this hand, we had a lot of that. Just
getting bar for bar, yeah. Everybody, so many just high value tempis all around the table, and a lot of low values kind of beating them out, or just everybody stailing out to draw.
And even then, that long streak of consecutive tempis was incredible. And in the end, Max stealing all those sticks on a double run was a highlight moment for sure. I'm sure we'll see that being run back later. But well played by all the players here. It certainly was quite entertaining to watch. Not only this game, but also the B3 games earlier. And yeah, we'll look forward to doing another broadcast in the very near future, right, Harrison?
Yep, it sounds like Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be the day. Gonna want to tune in. Gonna be doing something similar to here. I don't know if we'll get a log review in, because I want to say there's a big chunk of games all back to back to back. Tons of action, tons of different people playing. So we will have that at the bare minimum.
It looks
You're gonna want to definitely tune in that day if you can.
Yeah, I think the scheduled start time for that broadcast is going to be 5 p.m. Pacific time, which is 8 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to tune that. It sounds like this season we're going to be having a regular Wednesday stream. I know generally it's because the streams are run on a volunteer basis, and it depends on when the games are scheduled as well. It's a bit scattered, but at least this season it seems that every week we'll be having a Wednesday stream. If there are no games, we'll be doing things like log reviews, or
some log reviews,
could
potentially even
strategy discussion.
Strategy discussion, maybe even some practice games.
Yeah,
to get some wonder matchups. You never know.
So regardless of what exactly it is we'll be doing, it seems Wednesday will be a consistent slot for us. And I think Wednesday is also one of the most popular games for scheduling. So if you're interested in having your game on stream, Wednesday is definitely a good day to do so. That being said, we've had a very long night of Mahjong, and it's been a lot of fun. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Harrison, any final thoughts before we call it an evening?
Just again, want to reiterate, final time, Wednesday. Be there, more action just like this, and even potentially better. Although that is a high bar with 6 Ricci, 5 Amba.
Yeah, that was
Double wrong.
a very high bar to surpass. But anyway, if you are interested in making sure that you catch us live, you can make sure to follow us on Twitch. We also generally tweet out whenever we make a broadcast at our Twitter at American Ricci. If you are interested in the league, I know there's been a bar scrolling at the bottom with the incorrect information. We will be taking accepting entrance for the spring
Believe
season. And you can
March
do
18th.
yeah,
is
until
the
March
final
18th.
day?
So visit our
Something like that.
website, americanricci.org, for registration there, as well as just to follow the leagues in general. You can always keep up to date on the standings there. And if you'd like to see this broadcast or any of the previous broadcasts, we've had an entire year of them so far. All of those are on our YouTube channel. You can visit that at tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. So for Harrison and Dustin and Eric and everyone who's involved with this broadcast, this is Nathaniel thanking you for watching, hoping to see you in a future broadcast. Have a good one, everyone.
Yep. Thanks everybody. Take care.